Chapter 1859. The so-called Great Boundless Barrier was actually a barrier that separated common sense and extraordinary knowledge. Under the effect of the Great Bountiful Barrier, it would automatically distinguish the common sense and extraordinary knowledge of the outside world from the fantasy village. The common sense of the outside world was the extraordinary knowledge of the fantasy village, and the extraordinary knowledge of the outside world was the common sense of the fantasy village. This was not a physical barrier, but a barrier that existed in an ethical sense. Moreover, the Bali Great Barrier was very powerful. Even monsters could not pass through it easily. Until now, other than Violet, who had the ability to enter realms and create gaps, as well as being the creator of Fantasy Village, no one had been able to freely enter and exit the outside world in Fantasy Village. At least, other than Violet, the other monsters, fairies, spirits, and even gods in Fantasy Village had never tried it. In other words, the Bali Great Barrier was the barrier that truly blocked the communication between the outside world and Fantasy Village, resulting in the formation of Fantasy Village. For example, if Fantasy Town was a house, then the Bali Great Barrier would be the wall of the house, isolating the inside of the house from the outside. The realm of illusion and reality, on the other hand, was a door that did not exist in this house. It was still very magical. It would automatically lead to the door of the house. The door was created by Violet, so as long as she was still around, no matter where she went, she would be able to create such a door, bring in the house, and turn Fantasy Village into a home. However, if the wall collapsed, it did not matter if Fantasy Village was a house or a home. It would be meaningless. If the house remained, it would only be an empty space where the house was originally located. Even if the house was still there, the house would still collapse along with the wall. At that time, even if the house was still there, the house would be gone. Therefore, the Bali Great Barrier, as a wall, was very important to Fantasy Village. The town of illusions did not have a boundary between illusion and reality. At most, it would not attract any foreign demons or humans. However, what would happen to the town of illusions if the Great Barrier of Blooming Beauty was no longer there? In the past, the Fantasy Village was not separated from the outside world by a barrier. It was called the border of the East Country. Because there were monsters living in the Fantasy Village, people who accidentally trespassed would be caught and eaten by the monsters. Therefore, people were afraid of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't go to Fantasy Village on purpose. However, there were also some people who lived in the Fantasy Village in order to fight against these monsters. As time passed, the number of humans had increased dramatically due to the development of civilization. Purple was worried that if the human population continued to grow, it would cause the balance of Fantasy Village to collapse. Therefore, she established the realm of illusion and reality to attract the monsters from the outside world to Fantasy Village, so the power of the monsters was balanced. Later on, modern civilization developed. It is somewhere between calling non-scientific things superstition and rejecting them. The monsters and the only humans in the Fantasy Village built a powerful barrier together, isolating the Fantasy Village from the outside world. They lived a quiet life here. Henceforth, the various things of the land of fantasy faded from the memory of man. This powerful barrier was known as the Great Boli Barrier. If the Boli Barrier were to disappear, Fantasy Paradise would once again be exposed to the eyes of humans and attract the prying eyes of humans. In the face of unknown superstitions, humans would generally treat them with fear and dread, including the gods that they believed in. At that time, due to the fear of the unknown, humans would pick up their weapons to protect themselves. Whether they were willing or not, they would clash with the monsters in the Fantasy Village. At that time, the side of the humans in the Fantasy Village would be unclear. Some would fight against the monsters for the sake of the people in the real world. Some would stand on the side of the monsters, and some would stay out of it. At that time, the true peace would be completely destroyed, and the world would fall into turmoil. At that time, no matter how unwilling Purple was, the Fantasy Village in her heart would no longer exist. This was definitely not what Purple wanted to see. That was why Yukari said that Fantasyland might not be able to exist for too long. With her wisdom, Purple could also calculate the changes that would be brought to the humans and monsters of the two worlds when the real world and the fantasy village were completely connected. Therefore, the Great Boundless Barrier could not be allowed to disappear. But now, it only had a year left to exist. After a year, the Great Bali Barrier would be weakened by the barrier moderation, until it could no longer exist. Then it would disappear. This fact weighed down on Blue and Orange so much that they could barely breathe. Wu Yan frowned. Is there no way to strengthen the Boli Great Barrier, or build another Boli Great Barrier? With our strength, there's no way we can build a Great Barrier. Purple's voice was full of helplessness. Although the Great Barrier was built by the people of the fantasy village and the monsters, the one who built it was the Great Witch Bali. The Great Witch Bali? Wu Yan gasped. Huh. You're saying that only the Great Witch Bali has the ability to build a Great Barrier? Or rather, only the Great Witch Bali has the right to build a Great Barrier. Purple said seriously. The one who gave the Great Witch Bali the power to build a Great Barrier is the Dragon God. The Dragon God. The highest level existence in the fantasy village, and also the highest level god in the fantasy village. The god worshipped by the Bali shrine was the Dragon God, and the witches who served the Dragon God were the Great Witch Bali. The last time the Dragon God appeared in the fantasy village was after the Great Barrier was set up, and the fantasy village was completely isolated from the outside world. Purple explained. At that time, the Great Witch Bali prayed to the Dragon God, hoping to build a Great Barrier. She then borrowed the Dragon God's power to cover the entire fantasy village in the Great Barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Then, if Ling Ming prayed to the Dragon God, she should be able to build another Great Barrier, right? Wu Yan hurriedly said. In that case it won't. Before Wu Yan could finish, Purple interrupted him. I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. Even though they had been shocked twice by Purple's words, they were still dumbfounded by Purple's words as if they had been knocked on the head by Purple's words. The Dragon God no longer exists? Why? In the past, it was the same for the Great Barrier. Every 60 years, there would be a barrier moderation phenomenon. But at that time, there was never a situation where the Great Barrier was weakened during the moderation process. Purple laughed bitterly. In addition, the Great Barrier was originally built with the Dragon God's power as the source. In theory, as long as the Dragon God still exists, the Great Barrier will never weaken unless it is destroyed by external forces. This makes me suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. In other words, you're just suspecting, but you don't have clear evidence to prove that the Dragon God no longer exists, right? Wu Yan said with some uncertainty. Since everything is just your guess, it might not be true. That's true. But I also don't have any evidence to prove that the Dragon God still exists. Purple shook her head. The weakening of the Great Barrier is a suspicious point. Whenever something major happens in the utopia, the Dragon God will appear. This time, the Great Barrier is in danger of disappearing, but the Dragon God still hasn't appeared. This is the second reason why I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. There's a third reason. Purple turned her head and looked at Boli Shrine. Witch Boli is the manager of Fantasyland, and she is also the one who borrowed the power of the Dragon God to build the Great Barrier. In the past, Witch Boli has a certain degree of sensitivity to the Great Barrier, and knows what's going on in it. But this time, Ling Ming hasn't noticed the changes in the Great Barrier until now. She doesn't even know that the Great Barrier is weakening. Purple said worriedly. Besides, the Dragon God is the god worshipped by the Boli Shrine. The Boli Shrine should have the ability to listen to the Dragon God's voice, but I can't remember how long it has been since the Boli Shrine heard the Dragon God's voice. Gradually, even the Boli Shrine herself doesn't know who the god she serves is. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Chapter 1860. Indeed, the witches who serve the gods should be able to listen to the voice of the gods they serve. Not to mention other things, there was a Shuya shrine on the Monster Mountain. Not only could the witches there listen to the voice of the god they served, but they also lived with the god and lived together with him every day. However, the witches of the Boli Shrine Ling Meng, or rather, the witches before Ling Meng can't listen to the voice of the Dragon God. At least, in Wu Yan's memory, he hasn't heard of it. At first, Wu Yan thought it was a special relationship with the dragon god. After all, the dragon god doesn't actually exist in the fantasy paradise. He went somewhere unknown. Now listening to Yukari, it seems that the witches were able to listen to the voice of the dragon god in the past. It wasn't until a long time ago that they suddenly lost this ability, coupled with the fact that the Great Barrier that shouldn't be weakened as long as the dragon god exists is weakening, and Ling Meng, who should be able to sense the situation of the Great Barrier, hasn't noticed the change in the Great Barrier until now. All of this made Yukari suspect that the dragon god doesn't exist anymore. No matter what, the witches used the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. Since she could sense the situation of the Great Barrier before, she should be able to sense it now. There are only two explanations for why she can't sense it now. Either that, or the connection between Bori and the god she served had been severed. Or, it was the god who gave Boli the power to build the Great Barrier. And the god who connected Boli the Great Barrier to the Great Barrier could no longer maintain this connection. These two theories can't prove that the dragon god has actually disappeared. At most, it means that the connection between the dragon god and the witches no longer exists. But as Yukari said, these two theories can't prove that the dragon god still exists. In any case, all the signs point in one direction. The power of the dragon god that maintains the existence of the Great Barrier is disappearing. Maybe it's because something happened that you and I can't predict that the power of the dragon god disappeared in the fantasy paradise? Wu Yan couldn't help but say this. Maybe. The moment the Great Barrier is about to disappear, the dragon god will appear. The dragon god will appear. Who knows? Perhaps that's really the case. Yukari's eyes were already a little unfocused as she looked down at the fantasy land. But I can't pin my hopes on such an illusory possibility, and I won't bet the survival of fantasy paradise on whether the dragon god still exists or not. Wu Yan pondered for a while. He said, let's assume that the dragon god really no longer exists. What could be the reason? Who knows? Maybe it's because I don't have any faith anymore. Violet shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. After all, there are almost no people who truly believe in the dragon god in the fantasy village. Even Witch Boli has begun to forget the god she serves. No one went to the Boli shrine to worship, so the dragon god who had lost his faith disappeared. For the gods, faith was equivalent to the power of existence. Without faith, some would lose all their power, and some would even disappear. The Shuya shrine in the Monster Mountain moved to the fantasy land because it couldn't get any faith in the real world. It tried to collect the faith of the monsters in the fantasy land. The dragon god was a dragon, but at the same time, it existed as the god of the fantasy land. If there was no one who believed in the dragon god in the fantasy land, then the superstitious real world would be even more unlikely to have anyone who believed in the dragon god. Perhaps, that's why the dragon god disappeared. Of course, the disappearance of the dragon god was only Violet's speculation, but judging from the current evidence, it was no longer impossible. Is there no other way? Wu Yan frowned deeply. Perhaps we can find other substitutes that are comparable to the Boli Great Barrier. I've been thinking about this before, but I haven't found anything. Yukari suddenly looked directly at Wu Yan. Her eyes were shining as usual. But it's different now. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. What do you mean? It's extremely difficult to find a replacement for the Great Barrier. At least, I haven't seen one yet. Yukari's gem-like eyes were filled with hope. But little Yan, you can definitely find one. For a moment, Wu Yan almost didn't react, but after he did, he understood everything. There was something in his soul that was even more magical than the dragon god. System. Yukari couldn't find a replacement, but it didn't mean that the system couldn't find one. It's better to say that the moment I became your summoner, my thoughts were no longer limited to finding a replacement for the Great Barrier and maintaining the status quo of the fantasy paradise. Instead, I had greater ambitions. Ziyu said this sentence as if she was not going to stop until she was shocked to death. I want the fantasy land to become a real world. A world that no longer depends on the real world. A world that can only exist in illusions. This. Blue and Orange didn't understand Yukari's words. Wu Yan was the only one who trembled. He looked at Yukari, who was staring at him with a shocked expression, and he blurted out in shock. Don't tell me you want me to turn the fantasy land into a real world? What's so strange about that? Yukari smiled. Since there are so many dungeon worlds, little Yen, it's not impossible for the fantasy land to be separated from this world and become another one, right? Are you kidding me? Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. Do you really think the system has a way to create a new world? Or do you think I have that kind of ability? That's right. I think you have the ability to do that. Wu Yen was stunned again. Blue and orange were at a loss again when Yukari nodded her head in agreement. It's not just because of the system. Xiao Yan, there are no god-level powerhouses in the instance worlds. You know this very well. Even the dragon god isn't a god-level powerhouse. As for you, sooner or later, you will become a god-level powerhouse. With the system's help, little Yen, are you sure you don't have the ability to create a new world? Yukari's words were filled with anticipation for Wu Yen. You're underestimating your chances, little Yen. You're destined to soar to the top the moment you got the system. You're destined to reach a height no one can reach. This was Yukari's expectation for Wu Yen. Yukari might have been planning this from the moment she became Wu Yan's summon. She wanted Wu Yen to save the fantasy land that was about to disappear. She even wanted the fantasy land to be like the dungeon worlds Wu Yen had been to, a real world. At that time, Violet would no longer have to worry about what would happen to the fantasy village, nor would she have to worry about its destruction. By then, destroying the fantasy land would be as difficult as destroying an entire world. I see. Wu Yen laughed bitterly. I was a fool. How could the sage of the shifter, Yakumo Yukari, help me just because we're fused? Not only did she help me get rid of the Beast King, she even stood by my side. Wu Yen thought that with Yukari's shrewdness and intelligence, she wouldn't protect them when they first met. Even in the fantasy land, there weren't many people who could make Yukari do that. When they first met, he even took Yukari's life. How could he be worthy of Yukari's help? During that time, Yukari got along really well with them. She even acted like an elder sister and took care of them. She even gave Wu Yen advice. Now, Wu Yen knew that Yukari had been planning this earth-shattering event since then. As expected of Yukari, Wu Yen thought that Yukari didn't appear in front of him all this time, because she wanted him to form an unbreakable bond with the people in the fantasy land. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to sit by and watch the fantasy land perish. Perhaps at the beginning, I did stay with you all for this purpose. I didn't reject you all. Yukari said after a moment of silence. But regardless of whether you believe it or not, I just want to say that to me now. You are already my family. Lady Yukari's family? Blue and orange fell silent. Wu Yen smiled helplessly. Looks like I have to give it a try just because of what you've said. Yukari smiled. Her smile was very sincere. Chapter 1861. Fantasy Village Red Devil Mansion. Stare. At this moment Remilia, Patrice, and Zuyi were standing in front of the round table on the platform. They had been gazing intensely at Wu Yen since 5 minutes ago, causing Wu Yen to reveal an unnatural expression. Of course, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight weren't the only ones present. Fran and the little devil were also present. Fran even imitated Remilia's group and glared at Wu Yen. She tried her best to pretend to be angry, but in fact, she looked adorable. As for the little devil, she was merely present. She didn't glare angrily at Wu Yen like any of the other girls present. The only emotion on her face and eyes was one of schadenfreude. Under the gazes of the 5 girls, some angry, some reproachful, some concerned, some scrutinizing, and some taking pleasure in his misfortune, Wu Yen could only close his mouth tightly and stand in front of the group of girls as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His expression was rather resentful. After what seemed like an eternity, the most impatient of them all, Remilia, finally took the initiative to denounce them. Tell me, what happened in the 3 days that you disappeared? Yes, 3 days. It had already been 3 days since he had fainted from the battle with Delicate Fragrance Fengjian. In other words, he had fainted during the battle with Delicate Fragrance Fujimi. Wu Yen was unconscious for 3 whole days and only woke up today. Wu Yen had just learned of this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood here obediently and endured the intimidating gazes of Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Fran, and Little Devil. After all, he had disappeared for 3 days in front of a group of girls for no reason. Remilia and the others were definitely the most worried. However, Wu Yan was puzzled. Before I return, Ziming had clearly told her that before bringing her back to the Ba Yun family, she had already greeted the people from the Red Devil Mansion. Why were Remilia and the others still denouncing her? The people from the Yakumo family only said that you will be staying with them for a few days. He seemed to have seen through the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Patrice replied with her usual indifferent tone. He answered Wu Yan's question. But what exactly is the reason? But he didn't explain anything at all. So that's how it is. Wu Yan was slightly relieved and scratched his cheek. Actually, it's not a big deal. Hence, Wu Yan told Remilia and the others everything that had happened after he left the Red Devil Mansion and went to the sunflower field 3 days ago. Although he said it as it is, he still knows how to hide some things that shouldn't be said. For example, the Great Barrier of Fantasy Town would collapse in a year. For example, Ziming suspected that the dragon god no longer existed. For example, Ziming planned to borrow Wu Yan's power to let Wu Yan create a world of his own and transcend from this world. In short, other than the conversation he had with Yukari in the sky above Gensokyo, Wu Yan basically told her everything he could. When they heard that Wu Yan fought with Yu Xiang, other than Fran who was at a loss and didn't know who Yu Xiang was, the rest of the girls were shocked. The Yu Xiang you're talking about, is it the flower demon in the sunflower field? Patrice didn't hide her shock. You actually fought with her? Oh. Seeing the shocked expressions of Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi, other than Fran, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems like you all know Yu Xiang. We've only heard of her, we've never seen her before. Remilia raised her hand and curled her lips. I heard that the flower demon is on the same level as the demon sage in Fantasy Town. Lord Bai, did you really fight with her? Zuyi seemed to know about delicate fragrance Feng Jian's terrifying strength, and showed a concerned expression. Could it be that you stayed in Yakumo's house for 3 days, because you were injured? Big brother is injured? This time, Fran's delicate face showed a shocked expression, and she almost jumped into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Big brother is injured? Where is he? It's fine. I'm fine. I didn't spend the past 3 days recovering from my injuries. I just fainted. Wu Yan hurriedly explained. Look, aren't I fine now? In fact, Wu Yan wasn't wrong. With Wu Yan true ancestors' regenerative abilities, the injuries he sustained during the battle with Yuka Fujimi were all healed up. He didn't even need to recuperate for the past 3 days, he was only unconscious. Thus Wu Yan wasn't lying. Unfortunately, he could hide this from others, but not Patrice. Although you don't seem to be injured, your mana seems to have weakened quite a bit. Patrice frowned and stared at Wu Yan as though she was trying to see through Wu Yan. Besides, even if you were injured, you should have recovered by now with your recovery ability, right? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Although 3 days have passed, just as Patrice sensed, Wu Yan still hasn't recovered the mana he used in the battle with Yu Xiang. It couldn't be helped. Although a true ancestor's recovery ability was very strong, Wu Yan's mana recovery was also reflected in his mana recovery. Moreover, he cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. The amount of mana he could recover was more than an ordinary mage. However, recovering a lot didn't mean he could recover all of it. Wu Yan's mana can only be described as an ocean. If his mana was converted to water, then even a real ocean wouldn't be able to compare to the amount of mana he has in his body. So much mana, but in the battle with delicate fragrance Fujimi, almost all of it was consumed. Under such circumstances, how could it be so easy to recover so much mana? Even with Wu Yan's astonishing mana recovery, he only recovered about 30% of his mana in 3 days. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After such a large consumption and recovery, Wu Yan's mana would definitely reach a new height. Thus, Wu Yan let his mana recover on its own while he enjoyed a leisurely time. In any case, even 30% of his mana was enough for Wu Yan to squander. Who would have thought that Patrice would see through it and catch a ready-made one? Well, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. Wu Yan could only rub his nose and laugh. Actually, I'm fine. You guys are the ones who are worrying too much. That better be the case. Remilia turned her head away and muttered softly. However, since she dares to bully my Scarlet Fiend Mansion's people, shouldn't I go over and teach her a lesson? Hearing this, the others didn't say anything, but Wu Yan was frightened. Where did Remilia get the confidence to say that she wanted to teach delicate fragrance Feng Jian a lesson? That's the Flower Lord of Four Seasons, the strongest existence in Fantasy Village. Even after leveling up, Yukari only had a 50% chance of victory. She's a terrifying opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out. This Remilia is only at the 9th rank. If she can't even defeat me in my normal state, how can she deal with an opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out? I'm afraid that if they really go over, Remilia won't be teaching the other party a lesson. Instead, she'll be delivering fertilizer. My little lady, please don't be rash. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. I don't want to go to Sun Garden to save you. This time, I won't be able to defeat you, Xiang. Wu Yan lost to Fujimi Yuka when he was at full power. Now he only has 30% of his mana left. If he were to fight Fujimi Yuka, he would lose without a doubt. If even Wu Yan is like this, there's no need to even mention Remilia. Even if the entire Scarlet Fiend Mansion comes out, the result won't change at all. It's the same even with Fran. It isn't that Remilia, Patrice, Xiaoyi, Fran, and the others are too weak. It's that Yu Xiang is too strong. Who needs you to save me? Remilia was slightly angry. A mere flower demoness. Boom. As soon as this sentence left Remilia's mouth, a shocking explosion echoed in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's hall. Chapter 1862. Boom. With such a huge explosion, the door of the Red Devil Hall suddenly exploded, rolling up thick smoke and fire. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall of the Red Devil Hall. It didn't stop spreading until it reached the stairs. 3W, who's there? Remilia, Patrice, Little Devil, and Little Devil were startled. Shortly after, Remilia revealed a furious expression. Someone actually came to cause trouble in the Red Devil Mansion? Patrice, Little Knight, and Little Fiend seemed to have the same thought. They looked at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion with vigilance, indifference, or fear. Only Fran seemed to have encountered something fun. Her red eyes were filled with excitement. Not to mention the young ladies. Even Wu Yan knitted his brows slightly. He turned around and gazed at the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. But shortly after, he revealed a startled expression. At the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion that was engulfed in smoke and flames, a figure emerged from the smoke and flames and appeared before everyone's eyes. The owner of the figure had eye-catching emerald green curly hair. She wore a waistcoat with red and dark red checkered patterns, and a knee-length skirt of the same style. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt underneath the waistcoat. The young lady stood in the smoke and flames as though she was blocking the light that wasn't beneficial to her body. She held a parasol and sauntered into the hall. She scanned the surroundings with her red eyes, and shifted her gaze to the platform at the end of the stairs. When she saw Wu Yan standing on the platform at the end of the stairs, the girl's bored eyes lit up and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Found you. It's you? Wu Yan was astonished. Why are you here? Hey. Remilia looked at Wu Yan, and she pointed at Yuka Fujimi. Isn't she that flower demoness? The newcomer. It's delicate fragrance. That's why. That was why Wu Yan was so astonished. As the strongest flower queen in Fantasy Village, delicate fragrance Kaze could be said to be the embodiment of the strong. Not only did she like to be alone, but she also never went to any meaningless places. According to Wu Yan's understanding, delicate fragrance Feng Jian would only move about in his sunflower field territory. At most, he would go to the human realm for a stroll when he was free. When he had nothing to do, he would wander around the Boli Shrine. Aside from these three places, he basically wouldn't go anywhere else. Now, Feng Jian Yu Xiang came to the Red Devil Hall, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be looking for him. Of course, no matter how astonished Wu Yan was, Yukari's entrance was too aggressive. When Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others realized that she was here to provoke them, they immediately tensed up. The imp already hid behind Patrice. She didn't look like a tamed demon should protect her master. Fran was curiously sizing up delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang. You're that flower demoness who bullied my Red Devil Hall's butler, right? Remilia looked down at delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang with an unfriendly expression. Now you want to provoke my entire Red Devil Hall? Provoke Red Devil Hall? Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang glanced at Remilia and spoke indifferently. I'm not interested. Wah. Remilia's eyes widened, the anger on her face thickened. Are you looking down on my Red Devil Hall? You want me to look up to you? Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang thought for a moment and nodded. Then are you strong? In other words, if Remilia and the others were strong enough, delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang wouldn't look down on Remilia and the others. On the contrary, if Remilia and the others were weak, delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang wouldn't look up to them. This is delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang. She's a battle maniac who only cares about fighting. Remilia smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Scarlet blood mist began to spread from her body. Do you want to try? Do you want to fight me? Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang's expression became a bit more motivated. Then I can play with you. Hearing this, Patrice Zuyi and the others immediately stood behind Remilia. One held a grimoire in one hand, and the other held a glittering throwing knife between her fingers. Even the imp stood out and put on a defensive look. Fran also tilted her head and flew up. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Wu Yan extended his hand and stopped Remilia and the others. He lowered his head and looked at delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang. You haven't answered me. Why did you come to Red Devil Hall? I've already answered. Seeing that the fight isn't going to happen, Yuka Kaze's eagerness disappeared, and she looked at Wu Yan. I'm here to find you. Find me. Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang nodded absent-mindedly. Then she seemed to recall something. Oh right, when I came over, this monster guarding the door kept gesturing at me and even rushed over. You guys should know this guy, right? After that, Feng Jianyu Xiang's hand that wasn't holding the parasol suddenly dragged a person with circles in his eyes out, and threw him on the ground. China! Zuyi exclaimed. When Remilia saw Hong Meiling lying on the ground with circles in her eyes, anger flashed in her eyes. She wanted to go forward but was stopped by Wu Yan. I don't object to you coming to find me, but can't you use a more normal method? Wu Yan said helplessly. Knocking down the door and blowing up the door, people who don't know would think you're here to provoke me. I just don't like trouble. Yuka Kaze said as she looked at Wu Yan from head to toe. She sounded a bit disappointed. Looks like you haven't fully recovered yet. My injuries are healed, I just consumed a bit of mana. Wu Yan said with a strange expression. You didn't come to find me just to fight with me, right? It would be best if we could fight again. Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang shook her head. But since you haven't recovered yet, forget it. Wu Yan noticed that Yukari Fujiki is back to her peak condition while he is still recovering his mana. Wu Yan didn't know if his final attack did any damage to Yuka Fujimi or not. If it did, how much damage would it have done to her? However, he knew that Yuka Fujimi's consumption of Yao power is no less than his. However, after 3 days, delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang has recovered to her peak condition. Wu Yan couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the embodiment of nature, even if she doesn't have an immortal body, her recovery ability is super strong. Coupled with the constant supply of energy from nature, it's not strange that delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang recovered. Putting aside her recovery ability, delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang won over Wu Yan in terms of mana and mana recovery. Wu Yan once again felt the power of delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang. Just as Wu Yan thought of this, a dark red color suddenly appeared in his eyes, making him stunned. He subconsciously reached out and caught the dark red color in his hand. Then Wu Yan was surprised to find out. That speck of crimson was a drop of blood that floated like a gem. Blood? Could it be you? Wu Yan looked at delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang with an uncertain face. Is this your blood? Delicate fragrance Feng Jianyu Xiang smiled without saying anything, which is equivalent to admitting Wu Yan's guess. Why? Wu Yan asked puzzledly. Didn't you win the battle 3 days ago? Why are you giving me blood? Only by defeating delicate fragrance Fujimi would he be able to obtain her blood. This is the bet that delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang made. I don't need to follow a bet to decide who I want to give my blood to. After saying this, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of expectation. I remember you said that my blood can make you invincible, right? Although he didn't know what delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang was planning, Wu Yan still nodded. Then make a promise with me. Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's voice showed a trace of excitement. When you become invincible, then fight with me. Fight again. This is delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. It's very delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. Wu Yan clenched the drop of blood in his hand. After a long time he nodded, making delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang smile with satisfaction. Chapter 1863. Night fell quietly. Whoosh! The hubbub continued to reverberate throughout the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. It was the sound of the monsters partying. Needless to say, Remilia held a banquet as usual and invited all sorts of monsters to party in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from the demons who had been invited, Remilia and Fran were also participating in this banquet. As usual, Black Knight was busy at the banquet as the head maid. This time, Patrice didn't attend the banquet. Like the little devil, she stayed in her underground library and immersed herself in the world of books. Wu Yan didn't attend the banquet as well. As the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakuya told him that Wu Yan must be the host of the banquet and help the owner of the mansion, Remilia, prepare for the banquet. Wu Yan didn't forget about this. Just as Sakuya had requested, when Remilia decided to host this banquet, she mobilized all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to prepare the food and wine needed for the banquet. Then, she sent people to invite the other Yaoma to the Red Devil Mansion to participate in the banquet. However, after all the preparations for the banquet were completed, the Yaoma came by invitation and Remilia brought an excited Fran out. Wu Yan managed to hide his presence from everyone. He left the banquet venue. It wasn't for any other reason but because he wasn't in the mood to attend the banquet. After returning to his room, or rather, the room of Remilia, Fran and himself, Wu Yan laid on the bed and closed his eyes. The various events that happened in the fantasy village for the past 10 days flashed through his mind. It may sound inconceivable, but even with all the things that have happened, it doesn't change the fact that Wu Yan has only been in Jinsokyo for 10 days or so. However, in these short 10 days, many things had happened. Meeting Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Spirit Dream, Alice, and the others, inexplicably becoming the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, consuming the medicine of the 8 senses Yonglin, and triggering the 7 deadly sins. He got to know Gu Ming's Di-Ju and Gu Ming's Di-Love. He had sex with Patrice and Alice, indirectly leading to the collapse of the Bori Shrine. She fought with the strongest Lord of Flowers in the fantasy village, in the end. He also learned from Yukari that the fantasy village was about to cease to exist. One thing after another happened. It was hard to believe that all of this had happened in just a short period of 10 days. Not even a month had passed. And in this period of less than a month, Yi Zichen had already made his move. Wu Yan also encountered all kinds of strange girls in Fantasy Village. And have more or less. Perhaps it could not be severed, or perhaps it was a bond that they had only met once. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the Fantasy Village was an incredible place. What's so strange about some inconceivable things happening? Of course, there were inconceivable things, but there were also things that should be done as a matter of course. Thinking until here, Wu Yan opened his eyes and raised one of his hands. On the hand, 5 drops of crimson, crystal clear, and beautiful blood that looked like gems were floating on top of it. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of realm, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of eternity, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of nature, X1. Beep. Detected blood essence containing power of time, X1. Ding. Obtained blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1. Blood essence containing power of realm, X1. Blood essence containing power of eternity, X1. Blood essence containing power of nature, X1. blood essence containing power of time, x1. Ding. Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 4th phase quest. Ding. Demigod Path's 4th phase quest completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. The dungeon world is now open to user. Upon entering the dungeon world again, the system will no longer issue any more dungeon quests. User can now enter and exit the dungeon world at will. After bringing Fran back to the Red Devil Mansion and battling with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of time from Black Knight's body. After going through the route of the 7 sins, Wu Yan entered the Forever Pavilion. He turned Kagaya of Punglai Mountain into his summon and obtained a drop of essence blood imbued with the power of eternity from Kagaya. With the help of Remilia, Patrice and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of fantasy from Red Dream. After the battle with Fengjian Yuxiang personally came to the Red Devil Mansion and gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of nature. Not long ago, during the conversation with Yukari also gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of realm before she left. Now the quest items for the Demigod Path's 4th phase quest, the 5 drops of blood essence containing power of mystery, have all been obtained. Wu Yan's Demigod Path's 4th phase quest is finally completed. This means that Wu Yan's goal of reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm has taken a huge step forward. Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have drifted to another world as he held the 5 drops of blood in his hand. His eyes that were looking at the ceiling gradually became unfocused. What's wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice resounded from the side and entered Wu Yan's ears. Reluctant to leave fantasy paradise? In the corner of the room, right next to the bed Wu Yan was lying on, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyes appeared in the space. Yukari, holding a paper fan, sat inside leisurely, only half of her body poking out. Like Wu Yan, she was looking at the ceiling. Although I want to tell you that it's not necessary, I'm not confident that I won't feel reluctant to leave fantasy paradise. Isn't this what you want to see as well? Wu Yan didn't look back. His voice was full of confusion. You want me to like fantasy paradise or something? Of course I'm happy that you like fantasy paradise. Yukari covered her mouth and smiled. However, if you don't want to leave, it will be quite troublesome for us. In another year, Fantasy Paradise will usher in the 60th anniversary of the Great Barrier's change. At that time, the Great Barrier that could no longer withstand the weakening of the barrier moderation phenomenon would collapse directly, connecting Fantasy Paradise to the outside world and causing unimaginable turbulence in the 2 worlds. A year's time was neither long nor short. For a great monster like Yukari who had lived for thousands of years, it was naturally not much different from a minute. For Wu Yan, if he didn't want to leave Fantasy Paradise and stayed in Fantasy Paradise, this year would pass very quickly. Yukari was counting on Wu Yan to turn Fantasy Paradise into a world for her. In order to do that, Wu Yan had to first become an existence that surpassed the Dragon God. That was a god-level powerhouse. If Wu Yan couldn't become a god-level powerhouse before then, Yukari would indeed be troubled. Are you rushing me? Wu Yan said helplessly. There's no need to rush, right? As long as Wu Yan left this world, the time in this world would be frozen. Even if there was a summoner here, the time in this world wouldn't be frozen directly. The ratio of time would automatically be adjusted to 100 times the time in Wu Yan's world. That was, if Wu Yan spent 100 days in another world, only 1 day would pass in Fantasy Paradise. If a year passed in Fantasy Paradise, almost 100 years would have passed in Wu Yan's world. Using 100 years to become a god-level powerhouse? Wu Yan was still somewhat confident. I'm not rushing you, Purple said with a smile that made people unable to figure out what she was thinking. I just saw that you seemed to have something on your mind, so I came over to chat with you. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't feel that Yukari was being considerate at all. Peeping again? Wu Yan pursed his lips and asked. So, you agree that I should leave as soon as possible? If possible, I do need to buy some time. Yukari stopped smiling and sighed. 100 years actually isn't that long. Hearing this, Wu Yan fell silent, and the entire room returned to silence. until a certain moment, Wu Yan suddenly said, "Yukari, let's have a banquet." Chapter 1864. Fantasy Town, Alice's mansion. In the Western style and girlish room, Alice was looking at a glowing sphere in front of her very attentively. Her eyes were unprecedentedly serious, and there was even a trace of amazement. This glowing orb was something that Wu Yan left for Alice not too long ago when he brought her out for a wild day of fun. After sending her home, Wu Yan mysteriously left this orb for Alice before he bid her farewell. At that time, Alice had asked very doubtfully, wanting to know what this glowing sphere was. However, Wu Yan didn't answer Alice's question. Instead, he said this to her. "Put this into your puppet, you will find a surprise." After saying this, Wu Yan didn't reveal anything else and left without looking back. After that, Alice put the glowing sphere into one of her dolls the next day. Then, Alice was shocked to find out that it was not the same as the previous one. That puppet had a life. Yes, it had a life. It was obviously a simple doll that could not be simpler. In terms of the degree of delicacy, it could not be compared with the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid around Alice. It was not like the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid, which Alice did not know how much effort it took to have intelligence similar to that of humans. However, such a simple puppet not only easily had intelligence comparable to that of Shanghai and Penglai, but also could do things that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's manipulation. This puppet could move freely on its own. For example, it didn't need Alice's adjustment and teaching. This puppet could speak human language by itself, which was something that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's guidance. This puppet could distinguish what it could do and what it couldn't do. It could also read and learn. What was even more amazing was that once, Alice also saw that the puppet had a desire for the food it ate. If it wasn't for the fact that this puppet didn't have a digestive system, and its body was full of wood, it would probably be able to eat. This series of behavior was extremely human. Some couldn't even be done by Renhai and Penglai. It didn't need Alice's personal manipulation. He was completely self-disciplined, as if he had a real life. How could this not shock Alice? Unfortunately, it was just a simple puppet. Even if it had life, its body couldn't support it to carry out so many human-like actions, and it broke down after a few days. Although Alice felt that it was a pity, fortunately, the glowing sphere was still there. So, Alice quickly took out the glowing sphere and studied it from the morning until now. The more she studied it, the more surprised she was. This was because Alice discovered that this glowing sphere seemed to have the same effect as the Book of Witchcraft. There were spells recorded in the grimoire. If a mage had a grimoire, they could inject magic into the grimoire. They didn't need to cast the spell themselves to be able to use the spells recorded in the grimoire. This glowing sphere was the same. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. It was because of this spell that the doll with the glowing sphere had life. In other words, if the glowing sphere was compared to a magic book, then the magic recorded in it would be the magic of life. Alice was shocked and excited at the same time. What shocked Alice was that she had never heard of any magic that could bring about life. Alice was excited because she saw a bright path ahead. Alice knew that if she could research this magic of life, then all her dolls would be able to have life in the future. It wasn't hard to imagine how attractive this was to Alice, who had always wanted to develop a fully autonomous humanoid with life. However, Alice found that it was more difficult than she thought to research the magic in this glowing sphere. After all, this glowing sphere wasn't like the Book of Witchcraft that could be opened directly. Although the mage's magic attainments had to reach a very high level in order to read the original Book of Witchcraft, this glowing sphere in front of her didn't even have the means to open it. So how should she research this magic of life? Alice was a little distressed. After a long time, she made this decision. Let's put it in another doll first, and see if I can get some inspiration from studying that doll. After making up her mind, Alice's hands started to itch for the first time in a long time. In front of her was a magical item that could bring life to a doll. And the next doll she made would be able to obtain life through it. Although this doll with life wasn't completely created by Alice alone, it had always been Alice's dream to create a doll with life. Now, knowing that the next doll she made would have life, even if it wasn't all by herself, Alice was very excited. And of course, this time, Alice wouldn't make a simple doll. Since it's a doll with life, then at least the degree of delicacy should be on the same level as Shanghai and Penglai. With that said, Alice picked up the glowing sphere. At this moment, the door of Alice's room was pushed open with a loud dong sound. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. "Alice! I'm here to see you." The sudden muffled sound and shout gave Alice a fright. Her hand trembled, and the glowing sphere flew high up into the air. It was as if Alice had thrown it out. "Ah!" Alice cried out in shock. It was as if she could see this most important prop breaking into 7 or 8 pieces like a porcelain bowl. Her cry was filled with fear. Fortunately, the direction the glowing sphere fell towards was none other than the entrance to Alice's room. So Wu Yan, who wanted to give Alice a surprise, just opened the door and saw a familiar glowing sphere flying in his direction. Wu Yan subconsciously caught the glowing sphere in his hand and said in confusion, "Isn't this Eve's heart?" "This is the Eve's heart that Wu Yan made for Alice." "I say, Alice." Wu Yan looked at Alice, who was patting her chest with dissatisfaction. "Even if you don't like my gift, you don't have to throw it away, right?" "Who wants to throw it away?" Alice stepped forward and glared at Wu Yan fiercely. Then, she carefully took the Eve's heart. "I can't wait to treasure it." After saying that, Alice checked the Eve's heart in her hand. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she made sure there were no cracks on it. Seeing this, Wu Yan was a little happy but also a little unhappy. Of course, he was happy because Alice was satisfied with her gift. Moreover, the gloomy look from before had completely disappeared. Now, she was not much different from before she had sex with Wu Yan. Obviously, Alice has gradually walked out of this matter and calmly faced it. As for the dissatisfaction, naturally, it was because after he came, Alice still paid attention to Eve's heart and ignored him. Say, Wu Yan became melancholy. "When you have a doll, you lose your husband." Alice's pretty face blushed, but she pretended not to understand and changed the topic. "This time, what's the matter?" "If you want to talk about something, there is indeed something." Wu Yan scratched his cheek. "I'm here to invite you to a banquet." "A banquet?" Alice paused for a moment. If there was one thing that was most famous in Fantasy Village, it would be banquets. Be it when Witch Boli was dealing with the mutation, or when some demons or humans were bored, they would hold 1 or 2 banquets to pass the time, or in the name of celebration. Alice likes to attend all kinds of banquets. Thus, when she heard that Wu Yan is here to invite her to a banquet, she nodded nonchalantly. "Got it. When is the banquet?" "Let me know, I'll be there." Looking at Alice's nonchalant attitude, Wu Yan got even angrier. The banquet he held before leaving Fantasy Village was ignored by his own woman just like that? Looks like it's been too long since she was taught a lesson. At an angle that Alice couldn't see, Wu Yan smiled sinisterly and quietly closed the door. The next moment, Alice's scream rang out. It didn't take long for it to turn into panting and begging for mercy. Chapter 1865. Underground World Earth Spirit Hall. In Gu Mingdiju's room. At the center of the room, Gu Mingdiju was holding a book and reading it with great interest. To Gu Mingdiju, who could directly read minds and know what others were thinking, even knowing the darkness in many people's hearts, reading was a very meaningful thing. This was because Gu Ming could only understand the content of the book through reading. It was not like when he was facing a human, where he could naturally know what the other person was thinking as long as he opened his third eye. Therefore, reading was one of Gu Ming's favorite activities. There was no other activity like reading. Compared to Gu Mingdiju, who was immersed in the world of books, Gu Mingdiju seemed to be entertaining himself. While Gu Mingdiju was reading the book with great interest, Gu Mingdiju's love was lying on the floor of Gu Mingdiju's room. She didn't care whether her clothes were dirty or not. She stared at the cat with fire on its tail in front of her with big, round, beautiful eyes wide open. That was the famous fire cat in the underground world. The fire cats in Earth Spirit Hall were all Gu Mingdiju's pets. It could also be said that they were Gu Mingdiju's pets. At this moment, Gu Mingdiju was chatting with the fire cat in front of her to pass time. Hey, why do you have fire on your tail? Meow. The fire cat tilted its head and looked confused. Although this fire cat could not turn into a human like the fire cat Phosphorus, it already had the basic intelligence. It was not just this fire cat. In Earth Spirit Hall, Guming Diju's pets all had a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, why would Guming Diju's love let his pets do all the work in Earth Spirit Hall? Therefore, this fire cat could understand Guming Diju's words. Unfortunately, although it could understand, it could not speak. It could not speak. It didn't know how to do that. It could only give the simplest answer. Of course, such an answer was basically, other than Guming Diju who could directly read its heart. It was unlikely that anyone else would know what it meant, including Guming Diju. What is meow? Guming Diju expressed that the two languages did not seem to be from the same country. She tilted her head. His face was filled with doubt. Will there be fire in your tail if you say meow? Meow. Meow. Lian is meowing, but there is no fire in her tail. Meow. I almost forgot that Lian doesn't have a tail. Meow. Meow. Why is it still meow? Lian started to pout, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Don't you want to talk to Lian? Meow. The flame cat also expressed that it was under a lot of pressure to have such a naive and romantic little sister, who didn't know anything. Just like that, the extremely strange conversation between the human and the cat continued in the form of self-entertainment. Other than the man and the cat, the only person present, Guming Diju, did not notice this rather annoying scene at all. It was not that Guming Diju did not care about his sister, but first of all, Guming Diju's attention was completely focused on the book in his hand, so she did not have the spare energy to pay attention to anything else. Secondly, that was also the reason why Guming Diju had fallen in love with her. Guming Diju had sealed his soul and had the ability to control his subconscious. Guming Diju's sense of existence was originally weak, so even if she passed by people's sight, it was possible that she would not be noticed. Because of this, and because Guming Diju's attention was focused on the book in his hand, so even if Guming Diju's voice and the cat's meowing were echoing in the room, Guming Diju did not notice. From various aspects, this was indeed a very strange scene. At least, he directly came to the room with the magic of space transfer. Wu Yan, who had just come out of Alice's room, saw this scene and was speechless for a long time. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there was a lingering trace of joy between Wu Yan's brows. It was the lingering pleasure after he did something inexplicable to Alice under the circumstances of not knowing whether it was punishment or venting his dissatisfaction in his heart. Now, when he saw this strange scene in front of him, the lingering pleasure quickly disappeared, leaving behind only an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, Guming Diju, who was still bored talking to the flame cat, noticed that there seemed to be another person in the room. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Wu Yan. Then her eyes brightened, and she jumped up happily and cheered out loud. Brother! Brother? No matter how he did not notice the existence of Guming Diju, Guming Diju could not hear Guming Diju's loud voice. Then Guming Diju raised his head in confusion and looked forward. Then he saw Guming Diju's face was full of excitement, and she rushed to Wu Yan. Suddenly, Guming Diju was stunned. When he found that it was Wu Yan, his eyes also brightened. He put down the book in his hand and stood up with some surprise. Brother! Guming Diju jumped in front of Wu Yan excitedly, looking at Wu Yan with big sparkling eyes. Her eyes were full of joy. Is it you? Did you come to see Diju? Looking at Guming Diju's strangely happy and cute look, Wu Yan could not help but smile. He reached out his hand and touched Guming Diju's little head. I came to see you guys. Are you happy? Happy. Guming Diju also reached out her hand and hugged Wu Yan's leg like a koala bear, laughing softly. Keeping the look of touching Guming Diju's head, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked forward. He met Guming Diju's eyes. Looking at Guming Diju's surprised look, he smiled and greeted him. How have you been recently? Listening to this most ordinary greeting, Guming Diju felt touched from the bottom of his heart. It could not be helped. Because of the ability to read minds, Guming Diju knew everything about others. He was hated by almost all humans, demons, and gods. When did he hear such words? Just the simple greeting made Guming Diju very satisfied. It also made Guming Diju feel that meeting Wu Yan was a very lucky thing. I just read books when I have nothing to do and walk around Earth Spirit Hall with A Lin and Ah Kong. Guming Diju smiled gently. Also, Diju has not been running around recently. With Diju accompanying me, it is not boring. Is that so? Wu Yan hesitated for a bit before asking. Have you always been like this in Earth Spirit Hall? Guming Diju did not want to hide anything from Wu Yan, and nodded seriously. No one would welcome me anywhere else. I don't like to run around. Hearing this, Wu Yan scratched his face and showed a troubled expression. This made Guming Diju curious. What's wrong? No. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Originally, I wanted to invite you to a banquet on the surface. Who knew that you don't like to run around? Banquet. Guming Diju was stunned. Banquet. Guming Diju looked very interested. Diju saw something called a banquet when Diju went to the surface. It was very fun. Banquets are for fun. Wu Yan patted Guming Diju's head lovingly. How about it? Do you want to go? I want to go, I want to go. Guming Diju shouted without hesitation. Diju wants to go. Diju. Guming Diju frowned and scolded her. You can't be so rude. Sister, let's go to that banquet. Guming Diju looked pitifully at Guming Diju. Diju wants to go. But Guming Diju was in a difficult position. If you really don't want to go, I won't force you. Wu Yan comforted her. As for Diju, if you trust me, how about letting me take care of her? No, it's not that I don't want to go. Guming Diju shook his head and sighed. It's just that, will the people on the surface welcome us? Hearing this, Wu Yan remembered. Previously, the demons in the underground world had brought some trouble to the surface. Even the laziest Ling Meng was busy for a period of time. After that, Ling Meng banned the demons from the underground world from entering the surface. It was no wonder that Guming Diju thought so. Leave this to me. Wu Yan patted his chest. I'll make it clear to Ling Meng. I see. Guming Diju was slightly moved. After seeing Guming Diju's pleading look, he nodded. Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 1866. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. Step by step, Wu Yan walked on the mountain path leading to the Eternal Pavilion. He seemed to be reminiscing about the environment in the Lost Bamboo Forest. He didn't use spatial magic and walked like an ordinary person. His gaze was focused on the area in front of him. Wu Yan took a good look at the brand new house that looked a bit strange. In the courtyard of the house, Ling Xian was holding some herbs and identifying them with a troubled expression. Master, which herb are you looking for? As Yonglin's disciple, Ling Xian's fighting strength wasn't that great. She wasn't even at the 9th level. She was just hovering around the 8th level. It wasn't that Ling Xian didn't have any talent. Yonglin didn't want Ling Xian to become a disciple with great fighting strength. Instead, she wanted Ling Xian to be her successor in the medical field. It seemed like she wanted Ling Xian to inherit her medical skills. Ling Xian, on the other hand, had been with Yonglin for quite some time now. When it came to herbs, Ling Xian believed that it was almost impossible for her to not recognize them. But every time Ling Xian thought so, Yonglin seemed to be able to see through Ling Xian's mind. She would find some plants that Ling Xian had never seen before, and let Ling Xian identify them. Clearly this time, Ling Xian was stumped by the herbs that Yonglin had found from God knows where. Don't tell me they aren't herbs? It was inevitable that Ling Xian would have such doubts. After all, there was once when Yonglin grabbed a bunch of weeds outside, and asked Ling Xian to identify them. Ling Xian studied them for a dozen days, but couldn't figure out that they were just ordinary weeds. It wasn't that Ling Xian was stupid. Yonglin was too smart in her heart. Ling Xian didn't expect Yonglin to trick her by grabbing a bunch of weeds. She mistook them for herbs. Thus Ling Xian didn't think that they were weeds. She thought they were herbs that looked like weeds. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Ling Xian struggling with the plant. His laughter attracted Ling Xian's attention. Master Bai? Ling Xian was startled by his words. Then he quickly stood up. He bowed respectfully to Wu Yan. Lord Bai. Good morning. Ling Xian. Wu Yan beckoned to Ling Xian. Are you busy? I'm not in a hurry. I'm just identifying some herbs. Ling Xian replied with some awkwardness. Are you looking for Her Highness? Then I'll go and report to Master. I am indeed here to look for Huey. Wu Yan said strangely. But I'm looking for Huiyi. Why are you reporting to Yonglin instead? Ling Xian hesitated for a moment, feeling a little awkward. Then he said carefully. Master said that if Lord Bai comes to look for Her Highness, we must report to her first. This Yonglin. Wu Yan was speechless and had no choice but to compromise. There's no other way. Although it's very troublesome, this is the only way. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling Xian smiled gratefully at Wu Yan and walked into the Forever Pavilion to report to Yonglin. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, the bored Wu Yan sensed an extremely restrained, but strangely powerful and mysterious familiar presence slowly approaching him from within the UCI Pavilion. A few seconds later, the door of the Forever Pavilion opened and Yonglin walked out. She looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile. What? You want to look for trouble in the Forever Pavilion after fighting with the flower demon in the sunflower field? Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. He was surprised by this. You know? I know. Yonglin shook her head. I think I'm not the only one in the fantasy village who knows. Many people should have sensed the aura you leaked when you fought with the flower demon that day. Yonglin subconsciously glanced at Wu Yan. She's a bit surprised by his reaction. That day, when Wu Yan fought with Fengjian Yuxiang, Yonglin sensed his aura and secretly paid attention to it. Although it wasn't something that could be casually mentioned, Yonglin saw the entire battle that day. Naturally, she also saw Wu Yan's combat power. To be honest, Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yan to be able to fight Fengjian Yuxiang to a draw. That's a result that Yonglin might have to risk everything to achieve. Yonglin knew that Wu Yan wasn't strong enough to fight Fengjian Yuxiang to a draw. Wu Yan was barely qualified to fight her, let alone fight Fengjian Yuxiang. Coupled with the fact that she saw Wu Yan using the power of realm manipulation that only Yukari can do, Yatsuki guessed that Wu Yan must have used some sort of method to temporarily increase his power. That's how he achieved such a result. However, no matter what, Wu Yan had the ability to fight Fengjian Yuxiang, Yakumo Yukari, or herself. This was basically confirmed. Yonglin felt that it was necessary to re-examine Wu Yan. That's the ability you got from the system, right? Yonglin looked at Wu Yan with eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The method that allows people to temporarily gain power beyond their own and Yakumo Yukari's ability. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly when he saw Yonglin's eyes that looked like she wanted to dissect him. Rather than saying that I got it from the system, it's better to say that I got it from my own bloodline. Yonglin narrowed her eyes slightly. Vampire's ancestor? You even know that? Wu Yan was puzzled by her reaction. Since you know everything, why are you still asking me? If I could really know everything, I wouldn't have let you have such a relationship with the princess. Yonglin's tone was a little cold. It's just that I've seen a creature of the night just like you over the eons. I don't know how long ago. Have you seen the ancestor? Wu Yan mused for a bit before he finally said something like that. Have you seen the dragon god? Dragon god? Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yan to ask such a question. She frowned slightly. You mean the dragon god in Fantasy Village? You must be one of the oldest existences in Fantasy Village, right? Wu Yan stared at Yonglin. The dragon god appeared in Fantasy Village for the last time when Bori was building the barrier. If it's you, you must have seen the dragon god, right? Fantasy Village used to be a remote place in the world before it was isolated from the outside world. In other words, Fantasy Village existed before the dragon god appeared for the last time. If Yonglin was already in the Fantasy Village at that time, she should have seen the dragon god who appeared in the Fantasy Village for the last time. However, Yonglin shook her head while Wu Yan was thinking. No, you're wrong, I haven't seen the dragon god. Wu Yan was stunned. Indeed, the princess and I already existed in the Fantasy Village before the Great Barrier was built. Yonglin sighed. But at that time, in order to avoid the people from the moon, the princess exiled the entire Forever Pavilion to the world of Forever. It wasn't until recently that the Forever Pavilion really appeared in Fantasy Village. You know this, so neither the princess nor I have seen the dragon god. I see. Wu Yan nodded with disappointment. Then there's no other way. Why did you suddenly mention the dragon god? Yonglin Yagi asked in confusion. You're not the kind of person who would miss the gods that are almost forgotten by everyone, right? Well, there are all kinds of reasons. Wu Yan said perfunctorily, then smiled bitterly. By the way, I'm here for Kaguya. Where is she? You're looking for the princess because of the banquet, right? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yan. That crow seems to have gotten the news from somewhere, and is spreading it everywhere. The Forever Pavilion also got the news, so you don't have to run around anymore, just go back and prepare. Paparazzi? Wu Yan was stunned, then pursed his lips. I almost forgot about her. I should have just let her invite her, so I don't have to run around. Just like that, the news that a grand banquet was about to be held spread throughout Fantasy Town. The venue of the banquet was Bori Shrine. Chapter 1867. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. Today early in the morning, there were people flying in from afar and landing in front of the newly built Bori Shrine. In fact, although they were called humans, there were only a few real humans among the many existences that came to the Bori Shrine. The rest were all monsters, fairies, spirits, and other races that only existed in fantasy villages. There was only one reason why so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences would fill the open space in front of the Bori Shrine. That is, today, a grand banquet will be held in the Bori Shrine. It was precisely because the banquet was held in the Bori Shrine that so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences came. After all, if there is a place in Fantasy Village that is the most famous, it is definitely the Bori Shrine. Although the Bori Shrine is not the only shrine in Fantasy Village, the importance of the Bori Shrine to Fantasy Village is even more important than the various races that live here. Not for other reasons, just because without the Bori Shrine, Fantasy Village would not exist. The Bori Shaman who managed the Fantasy Village was here. The Bori Shaman was also the one who established the Great Barrier and gave birth to the current Fantasy Village. Not to mention, the Bori Shrine also worshipped the highest level god in the Fantasy Village, the Dragon God. Of course now, in Fantasy Village, except for those who have lived for a long time, basically no one knows about the existence of the Dragon God. This was not surprising. The Dragon God had never shown his miracles, unlike the Guardian Arrow Shrine on the Demon Mountain. As long as someone offered faith, the god there would definitely give back a certain miracle. It made people wonder whether the so-called highest level god in the Fantasy Village really existed. And this is also one of the phenomena that made the Purple Association doubt whether the Dragon God still exists. No one knows whether the god worshipped exists or not. In addition, the Bori Shrines which is lazy all day long. They were cold and indifferent to everyone. On the way to the shrine, monsters that were good at attacking humans would appear from time to time. Due to various reasons, very few humans would come to the Bori Shrine to worship. However, this does not affect the popularity of the Bori Shrine in Fantasy Village. Even if the god they worshipped was no longer around, there were only a few worshippers. Magus Bo Li was the manager of Fantasy Village on the surface. Furthermore, she would come out from time to time to deal with troublesome demons and resolve any anomalies. The most well-known place in Fantasy Village was undoubtedly the Bori Shrine. Therefore, even though the Bori Shrine was not very popular, there were still many monsters and even great monsters who liked to visit the Bori Shrine. Needless to say, the moment they heard that the Bori Shrine was going to hold a banquet, basically all the well-known, unknown, powerful, and not so powerful monsters in the Fantasy Village came here in groups of 2s and 3s, filling the open space in front of the Bori Shrine with people. Standing in the hallway of the Bori Shrine, Ling Meng looked at the noisy area in front of her. There were at least a few hundred demons, and Ling Meng fidgeted with her jet black hair, almost causing the huge red bow to fall off. Is it so difficult to spend a few days leisurely? Well, isn't this good? Marissa stood beside Ling Meng. Unlike the resentful Ling Meng, Marissa appeared to be in high spirits. This banquet is sponsored by the little brother from the Yakumo family. You don't have to pay for it. Furthermore, you can eat and drink for free. That's very enviable. We can eat and drink for free, but we can forget about the banquet. Princess Ling Meng did not hesitate to say those words. It wasn't easy for me to rebuild my shrine. What if these guys cause me trouble again? What should I do? It seems that Wenwen and I have been the ones who have been rebuilding the shrine. Marissa laughed dryly and muttered. Besides, it's not like you don't have any benefits. The bow on Ling Meng's head shook slightly and she snorted coldly. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like she was faking it. What are you talking about? He. Marissa let out an extremely mischievous laugh. Do you think I don't know? The little brother from the Yakumo family has already paid you for the venue, right? How is that possible? Ling Meng's face stiffened slightly, and she put on a fake smile. How could I possibly agree to lend the venue to such a troublesome person? Is that so? It was rare for Marissa to speak in a tone as if she had the upper hand. She was immensely pleased with herself. Stop hiding it, Ling Meng. When the little brother from the Yakumo family came to borrow the venue from you, he said that he would pay you for the venue. Wenwen saw it and told me everything. You can't lie to me. Wenwen? Ling Meng was startled and she clenched her teeth. It's that damned paparazzi again. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Ling Meng, just confess. Marissa patted Ling Meng's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Why don't I go find the little brother from the Yakumo family and tell him personally that you won't be borrowing the venue for this banquet? You won't be charging him for the venue either. How is that possible? Ling Meng's eyes widened. I am the noble Boli witch. How can I let the gold in my hands fly away? Hearing this, even with Marissa's thick nerves, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let's not talk about the relationship between gold coin and the witch. Just the words noble character and unquestionable integrity, when used on Princess Ling Meng, was already worth pondering over. You actually hid such a big matter from me. On the other side, Remilia was hovering in the air in a corner of the noisy crowd. She angrily shouted at Wu Yan, whose ears were hurting from being yelled at. Why didn't I know that you were planning to hold such a big banquet? Calm down. Calm down. Wu Yan hurriedly waved his hand in an attempt to calm Remilia down. I saw that you were holding a banquet in the Red Devil Mansion, so I didn't tell you. That's that. That's that. Remilia yelled in a frenzy. Such a big banquet. If others find out that the Red Devil Mansion's butler paid for it, and the Red Devil Mansion didn't contribute a single cent, where am I supposed to put my face? You said it yourself. This is this and that is that. I didn't hold this banquet as the Red Devil Mansion's butler. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, if it doesn't work, I can just tell others that the Red Devil Mansion is the one behind this banquet. All right, your head. Remilia's anger didn't lessen. It won't take long for people to dig out the truth about this matter. Do you think that paparazzi has been faking it all this time? Remy, calm down first. Patrice silently closed the book in her hand. She seemed to be annoyed by the ruckus and said helplessly. The banquet is already held and most of the invited guests are here. The banquet will officially begin soon. Even if you keep making a ruckus here, it won't be of any use. Yes. Now isn't the time to quarrel. Remilia snapped out of her daze and glared at Wu Yan before turning to Zuoyi. While there's still time, Zuoyi, hurry up and prepare some dishes and wine for the banquet. At the very least, these things should be provided by us. That way, others won't have anything to say. Yes, miss. Eldest young miss. Bu Yi bowed, and with a flash he disappeared on the spot. Wu Yan could only roll his eyes. In about half an hour, the banquet would officially begin. Even if Zuoyi had the ability to manipulate time, it would be very tiring to prepare all the dishes and wine needed for the banquet during this period of time. This Remilia actually made Zuoyi work so hard just for a bit of face. It seems like I have to find some time to teach her a lesson. Wu Yan's gaze wandered between Remilia and Patrice for a while before he asked, Right, where's Fran? Just as Remilia was about to reply, a series of hurried footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. Not long later, Wu Yan felt a weight on his back as two petite figures appeared. Big brother. Fran's face was slightly flushed, and she seemed to be very happy. Big brother. The other was Gu Ming's love. Chapter 1868. Lian Lian? Looking at the naughty Furan who was lying on his back with her head peeking out from his shoulder, Wu Yan laughed. You're here? Gu Ming Di Lian nodded his head heavily, his little feet dangling in the air, swaying non-stop. Lian Lian is here, and there's a lot of people with her. Gu Ming's love, who had come to the surface more than once, naturally had seen the scene of the banquet. Moreover, after the mutation caused by the monsters in the underground world was resolved by Ling Meng, the fantasy paradise held a banquet as usual. At that time, Gu Ming's love had also participated. However, the scale of the banquet then was on a completely different level compared to this one. Putting everything else aside, the number of monsters attending the banquet alone was so large that even Gu Ming's love was surprised. Where's your sister? Wu Yan pinched Gu Ming Di Lian's nose. Don't tell me that you abandoned your sister and ran over here by yourself? That's not bad. Lian Lian is not that bad. Besides, I won't let Lian Lian come alone. Gu Ming Lian wrinkled her nose and pointed in a direction. Sister is over there. Wu Yan, Remilia, and Patrice looked in the direction Gu Ming Di Lian pointed. Gu Ming Di Lian was looking around with Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. They seemed to be looking for something. Gu Ming Di Lian scanned the surroundings, nimbly passing by demons and walking towards them. Sister! Gu Ming Di Lian shouted. I'm here. Gu Ming Dijue looked over when he heard Gu Ming Dijue. When he saw Furan and Gu Ming Dijue lying on Wu Yan's back, he couldn't help but grin as he walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Ming Di Lian smiled. I'm not late, right? Thank goodness the banquet hasn't started yet. Wu Yan greeted Gu Ming Di Lian and waved at Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. Hello you two. Facing this one and only friend that their master thought about every day, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor did not dare to be negligent. They quickly bowed. Why are you two here? At this moment, Remilia frowned and glared at Wu Yan. You even informed the people of Earth Spirit Hall but not me. What is the meaning of this? Oh please. You know they live in the underworld. They'll need some time to get here. Of course I have to inform them in advance. Remilia seemed to be brooding over the fact that he didn't inform her beforehand. Wu Yan didn't know what expression he should show. Also, it's not like I didn't inform you. It's not like you came uninvited, so why are you still brooding over it? I don't care. Remilia said willfully. If there's a next time, you have to inform me first. Do you hear me? Yes. Wu Yan could only reply helplessly. Patrice, Gu Ming Di Lian and the others found it funny. And in just a short while, another familiar figure appeared on the scene. Lord Bai. Following this voice, three figures appeared in Wu Yan's vision. One of them is a girl with bunny ears who greeted Wu Yan just now. One of them was a young girl with a cold and elegant temperament walking at the side. There was also an elegant young lady who walked in front of them. She was dressed in a Japanese outfit and had long, silky black hair that flowed like a waterfall. She looked like a princess. They were Pinglai Mountain's Huiyi, Yonglin Bai and Ling Xian. How lively! Pinglai Mountain's Huiyi looked at the lively scene and seemed to be lost in thought. How long has it been since this concubine saw such a lively scene? Since betraying the moon? Huey of Mount Punglai had been living in the Forever Pavilion for a long time. He did not even appear in people's sight when the Forever Pavilion held an exhibition. He hid in his room and lived an otaku life. Thus, Punglai Mountain's Huiyi didn't know how long it had been since she went out. She also didn't know how long it had been since she saw such a lively scene. Yonglin Bai also seemed to be reminiscing. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I saw so many people. At this moment, these two girls who didn't seem to be over 20 years old were filled with an aura of vicissitudes. It was hard for people to get used to it. Wu Yan was the only one who teased him. Now you finally know how much of an otaku you are? This sentence was naturally directed at Punglai Mountain's Huiyi. As a lady of a noble family, It's not strange that you don't go out. Punglai Mountain's Huiyi finally recovered from her absent-minded state. She dragged her long sleeves and covered the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Besides, the human heart is very complicated. For a weak girl like me, if I run around, I don't know when I will be abducted by a strange uncle. Saying these words, Mount Punglai's Huey still acted as if it was a serious matter, tenderly stroking his cheek. Without a doubt, Mount Punglai Kagaya was a great beauty. She was a woman who was much more beautiful than those who called themselves beauties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have conquered an entire era with her beauty and written her own monogatari. When such a great beauty touched the side of her face, it was indeed breathtaking. Even Remilia, Guming Diju, and the other young girls couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Wu Yan couldn't help but retort. Let's not talk about whether you're weak or not. Only a little loli would be abducted by a strange uncle. You're not a delicate loli. You won't attract a strange uncle. Don't worry. Allah, have you forgotten my ability? Punglai Mountain's Huiyi smiled slyly. My ability is to control forever and for a moment. I have already recorded the moment when I was still a loli. I can reproduce it at any time. How about it? Do you want to see it? The loli version of Punglai Mountain's Huiyi. Asking if he wanted to see it or not, of course he wanted to. For a moment, Wu Yan almost wavered. But when he saw the sly expression in Punglai Mountain's eyes, his heart suddenly turned cold. Intuition told Wu Yan that if he really answered yes, he would definitely be tricked by this two-faced princess. Thus, Wu Yan flatly refused. Forget it. You should find someone else to see it. Is that so? Punglai Mountain's Huiyi shook her head in disappointment. A trace of vexation surfaced in her eyes. Clearly, it was because Wu Yan didn't fall for her trick. This made Wu Yan rejoice. All of a sudden, Patrice lifted her head and looked in a certain direction. She paused for a moment and knitted her brows. What's wrong? Noticing Patrice's change, Remilia asked. Then, she turned to the direction Patrice was looking at just now. The others also looked over curiously. Soon after, everyone present saw another familiar figure flying towards them in mid-air. There were two palm-sized people floating beside him. Wu Yan's spirit jolted as he raised his hand, and without thinking he yelled out, Alice! Hearing someone calling her, Alice, who was flying over, turned around and met Wu Yan's gaze. Her pretty face quickly turned red. It couldn't be helped. Not long ago, when Wu Yan invited her to the banquet, she placed all her attention on Eve's heart and ignored Wu Yan. As a result, she was viciously dealt with by Wu Yan. Alice still couldn't forget the scene where Wu Yan placed her in 18 different positions. In the end, she could only beg for mercy due to exhaustion. While Alice was furious, she also fiercely glared at Wu Yan. Even so, Alice obediently brought Shanghai and Punglai to land in front of Wu Yan's group. Alice didn't realize that she was getting more and more used to interacting with Wu Yan. She was no longer as distant as before. This made Wu Yan secretly delighted. If it continued like this, sooner or later, Alice would be willing to accompany him by his side, and it would be a matter of course. However, this joyful mood collapsed at the next moment. After landing in front of Wu Yan, Alice didn't look at Wu Yan immediately. Instead, she looked at Patrice. Wu Yan could only curse inwardly. These two girls with Yuri plots, they wouldn't quarrel, right? Chapter 1869. Not sure if they sensed something, but the moment Alice and Patrice exchanged glances, the surrounding girls quietened down. This wasn't the first time Remilia had witnessed Alice and Patrice, who were usually calm and indifferent. Whenever they met, they would quarrel with each other like needles against a wheat mang. Remilia felt a headache coming on. Gumming Diju seemed to have read some information from Alice and Patrice. He looked at Alice, Patrice and even Wu Yan with an odd gaze before retreating to the side with Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. As for Yonglin and Ling Xian, they chose to observe silently. Mount Punglai's bright knight rolled his eyes and revealed an expression of watching a show. Even Fran and Gumming Diju, who were lying on Wu Yan's back, widened their eyes, waiting to see what would happen next. Seeing this group of despicable fellows choosing to remain silent, Wu Yan could only bitterly laugh and let Alice and Patrice go. Just when everyone thought that Alice and Patrice were going to quarrel like before, the two of them revealed helpless smiles at the same time. It was as if they had thought through something and gotten over it. I thought you weren't coming. Patrice smiled faintly. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Since you've invited me, of course I'll come. Alice nodded her head calmly, as though everything she had done before was just like a child playing around. Moreover, wouldn't it be a loss if I didn't come to such a large-scale banquet? That's right. I don't know how long it has been since I attended such a large-scale banquet. In the past, such a banquet would only be held once a year at Beauty Shrine, right? It's a pity that Beauty Shrine hasn't held such a large ceremony for many years. Indeed, it's a pity. Immediately, Alice and Patrice ignored the surrounding people and started chatting with each other. Moreover, they seemed to be having a good time, causing Remilia to be at a loss. What's going on? This question was also what Wu Yan wanted to ask. Looking at Alice and Patrice, who are chatting like old friends, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of this possibility. Could it be that these two Yuri girls have gotten over it? Could it be that he was just smiling on the surface, and secretly made an appointment to find a place to fight to the death later? While Wu Yan had such a thought, Patrice suddenly spoke to Alice. Right, Marissa is over there with Princess Ling Meng. If you want to find her, you can go over there. Marissa? Alice was startled. Her face was filled with curiosity. Why should I find Marissa? This time, it was Patrice's turn to be startled. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. But didn't you have feelings for Marissa? I don't understand what you're talking about. As if she didn't want to hear anything, Alice interrupted Patrice and looked straight at her. If we really want to talk about it, shouldn't you be the one looking for Marissa? How could that be? Patrice's brows twitched. Marissa and I are just ordinary friends. Patrice's words weren't forced at all. Anyone could tell that she wasn't lying. At the very least, she wasn't lying. Naturally, Alice also heard it. She narrowed her eyes. But Marissa and I are also just ordinary friends. Similar to Patrice, Alice's words didn't feel like she was lying at all. Her credibility was at least 90%. In other words, because of a certain matter, the two of them had mistaken Marissa, who used to have a Yuri plot, as an ordinary friend. Because of this matter, they also mistakenly believed that the other party still had a Yuri plot towards Marissa. Simply put, the reason why Patrice and Alice didn't quarrel like before was because there was no longer a need to quarrel. Their orientations had been twisted by a certain wolf, and they no longer coveted Marissa. Therefore, they couldn't be at each other's throats anymore. Then, here comes the question. Since both of their orientations had changed, then who was the one who had changed their orientation? Even though they didn't know why the other party no longer coveted Marissa, Patrice and Alice sharply sensed who the problem was. They lifted their heads and shot their ice-cold gazes at Wu Yan. Wu Yan started sweating profusely when he heard Patrice and Alice talking to each other about what happened. Whether it was Patrice or Alice, both of them used to like Marissa. Now, it seemed like they no longer had any feelings for Marissa. However, the one who changed them was him. Wu Yan had a rough idea of what would happen next. On the other side, upon witnessing Wu Yan's sweat-drenched appearance, Patrice and Alice instantly understood what was going on. Their gazes turned sharp. Could it be that you also? Toward Alice. Could it be that you also? Toward Patrice. These two sentences came out of Patrice and Alice's mouth at almost the same time. At the same time, Patrice and Alice understood what was going on. They fell into silence, and their gazes toward each other were no longer as harmonious as before. Instead, their gazes were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Actually, I know about the matter between you and Marissa. After a while, Patrice revealed a sincere smile. Don't worry. I will support you. Please allow me to return those words to you. Alice neutralized Patrice's attack with an indifferent expression. Even though Marissa and I are just ordinary friends, we can still be considered neighbors. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to tell me. I will definitely help if it's within my means. It's a pity that Marissa and I are also just ordinary friends. Moreover, I feel that the two of you are quite compatible. That must be your misconception. I feel that since Marissa often goes to your place, she should have a good impression of you. Marissa only goes to my place to steal books. Perhaps she only pretends to steal books and secretly visits you. What about you? Didn't you say before that you always wanted to take time out to play with Marissa? You two should have a good relationship, right? Of course our relationship is good, but it can't be compared to the two of you. No, you must be too polite. No, you must be too modest. Patrice and Alice simultaneously revealed a bright smile that didn't contain a trace of a smile. The content of their conversation changed from a joyous conversation to an intense battle of offense and defense. Remilia's blank expression became more and more intense. What the hell is going on? Era. Mount Punglai covered her mouth and laughed. That's interesting. Sigh. Gu Ming sighed as he glanced at Wu Yan, who was sweating profusely. What a grave sin. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He could only laugh dryly. Unknowingly, time passed by. At this moment, the demons that filled the empty space in front of Bori Shrine quietened down and cast their gazes forward. Wu Yan stood in the hallway of Bori Shrine under the gazes of all the demons present. It was as if he was standing on a stage. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar people and demons below and closed his eyes. Thank you very much for coming to this banquet. I believe many of you have more or less heard of my name. Here, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yakumo Bai. I am the head of Yakumo family and also the housekeeper of Scarlet Devil Mansion. Looking at the demons below, Wu Yan's face slowly revealed a smile. Truth be told, although I have the surname Yakumo, I am actually an outsider. I have only been in Fantasy Village for less than 10 days. During this period of time, I've met a lot of people, encountered a lot of things, traveled to a lot of places, and caused a lot of trouble. But because of this, I've also made a lot of connections, felt the beauty of the fantasy town, and seen a lot of interesting things. It makes me feel that the fantasy town is really a very incredible place. Wu Yan recalled what happened to him in the short span of 10 days in Gensokyo. He grinned as he looked in a certain direction. There Remilia, Fran, Patrice, Zuyi, Alice, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Lingwu Lukong, Flaming Cat, Mount Punglai Kagaya, Yonglin Ba-yi, and Ling Xian were all standing there. They seemed to have resonated with Wu Yan's words, and their expressions softened. Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumaru Sensei were also standing on the other side. They seemed to be reminiscing. In the sky, in a pitch-black spatial crack, Zilan and Chung were there as well. They had sincere smiles on their faces, which calmed people down involuntarily. Wu Yan took in a deep breath. Today's banquet is not for any other reason, but for this fantasy village that has touched me a lot. I hope that this banquet will leave everyone with beautiful memories, and let everyone feel the incredible things that only belong to Fantasy Village. Wu Yan raised his hand high up in the air. Let us enjoy this incredible Fantasy Village at this banquet. Oh, at this moment, cheers resounded in the sky of Fantasy Village and didn't die down for a long time. Chapter 1870. Night gradually fell, but the liveliness of the Boli Shrine did not decrease at all. At this moment, in the open space in front of the Boli Shrine, no matter where it was, there was a picnic cloth spread there, almost covering the open space in front of the Boli Shrine. And on these picnic cloths of various colors, hot dishes and bottles of wine had already occupied every picnic cloth. The monsters sat in twos and threes like this, laughing and chatting while eating and drinking in a lively manner. Perhaps no one realized that almost 70% of the demons who gathered in twos and threes, laughing and chatting, were not even friends. They had only met each other once. And some had not even met each other before this banquet. They were pure strangers who had not even met each other before this banquet. It was this group of monsters who were strangers to each other. At this moment, they were like relatives and friends who had known each other for many years. They chatted and got to know each other, and they even put their arms around each other's shoulders. This scene could only happen in this inconceivable fantasy town. Whether it was humans or monsters, at this moment, they forgot their identity, forgot their race, forgot their friendship, forgot everything, and only enjoyed themselves for the sake of happiness. Under such circumstances, in the sky above the Boli shrine, for almost the entire day, there were all kinds of noises echoing. But among these noises there was laughter. It did not make people feel that it was noise, and it was annoying. Fortunately, before this banquet, Wu Yan had already prepared a variety of dishes and wine. In addition, before the banquet began, Zanyi had also helped to prepare a lot. Even though there were many monsters who came to the banquet, there was always enough food, and it did not dampen everyone's spirits. Of course, no matter how abundant it was, even if food was provided infinitely, the stomachs of the people who came to the banquet were limited. Even the monsters with special physiques were the same. Thus, when night fell, the sky turned dark. In the open space in front of the Boli shrine, there were already many monsters with bitter faces. They held their big bellies and looked like they could not take it anymore. And those who were laughing and chatting with those who were full, but still had energy to spare, simply stood up. He allowed them to rest as he walked towards the tablecloths below. He continued to drink in big gulps and laughed loudly. He was having a great time. In addition to food, drinking was also a problem. They had been drinking since the morning, and by noon, many of them had already collapsed to the ground with flushed faces. They even burped from time to time, as if they were in a drunken stupor. There was even a silly smile on their faces. Those who were still awake continued to play, from noon until late at night. Some people who woke up in the middle of the night continued to drink, and naturally, they were going to faint anyway, so they might as well just get drunk. In this place, some people liked the atmosphere of drinking. Some people liked to be drunk. Some people just kept drinking. Some people simply lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yan had already prepared for all of this before the banquet began. Moreover, in every banquet, there were bound to be people drunk all over the ground, and the way to deal with it had already been decided long ago. Thus, under Wu Yan's guidance, every time a drunk person passes out, the Yoshi maids of Scarlet Devil Mansion would bring thick clothes or blankets and cover the drunk person or monster on the ground. Then they would let the drunk person go to sleep. In any case, most of the people who came to the banquet were monsters, and it was impossible for them to catch a cold or have a fever from sleeping on the ground for a night, right? Just like this, the banquet was still lively. Sitting in a corner, Wu Yan held a wine plate full of wine in his hand, and took small sips as he looked around. Oh, come, continue drinking. Lying on Wu Yan's left were Remilia and Guming Dijue. These two girls were at odds from the beginning, as if they wanted to continue the battle that day, and kept drinking, and in the end, naturally, they fell there drunk, and could not get up again. Big brother. On Wu Yan's right, Furan and Guming Dijue were also lying down, sleeping very comfortably with faint smiles on their faces. Unlike her elder sister, these two girls were only tired because they had been running around the banquet hall all day. I won't lose. Look at my power. On the side, Patrice and Alice also laid down, looking at their flushed faces. It seems like they drank quite a bit as well. Moreover, they were also competing, even more so than Remilia and Guming Dijue. As for Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flame Cat Lin, they were also unable to bear the effects of the alcohol, and had been lying down since noon, sleeping soundly until now. Only Sequoia was left alone. Looking at the drunk eldest miss, the tired second miss, and the drunk Patrice, he had a conflicted expression. He seemed to want to bid farewell to his mistress and return home to rest. But before he could say anything, he was pulled away by Marissa and Sensei Marumi. Right now, Suiyi is still being persuaded to drink by Princess Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumaru. Looking at his swaying appearance, he should not be drunk for long. Sigh. Wu Yan helplessly shook his head as he looked at this pitiful scene. He gently picked up some clothes and covered the bodies of the drunk and sleeping girls with them. In the sky, a dazzling full moon had unknowingly risen. The clamor continued. Some of the demons who were not drunk were still chatting with each other and eating and drinking. Compared to the morning, the scene was a little quieter, but it was still very lively. Looking at the beautiful full moon in the distance, Wu Yan picked up a wine plate and poured wine into it. While admiring the moon, he continued to sip the wine in his hand. Not long later, Light footsteps could be heard. The person who came did not have the slightest intention to avoid arousing suspicion, and directly sat beside Wu Yan, allowing that beautiful black hair to enter Wu Yan's eyes. Although he didn't turn his head to look, in his impression, among all the people he knows here, there is only one person who has such beautiful long black hair that cascades down like a waterfall. Moreover, he personally combed this long black hair before. Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't stop looking at the full moon. He didn't even turn his head around. Do you want to drink? Forget it. Like a dignified princess, the girl did not have any intention to play around. Her tone was tranquil. I just drank a little with Yonglin, but perhaps it's because I haven't drunk for too long. My alcohol tolerance can't be compared to before. Wu Yan didn't try to persuade him any further. He just filled his own plate to the brim. Mount Punglai did not reply. She raised her head and looked at the full moon that was emitting a silver light. Strange ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's still as beautiful as ever. Is that so? Wu Yan gently shook the wine in the wine plate in his hand. You can't see the moon on the moon, right? But you can see the ground. Mount Punglai's face was serene as if he was reminiscing. It's different in the moon capital. You don't have to wait until nighttime to see the moon. In the moon capital, you can see the ground at any time. Perhaps it's because I've seen too much of the beauty of the ground and the coldness of the moon capital that I'm looking forward to life on the ground. That might be the case. Wu Yan closed his eyes and smiled, no longer answering. After a long time, Mount Punglai's Huiyi suddenly spoke. You're planning to leave the land of fantasy, right? Can you tell? Wu Yan was not surprised. He knew that he could not hide it from Mount Punglai's Huiyi. Even if he could hide it from Mount Punglai's Huiyi, he could not hide it from Yonglin. Even if I say yes, you won't leave with me, right? Including this time, we've only met 3 times. Mount Punglai's Huiyi said with a smile that was not a smile. Do you think that just because we've met 3 times, I'll be able to follow you or follow you to another world? It's because I don't think so that I didn't mention this to you. Wu Yan's expression was still calm as he sipped his wine and said this. But you came to find me at this time. This proves that you're not that against it, right? Perhaps? Mount Punglai Huey nodded his head in agreement. He stood up, turned around, and as he walked out, he lightly left behind such a sentence. I'll wait for the day when you can take me away. Looking at the full moon in the sky and listening to those clear words, Wu Yan's eyes began to ripple. He was a little drunk. Chapter 1871. When the moon rose to the highest position in the night sky, the clamor that had been resounding in the sky above the Boli shrine had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been completely extinguished. Ignoring those who were already drunk, those who were still sober had quieted down. They held their wine plates, raised their heads, and looked at the night sky. Except for the full moon, there was no light at all. In the endless pitch-black night sky, all the sober monsters saw it. An extremely weak red stream of light, as weak as the flame on a match, suddenly rose from the back of the Boli shrine, broke through the air, and flew toward the deep night sky at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Boom! Along with such a loud noise, the pitch-black night sky was instantly illuminated by an inexplicable light source. An incomparably bright and colorful flower exploded in the sky, and at the same time, a beautiful flower-like picture was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a firework that was bright and dazzling to the extreme, enough to cover the night sky in everyone's field of vision. When the firework exploded in the night sky, everyone present felt a ringing in their ears and a tremor in their chests. Their hearts stopped beating in an instant, and before the bright and dazzling flower of light disappeared from the eyes of the monsters, another loud noise, another explosion, and a bright flower of light bloomed in the night sky. Boom, 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 boom. Not long after, the entire night sky above the Boli shrine was covered with bright fireworks, blooming in the sky along with the loud noises that rang out one after another. The pupils and faces of the monsters were all rendered colorful by the colors of the fireworks in the night sky. It looked so brilliant that everyone present seemed to be in a daze. They quietly looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky. They had forgotten everything else. As the priestess of the Boli shrine and the manager of the fantasy paradise, Ling Meng was drunk and unconscious, so she regretfully missed this scene. Marissa and soul-shooting Maru were also drunk and fell to the ground. He was snoring loudly. I can't do it again. Many of the monsters had been drinking for the entire day. There was so much wine, it was enough to make all the demons drunk. Some even drank until they vomited. After vomiting and drinking again, even their faces had turned green. However, the demons who were still sober were extremely glad that they didn't fall drunk and miss this wonderful night of fireworks. These fireworks were also the signal that announced the end of the banquet. At some point in time, the fireworks ended. The drunk Gu Mingdi Ju and the sleeping Gu Mingdi Love were carried back to the underground world by Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Lin, who finally woke up. Ling Xian is also drunk. Even Mount Penglai's Bright Knight is a little drunk. Under the care of Yong Lin, the only sober one, they leave quietly. As for Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumi Maru, the three of them were directly thrown into the Boli Shrine, where they continued to sleep. The rest of the demons also began to bid farewell to the others. Then they brought along those they were familiar with, and left in groups of 3 to 5. When they left, the demons didn't have a trace of reluctance. In the fantasy paradise, there would be a banquet every once in a while. Thus, there was no need to be reluctant at the end of the banquet. Thus, after a joyous farewell, the demons left the Boli Shrine with a face full of joy. At this point, the banquet that was held for the sake of this incredible fantasy land was finally completed. It had come to an end. Okay. Holding their heads, Patrice and Alice staggered as they walked. Their bodies swayed as though they could fall at any moment. Before the fireworks started, Patrice and Alice woke up. Perhaps it was an agreement, but they miraculously woke up at the same time. Thus, Patrice and Alice were fortunate enough to witness the rarely seen fireworks in the fantasy paradise. However, even after waking up, the hangover headache still affected Patrice and Alice. The two of them could barely walk and couldn't fly as they trudged forward step by step. In order to take care of Patrice and Alice, Wu Yan and Zhang Yi, who were carrying Fran and Remilia, purposely slowed down their pace. They walked on both sides of Patrice and Alice, taking care of them while walking at a tortoise's pace. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't I just use spatial teleportation to bring you back? Why do you have to walk? Muck. Patrice muttered cute words as she held her head. Her face was still red, but she stubbornly shook her head. I haven't reached the stage where I can't walk. After speaking, Patrice shot a glance at Alice beside her, allowing Alice to put on a brave front and speak. Me too. Obviously, the two of them wanted to compete with each other. That's why they didn't let Wu Yan carry them. It took them a lot of effort to walk. Wu Yan and Zhang Yi glanced at each other, and could only reveal a bitter smile. Fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't get drunk by Ling Meng and Marissa. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess it would be. Looking at Patrice and Alice wobbling as they walk, Corye's delicate face is flushed red. Wu Yan thought for a bit before he spoke up. Let's go. Alright, let me tell you something. Alice and Sequoia looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Patrice rolled her eyes at Wu Yan, which is a rare sight to see. Don't tell me you're going to consume some troublesome medicine to obtain someone's blood and destroy their home? Blood. Alice knitted her brows in confusion. However, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Zhang Yi didn't explain anything to her, because Wu Yan's next sentence caused everyone's heart to tremble. It should be the opposite. Wu Yan looked ahead and didn't look at Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi's expressions. I have found the 5 drops of blood essence with mystical powers. It is time to leave Fantasyland. Leave Fantasyland? Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi stopped in their tracks. Wu Yan also stopped in his tracks but didn't look at the girls' expressions. He looked ahead as though he didn't want to see a trace of sadness on their faces. On the other hand, Patrice, Alice, and Zhuye's expressions were constantly changing. Their emotions were fluctuating up and down. None of them said a word, causing the scene to become strangely silent. Phew. In the end, it was Patrice who returned to her usual self and nodded nonchalantly. Are you coming back? Alice and Raven Knight didn't say anything, but both of them became alert in an instant. Under the gazes of the 3 girls, Wu Yan nodded his head with an unquestionable attitude. Of course. Then. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before asking. How long will Lord Bai be away? I'm not sure. Wu Yan shook his head. But it won't exceed a year. I will definitely return within a year. Penglai Mountain's bright night was Wu Yan's summon. Since Penglai Mountain's bright night didn't follow Wu Yan to the Spalier world and chose to stay in this world, the time in this world wouldn't be completely frozen. Instead, it would be 100 times slower than the time in Wu Yan's world. No matter how long Wu Yan spent in another world, the barrier in Fantasyland would disappear after a year. At that time, Wu Yan wouldn't just sit by and watch. He would definitely return to Fantasyland. Therefore, a year was the longest time limit. A year? Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. A year wasn't too long for Patrice, who had lived for at least 100 years, and Alice, who had a long lifespan. As for Zhang Yi, he was an ordinary human and didn't have as long a lifespan as Alice and Patrice. However, a year wasn't considered long in a human's lifespan. Therefore, a year wasn't something he couldn't accept. Seeing the three girls heaving a sigh of relief, Wu Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. Patchouli, Alice, and Bei were happy that he didn't make them sad. Chapter 1872. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. Passing through the long corridor of the Red Devil Mansion that was surrounded by bright red without many windows, Ruoyi came to the front of a staircase. Ruoyi directly climbed up the stairs, walked out of the Red Devil Mansion, and came to the roof of the Red Devil Mansion. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as she reached the roof, before the night wind could blow on Ruoye's body, the high bell tower that belonged to the Red Devil Mansion sounded midnight, representing the passing of a day and the arrival of a new day. The pleasant sound of the bell mixed with the sound of the wind and spread in all directions. Only then did the slightly cold night wind gently blow on Ruoye's body, causing her bright silver hair to flutter. The skirt of the maid dress also rose and fell with the arrival of the wind, and the corners of the skirt swayed in a beautiful circle. This scene could not be described as not beautiful. At this moment, the soul-stirring beauty Ruoyi reached out her hand and casually pushed the hair that fluttered up and down in front of her eyes behind her ear. She raised her eyes and looked forward. There, after coming to the Red Devil Mansion, he had been wearing a suit that could be used as both casual clothes and formal clothes. Wu Yan, who had changed into an ordinary black shirt, trousers, and a black coat, stood there with his back to Ruoyi. As if he did not notice Ruoye's arrival, he looked into the distance. Looking at the figure that was looking into the distance, Ruoyi unknowingly became infatuated. It had to be said that Wu Yan was really suitable to exist at night. This was not to say that Wu Yan's character was darker and shameful, but that Wu Yan's body emitted a deep and mysterious aura from time to time. Under the influence of the night, he was like the king of the night. It made people reluctant to part with him. And Ruoyi also knew. The person in front of her was indeed the true king of the night. Because he was the fantasy village, and even the entire world. The one and only true ancestor of vampires. The person she served was originally a noble among vampires. Jaya was already used to the aura of vampires. In addition, an extremely important position in his heart had been taken away by the man in front of him in a short period of 10 days. Bu Yi couldn't stop himself from being obsessed with that figure. Just as Lu Yi was reluctant to part with the figure that almost merged with the night, the owner of the figure finally couldn't help but chuckle. He spoke. Since you are here, why don't you come over? Only then did Ruoyi come to her senses as if she was startled awake. After realizing her performance just now, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, but she still walked forward. However, Zui Yi stopped some distance away from Wu Yan. This was Dark Knight's position. Zui Yi had always positioned himself as a servant, not as a friend or lover who could sit on the same level as Wu Yan. Even if one day, Zui Yi would follow Wu Yan as a lover, she would never emphasize her position by Wu Yan's side as a lover. It wasn't that Zui Yi felt inferior, or that she didn't think she was worthy of Wu Yan. However, this kind of positioning was the only way for Zui Yi to truly express himself. She would always be the perfect and chic head maid. There was no one else. The soft moonlight sprinkled from the sky, shining on the man and woman who were like master and servant. Tonight, there were no bright stars in the night sky of the fantasy village, nor was there a mysterious light source. There was only the round moon emitting soft light. The cool night breeze was like a cold breath, drilling into the noses of Wu Yan and Zui Yi. But both of them were staring at the night scene in front of them. The bright night sky, the walls of the Red Devil Mansion, the quiet courtyard, the huge clock tower. Even the scenery of the entire fantasy village seemed to be seen by the man and woman who were like master and servant at this moment. Everything was presented in front of Wu Yan and Zui Yi. Wu Yan didn't look back to look. Zui Yi didn't express all the words she wanted to say. It was as if thousands of words were no longer important. On this night of parting, Zui Yi spat out these words. "Don't you want to tell Miss and Miss?" With Remilia's current good impression of Wu Yan, if she knew that Wu Yan left without saying goodbye, she would definitely be furious, or even depressed for a while. According to Wu Yan himself, this time, he wouldn't take Fran with him. In other words, Wu Yan would let Fran stay by Remilia's side. Otherwise, if her most important brother and sister left at the same time, Remilia wouldn't be sitting in the Red Devil Mansion. It was more likely that she would cause a ruckus in the fantasy village and look for Wu Yan and Fran. In any case, Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi was also here and couldn't be taken away. Letting Fran stay might not be a bad choice. But at the same time, if she knew that Wu Yan left without saying goodbye, wouldn't Fran cause a huge ruckus? Those two girls definitely won't let me go so easily. Wu Yan sighed faintly. I will be back in a year. It's not like I won't come back. Before I leave, I don't want those two girls to be too sad. Ji Yi was silent for a short while before he spoke again. Then what about Miss Patrice and Miss Alice? Don't you want to say goodbye to them before leaving? What about Miss Ling Meng and Miss Marissa? What about Lord Bai's friends in Earth Spirit Hall? Don't you plan on informing them? Since I don't plan on telling those two girls, I naturally can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Otherwise, Remy and Fran will definitely feel unbalanced. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. So I'll have to trouble you to inform them. Yes. Zui Yi thought for a while before nodding. Zui Yi understands. After saying this, there was another indescribable silence. It wasn't that Wu Yan had nothing to say to Zui Yi, nor that Zui Yi didn't want to say anything to Wu Yan. It was just that the two of them had the same thought. 1,000 words couldn't compare to a simple greeting at the moment of reunion. Since that was the case, it was better to not say anything and leave everything for the moment of reunion. Not long after, a pitch-black spatial crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared above the Scarlet Devil Mansion. 3 tall and petite figures walked out from it. They jumped up and lightly landed in front of Wu Yan and Zui Yi. Looking at the leader of the 3 figures, Zui Yi cried out in surprise. Devil Sage? The newcomers were Violet Shikigami and Violet Shikigami, blue and orange. Violet smiled and nodded at Zui Yi before looking at Wu Yan and shrugging. Looks like you're ready to leave. What about you? Wu Yan shrugged. You're not going to stay here? Back then, when Witch Boli borrowed the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier, I was also the one who assisted and witnessed everything. Even if someone else were to complete this job, I would still be responsible. Z replied vaguely. Besides, we're used to running around with you. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Then let's set out. Yukari nodded nonchalantly. On the other hand, Lan stepped forward and bowed to Wu Yan. Lord White, I'll leave Lord Violet to you. Sorry to trouble you, Meow. Orange quickly bowed as well. Lord White. Zui Ye's eyes flickered before he bowed as well. I wish you all the best. Wu Yan quietly looked at Sakuya. Both of them stared at each other for a while. Neither of them looked away. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He disappeared with the silent Violet. Zui Yi, blue, and orange stared in the direction the two disappeared in. They didn't react for a long time. No one noticed that at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, several figures were standing in the corridor. They were Remilia, who was supposed to be drunk, Fran, who was sound asleep, Alice, and Patrice, who was in her library. Fran hugged Remilia tightly and held back her tears. She didn't cry, and only asked with a choked voice. Big brother will come back, right? Of course. Remilia nodded heavily and hugged friend tightly. Her voice was firm. He'll definitely come back. Patrice and Alice looked at the pair of sisters who were tightly hugging each other, and exchanged glances with the same expression in their eyes. Reluctance. But more than that, there was determination. Patrice and Alice also believed in him. Wu Yan will definitely do it again. Back to Fantasy Village. Chapter 1873. Behemoth Forest, capital of alternate generations. It's a bright and sunny morning. In such a cold morning with cold winds blowing from time to time, it was believed that everyone would subconsciously resist leaving their beds the moment they woke up. Although the temperature isn't that cold, it's only around 11 or 12 degrees Celsius. In such a temperature, ordinary people might have to wear some clothes to resist the cold before they could walk outside. However, for those cultivators with a certain level of cultivation, that is, those warriors and mages with combat chi and mana flowing in their bodies, even if they wore summer clothes, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit cold. After all, when fighting aura and magic power flowed through the body of the user to a certain extent, they would provide some protection to the body. Unfortunately, in this spalier world where only warriors and mages can cultivate, there are people who don't have impetus and mana flowing through their body. They aren't warriors or mages, but they have power that ordinary warriors and mages can't match. Thus, all of them gathered in the mystical capital of a different generation. The barrier of the capital of alternate generations would provide a certain level of protection to the city within. For example, the barrier allows the capital of alternate generations to maintain a relatively warm temperature. It allows the temperature in the capital of alternate generations to not fluctuate too much. If the sun is too strong, the light will be controlled to a suitable range. But 11 or 12 degrees Celsius isn't that cold. Therefore, the barrier covering the entire capital of otherworldly beings didn't undergo much adjustment, causing the entire capital of otherworldly beings to be filled with a chilly air. Under such circumstances, the Misaka sisters who came to the streets put on their autumn clothes and went out to continue their lives in the capital of otherworldly beings. Of course, in this relatively cold weather, the weather was very cold. In the morning, many of the Misaka sisters chose to lie in their beds and didn't want to come out. It's the same phenomenon. It's also happening in the heart of alternate generations. While the rest of the girls were still on the roof of the heart of alternate generations undergoing their transformations, in the heart of alternate generations, only a handful of 4 girls who had completed their transformation could move. The president of the student council of the White Emperor College from the world of the Whirlwind Butler, Goei Chuju, hailing from the world of magical porn, Tokuwadai's electric princess, Misaka Mikoto. It came from the world of heavenly objects, the strongest strategic angel in history, Ikaros. There was also Astrea, the all-purpose angel who came from the world of heavenly object. It was these 4 girls who could be said to be famous to a certain extent, but at this time, their actions were quite shocking. A certain president, whose swordsmanship had already reached the level of a god, was half awake and half asleep. He wrapped himself in a blanket like a dumpling, vexed because he didn't know where to find autumn clothes to wear. A certain popular idol of Tokuwadai, whose electric shock ability was equally godly, also hid under his blanket in his room because of the cold temperature. Like a tortoise, he refused to come out for a long time. A certain natural all-purpose angel, who wasn't afraid of the cold, sat on the bed in her room. The ahog on her head swayed back and forth as she stared blankly at the sky outside the window. No one knew what she was thinking. As for the last one, a certain glutton who could never be full, she was the only one who came out of her room in the heart of alternate generations and came to the living room. However, the king of gluttony who could never be full, indicated that he was also distressed. Because she was squatting in a corner of the living room with her hands on her knees, staring at a square object in front of her. She pouted and her delicate body was trembling. In the living room, there was a fridge used by Wu Yan and the girls to store drinks, desserts and snacks. Now Astrea was squatting there, staring at the open fridge. Her eyes were filled with struggle. Taking a closer look, the usual drinks, desserts, and snacks in the fridge had all been used up. Only a round object was left, sitting alone in the fridge. A watermelon. A very ordinary watermelon. This ordinary watermelon was the only thing left in the fridge. Astria was starving, so she ran out of her room to look for something to eat. When she opened the fridge and saw the watermelon, her eyes were glued to it. Her eyes were filled with desire and struggle as she stared at the watermelon. Astria's delicate body trembled. Even her lips were trembling. Can I eat it? At first glance, it sounded like nonsense. But if someone in the know knew about this, they would be shocked that the glutton Astria was able to resist eating the food placed in front of her when she was hungry. By the time they realized what was going on, they would have a look of understanding on their face. There was no other reason. This watermelon is Ikaros' favorite. Ikaros has a strange hobby. She likes watermelons. It's not because she likes the taste, it's also not because she likes its existence, it's just because she likes the round watermelon. The watermelon in front of her was placed in the fridge last night, because Ikaros didn't want it to rot. Now it's the thing that Astria is struggling with. Eat it. Ikaros is bound to get angry, and when she gets angry, other than Wu Yan, no one can stop her. She might even go on a rampage and destroy the gen's heart. Don't eat it? But Astria is hungry. Unconsciously, Astria reached out her trembling hand towards the watermelon in the fridge. Just as she was about to touch the watermelon, she pulled her hand back as if she was frightened. She shook her head vigorously. No, I can't. Ikaros-senpai will kill me. Astria tried to close the fridge after she said that. But, rumble, a drawn-out voice came from Astria's stomach. Astria's resolute expression crumbled. She looked at watermelon with teary eyes. She seemed to be wavering. If it's just a whiff, it should be fine, right? Astria gulped. She didn't think about the taste of the watermelon. She slowly reached her trembling hand towards the fridge. Just as she was about to touch the watermelon, the image of Ikaros entering Sky Empress mode after knowing her watermelon was destroyed surfaced in Astria's mind. She couldn't help but twitch a little. No, I can't. I'll die. I'll definitely die. Astria couldn't control her body anymore. She reached out her hand and grabbed onto the hand that was reaching into the fridge. She struggled in pain. Don't blame Astria for making a fuss. Mikoto once said that Ikaros doesn't seem like a saintess. She doesn't even know if there's anything she likes. Astria heard it from Wu Yan, who refuted Mikoto's words. Who said that? Ikaros loves watermelons. She loves watermelons so much that if someone destroys them, even if it's her family or acquaintances, she'll go crazy. Not only Mikoto, even Hinajiku and the other girls laughed out loud when they heard Wu Yan saying that they can't imagine Ikaros getting angry. Astria was the same. Well, it can't be helped. Other than Wu Yan, Ikaros's expression doesn't change in the slightest no matter what she's facing. But it's one thing to not imagine it, it's another to not believe it. Astria wasn't as attached to her master as Ikaros was. She wouldn't leave her master's side for even a second. Regardless of love, loyalty, or obedience, Astria was on the same level as Ikaros. That's why Astria didn't think she'd get lucky. She covered her mouth and whimpered as if she was afraid her mouth wouldn't listen to her. Translation. I have to leave this dangerous place. Astria was about to close the fridge when she heard a suspicious voice. What are you doing? Chapter 1874. What are you doing? The voice came from behind Astria. Astria's hand that was reaching for the fridge froze. Her face turned pale. Yua. As expected, Astria, who thought she was captured, let out a sorrowful cry. The pure white wings on her back flapped, and she fell to the ground like she was paralyzed. But before Astria could fall to the ground, a hand reached out from the side and wrapped around Astria's slender waist. After that, the voice that was filled with doubt earlier was now filled with helplessness. What the hell are you doing? Astria was shocked. Astria was familiar with the voice. Even the temperature of the hand around her waist was familiar. Astria recognized the owner of the hand. Astria raised her head in fear. She saw a pair of wine-red eyes filled with helplessness and helplessness. A face she would never forget. Astria's pale face was replaced with joy. Master! Do you still remember that I am your master? Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. You looked like you saw a ghost when you heard my voice. I thought you didn't recognize me anymore. Then, Wu Yan helped Astria up so that she wouldn't fall down again. Then he let go of Astria. Only then did Astria notice that Wu Yan isn't the only one in the hall. There's also a girl with waist-length golden hair holding a paper fan. She's also looking at Astria with a helpless expression. Sister Yukari? Era, I thought Astria-chan didn't notice us. Yukari chuckled when she saw Astria's shocked expression. She didn't seem to be able to react to the situation. Thank goodness. I'm not completely invisible. Astria heard that. Astria finally realized what was going on. Wu Yan and Yukari are back. Alas, before Astria could cry out in joy, a voice came from the other side of the hall. In the hallway, a series of hurried footsteps and anxious shouts echoed in the air. What's going on? A voice came from behind. Several figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Needless to say, it was Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. But this time, Chuju was still wrapped in a thick blanket. Mikoto was still in her pajamas. The only one who was dressed properly was Ikaros. The three girls must have heard Astria's cries and rushed over. They didn't even have time to tidy up their attire. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros saw Wu Yan and Yukari standing next to Astria when they entered the hall. Master! Ikaros, who was still as calm as an ancient well a second ago, now had an uncontrollable ripple in her indigo pupils. Yen! Hinajuku exclaimed in surprise. And Yukari? Yukari, you're back? Mikoto's face was also filled with shock. How did you guys get back so fast? Haha. It was indeed a little fast. Wu Yan stayed in Jinsokyo for less than a month. He only stayed in there for a couple of days. With the time ratio of 100, a dozen days wasn't even half a day in Silveria's time. Only 3 to 4 hours had passed. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria just sent Wu Yan, Yukari, and Fu ran away early in the morning. Chuju and Mikoto went back to sleep. When they woke up, Wu Yan and Yukari were back. Ikaros and Astria, who didn't need to sleep, weren't surprised. Unlike Chuju and Mikoto, who woke up to Wu Yan and Yukari's return. After regaining her senses, Mikoto was the first to ask with uncertainty. Mission completed? Wu Yan and Yukari looked at each other and shrugged. I guess you can say that. Where's Furan? Hinajuku furrowed her brows. Why don't I see her? Well. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and sat down on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. Furan is staying in Fantasyland with her sister for a while. So it's like that. Mikoto nodded thoughtfully. She looked at Yukari and asked curiously, Yukari, why don't you stay in your house for a while? Before I came to this world and became Yen Yan's summon, I spent most of my time in Fantasyland. Yukari replied nonchalantly. Well, we have plenty of time ahead of us. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know what Yukari meant by plenty of time ahead of us. However, Yukari didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, so they didn't ask. Oh right, I heard Astria moaning loudly in the room just now. Hinajuku remembered why she rushed over in a hurry and looked at Astria. Asteria-chan, what happened? Huh. Astria, who was still in a daze, jumped in fright. She shrieked out loud. Don't kill me. Huh. Hinajuku's face was filled with confusion. Not just Hinajuku, even Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Ikaros, who snuck up behind Wu Yan like she's on standby, are all confused. Even Yukari, who is known as the sage, doesn't know what's going on. Don't kill me? What do you mean by that? Astria shook her head like a rattledrum when she regained her senses. No. It's nothing. I didn't mean to eat the watermelon. Ugh. Everyone was speechless. Is that self-destruction? As expected of an idiot with an IQ lower than 9. That's great. Both Hinajuku and Mikoto rolled their eyes at the same time, yawned, waved their hands and walked towards their rooms. Let's go back and change. Hinajuku and Mikoto disappeared into the hallway, leaving behind Astria, who was sweating profusely and looking at Ikaros with a terrified expression. Before Astria could turn around, a hand landed on her shoulder. Astria froze. Yua. Astria's sorrowful wail echoed throughout the heart of generations once more. Just like that, A lively and peaceful day passed by. Endless darkness covered the clear sky, enveloping the entire spalier world in darkness. Today, the behemoth forest didn't give off any ominous aura. Logically speaking, a place like the behemoth forest is filled with vicious demonic beasts. No matter how one tries to disguise themselves, they shouldn't be able to hide the ominous aura. But today, the behemoth forest is no different from a normal forest. The smell of demonic beasts that used to permeate the air has mostly disappeared. It's as if most of the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest are no longer in the behemoth forest. When midnight arrived, a silhouette rushed over from outside the behemoth forest. The silhouette seemed to be enchanted with some sort of magic that boosted her speed. She rushed towards the behemoth forest and stopped right in front of the behemoth forest. Moonlight shone down from the sky and shrouded the silhouette standing in front of the behemoth forest. Her face was covered in sweat, her breathing was ragged, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion. She wore a robe befitting of a sorcerer, but it wasn't a terrifying black. Instead, it was a beautiful silver-white robe. The silhouette had long black hair that reached her waist. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was very young, but her face was so beautiful that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. If Wu Yan and the other girls were here, they would definitely recognize this girl. Mei Lilu? Lori. The only daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. It's Lulu, the girl who is still studying at the Spalier World Academy. However, on Lulu's delicate face, there was not only a strong sense of anxiety, but also a great sense of fear. I must find him quickly. Raising her eyes and looking at the eerily silent forest, Lulu mustered her courage, wiped her sweat and tears, and without hesitation, rushed into this dangerous place. Chapter 1875. Behemoth Forest. The lush green forest was shrouded in a layer of haze, due to the darkness of the night. The shadows cast by the tall trees and bushes were the only things that could be seen. In these shadows, no one knew if there was a ferocious beast that ate human bodies hiding in them, and if anyone passed by, it would pounce out and bring them to hell. Therefore, even though most of the dangerous aura in the giant beast forest had disappeared for some unknown reason, the feeling of fear that came from the bottom of one's heart was still unavoidable. This caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. However, it was in this frightening and tense forest that a beautiful girl with pure white wings was flying at an extremely slow speed. She didn't rise into the air and just flew between the dense trees, sobbing as she flew. So scary. Ikaro-senpai is so scary when she's angry. It's Astria who escaped from the capital of alternate generations to avoid Ikaros. The capital of alternate generations might be covered by Yukari's barrier, but it has a very human-like design, similar to the boundary between illusion and reality in Fantasy Village. Although the barrier covering the capital of alternate generations would not automatically attract monsters or whatnot, it could identify those who entered and left. As long as the barrier remembered the presence, it was not difficult to enter and exit the capital of alternate generations at will. Of course, only Wu Yan and the girls living in the heart of alternate generations have this privilege. The Misaka sisters don't have this privilege. After all, with the number of Misaka sisters and their unpredictable personalities, it wouldn't be strange for one or two of them to go missing at any time. It would be troublesome if that happened. That's why only Wu Yan and his summons can enter and leave the capital of alternate generations as they please. He didn't know what kind of torture Ikaros inflicted on Astria. Astria didn't look any different on the surface, but her crimson eyes flashed with fear from time to time. Astria didn't dare to stop for a second. I wonder if Ikaro-senpai is still angry. She turned around. Astria grumbled pitifully as she looked at the direction of the capital of alternate generations. I want to be with Master, I want to eat Master's cooking. While Astria was hesitating on whether she should go back or not, in the forest not far away, some noises resounded in the air. Astria looked at him with a confused expression. She was surprised. That's... Ha, ha, ha. Among the dense trees, on the ground, Lulu was drenched in sweat. She was panting as she ran. Her face was filled with anxiety. You. Behind Lulu, several magical beasts as large as elephants, some in the form of wolves, some in the form of dogs, and some in the form of elephants, were nimbly flitting through the trees, roaring as they chased after Lulu. Lulu turned around and saw the demonic beasts chasing after her. Her face turned even paler. It wasn't that Lulu was afraid of these magical beasts. These magical beasts looked terrifying, but they were only around the 5th or 6th order. To Lulu, who had already reached the 7th order, they were nothing to be afraid of. There are 2 reasons why Lulu's face turned pale. First, if these demonic beasts catch up to her, she might be able to defeat them, but she will waste a lot of time. As for Lulu, she didn't have much time to waste. As for the other reason, according to Lulu's knowledge, there shouldn't be many magic beasts left in the giant beasts forest. Most of the magic beasts that were left were rank 1, 2, and 3 magic beasts. Most of the magic beasts that were left were already gone. Rank 5 and 6 demonic beasts aren't that high, but there shouldn't be many left in the behemoth forest. Lulu didn't expect that she would be so unlucky to encounter these demonic beasts when she was in a hurry. Seeing that the demonic beasts were getting closer, Lulu gritted her teeth and turned around. Magical powers gushed out from her body and a staff appeared in her hand. The gem on the tip of the staff lit up. Shortly after, a few huge icicles with a diameter of 2 meters fell from the sky and smashed onto the demonic beasts who couldn't react in time. Boom! In a muffled sound, crimson blood flowed from the bottom of the huge icicles and stained the ground red. The few demonic beasts were smashed into mincemeat. Oh! The rest of the magical beasts didn't even bother to pay attention to their dead brethren. They continued to charge forward without slowing down and quickly surrounded Lulu. Swish! In an instant, 2 of the demonic beasts that surrounded Lulu couldn't wait any longer. They burst out and slashed their razor-sharp claws at Lulu. Clang! 2 ice walls suddenly rose from the ground. The claws of the 2 magic beasts didn't hit Lulu, who was behind the ice walls. Instead, they smashed into the ice walls with a burst of sparks, creating 2 huge holes in the thick ice walls. Lulu's gaze was fixed on the 2 magic beasts in front of her. Her lips were still biting hard as she circulated the magic power in her body to the extreme. The ice blue magic power was like a mist that wrapped around Lulu's body. Roar! Just as Lulu was about to end the battle cleanly, a loud roar echoed in the forest. Upon hearing the roar, Lulu sulked and lifted her head abruptly. On top of a huge tree in front of them, a huge black shadow was standing there, roaring angrily. It was a tiger-shaped demonic beast. To be exact, it should be described as a tiger-shaped demonic beast that walked on 2 legs like a human. The tiger-shaped demonic beast stood on a branch of the tree. It exuded an aura that was much stronger than all the other demonic beasts on the scene. The surrounding air rippled and split apart like waves. Lulu's face finally revealed a look of shock. That was actually a Class 7 demonic beast. Even though Lulu had advanced to Class 7, Lulu had only just advanced. She was level 60, and was the weakest among Class 7 demonic beasts. Even though this Class 7 demonic beast was also at level 60, it was generally impossible for humans to defeat demonic beasts of the same level due to its powerful physical capabilities and magical powers that were much stronger than humans of the same level. Furthermore, Lulu clearly sensed the aura emanating from the tiger-shaped demonic beast. This tiger-shaped demonic beast definitely wasn't just Class 7. It was at least Class 7 intermediate. Roar! The tiger-shaped demonic beast abruptly roared and stomped its feet. The branches and trees under its feet were instantly crushed by the huge impact. The tiger-shaped demonic beast burst forward and stretched out its sharp claws, aiming for Lulu's heart without hesitation. Lulu didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly waved the staff in her hand, and a gust of cold air gushed in from all directions and condensed into a tiger-shaped demonic beast that was exactly the same as the tiger-shaped demonic beast. The Ice Tiger Man bent his claws, and a rich white magical power emerged on the sharp claws. Finally, all of the white magical power gathered on the sharp claws, and with traces of ice-cold air, he directly attacked the Tiger Man. Clang! In the sound of metal clashing, Lulu's ice tiger-shaped demonic beast trembled. In less than a second, The ice tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws shattered into pieces. Boom. In the end, even the ice tiger man exploded into ice shards under the attack of the tiger man magical beast. The tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws continued to reach for Lulu. Swish! Just when Lulu's face was filled with horror and despair, an ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded in the forest. A streak of light flitted past every demonic beast at the scene, including the tiger-shaped demonic beast. Poochie! Lulu only saw a blur in front of her eyes. Then one by one, blood blossomed on the bodies of the demonic beasts. All the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into two halves, including the Class 7 demonic beast that almost killed Lulu. Lulu didn't have time to react, and all the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into two halves. Then, a young lady with a pair of pure white wings and a laser sword in her hand appeared in Lulu's vision. Although she couldn't understand what had happened, Lulu recognized this angelic girl. She immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, and the taut strings in her head loosened. Lulu's vision turned black, and she fell to the ground. Sister Lulu. This was the last sound Lulu heard before she lost consciousness. Chapter 1876. In an empty room, Wuyen, Yukari, Hinajiku Mikoto, Ikaros Estrella, and the others gathered together. They didn't say a word. Lulu was lying on the bed in the room. Beside the bed was Kanon, who was wearing a white blouse with red trimmings and a red pleated skirt. Her slender hand was raised about 10 centimeters away from Lulu's body, and there was a gentle glow emanating from it. Aside from Kanon, Wuyen and the other girls looked at Lulu. Lulu's pale face was covered in sweat, and she looked like she's having a nightmare. They couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in their hearts. It must be noted that Lulu was a lively, cheerful, and playful girl. She could even play with Furan. She was naive, romantic, and a little natural. A girl like this, in the past, in front of Wuyen and Co., she would always act like a clown. She would always giggle and throw a tantrum. When has she ever laid on the bed with a pained expression on her face? Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were the closest to Lulu, couldn't help but bite their lips so hard that they almost bled. Estrella couldn't bear to look at Lulu anymore. Even Yukari furrowed her brows. Even the other girls were in such a state. Wuyen didn't know what to feel. Lulu is the first person Wuyen met, and the first person he met in Silveria since he came to this world without any family or friends. Lulu's cheerful personality and the way she protected and cared for Wuyen. Lulu's position in Wuyen's heart was second only to the other girls. Wuyen didn't say anything when he saw Lulu in such a state. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Blood dripped out of her palms. In this heavy atmosphere, Kanon's treatment continued in an orderly manner. Until a certain moment, the gentle light on Kanon's palm dimmed. Kanon saw this. Chuju Mikoto and Estrella perked up. Wuyen asked in a hurry. Kanon, how are you? I'm fine now. Kanon smiled. She looked like a devout saint. She answered Wuyen's question with a clear and gentle voice. Actually, Lulu-san isn't injured at all. Not injured? Hinajiku Mikoto and Estrella froze at the same time. Not injured? Wuyen was also surprised by this. Then why did Lulu faint? Lulu-san fainted due to exhaustion and exhaustion of mana. She wasn't injured. Kanon shook her head. That's why she'll recover after resting for a while. Wuyen and the others sighed in relief. Kanon was a familiar with healing abilities. Apart from that, she also had a purifying ability. She didn't have any combat abilities at all. Vassal beasts were synonymous with destruction. It was hard to imagine a vassal beast without any fighting prowess. However, it was also because of this that Kanon's purification and healing abilities were extraordinarily powerful. In addition, due to her purification and healing abilities, Kanon also knew how to deal with foul energy such as curses and the physical condition of the target she needed to heal. Since Kanon said that Lulu was just exhausted and wasn't hurt, then that must be the case. There was no doubt about it. Kanon, thank you. Wuyen rubbed Kanon's head. Thank goodness you're here. We wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. I'm glad I was able to help Sensei. Kanon was a little shy as she enjoyed Wu Yan's pat. Then I'll be heading back. Wu Yan didn't object. He nodded and cut off the mana channeling to Kanon. Her body turned into particles of light and disappeared from the scene. When Kanon returned to Wu Yan's body, the girls looked at each other. Lack of stamina. Too much mana. Mental exhaustion. Mikoto used her finger to point at her cheeks, her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Why is Lulu so exhausted? Why did she use so much mana? Ha. Hinajika tilted her head and asked in confusion. Isn't it because of the battle with the demonic beasts? Lulu is a pure magus. Even if she used up a lot of mana fighting demonic beasts, there's no way she would use up all her stamina. Wu Yan said in a low voice. Besides, Kanon also said that Lulu was too mentally exhausted. That's the main reason why she fainted. So Lulu definitely didn't fall into a coma, because she was fighting a magical beast. That's strange. Chuju seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. Why did Lulu go to the behemoth forest? This is indeed a problem. Due to the existence of the Beast King, the behemoth forest is off limits. Only the 3 empires have set up camps outside the behemoth forest are allowed to enter the behemoth forest to hunt. Lulu is a special student studying at the Spalier World Academy. Logically speaking, the camps wouldn't allow a talented student to hunt in the behemoth forest. It's too dangerous. Lulu is also the only daughter of the Ailu Empire's number 1 family, the Lori family. Even if she wanted to enter the behemoth forest, there would be plenty of experts protecting her. Lulu's grandfather, the Thunder King, and father, Lars, might even be escorting her. At the very least, Feifei would be there. But this time, Feifei isn't by Lulu's side. Lulu even entered the dangerous behemoth forest alone. This doesn't make sense. Could it be because she encountered a high-level demonic beast? Mikoto pondered for a moment before saying, maybe because they encountered a high-level magic beast, the team that escorted Lulu was annihilated, and only Lulu escaped. That's hard to say, right? I can't say that it's impossible. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. But first, we have to figure out why Lulu came to the behemoth forest. Everyone fell silent. Yukari spoke up. Isn't the reason obvious? The group of people turned their heads and looked at Z. Yukari. Wu Yan turned his attention to her. Do you know why Lulu came to the behemoth forest? You're all too concerned. That's why you didn't think. Yukari laughed and shook her head. Isn't the most likely reason for this girl to come to the giant beast's forest to look for us? Find us. Realization dawned on everyone's faces. Find us? Only Wu Yan's frown deepened. Indeed, with the relationship between Lulu and Wu Yan's group, it's not surprising that she came here to look for them because she missed Wu Yan and the others. However, Wu Yan's intuition told him that Lulu didn't come here just because she wanted to see them. Yukari had her own considerations as well. She tapped her face with the paper fan in her hand and said thoughtfully, what we're more curious about is why this girl exhausted her stamina to the point that she fainted due to exhaustion. Because the team escorting him was wiped out, he exhausted all his stamina trying to escape. Also because he was being chased by demonic beasts, his mental state was highly strained. In the end, when he saw Astria saving him, he let his guard down and fainted. Mikoto suggested. Isn't that the case? Is that so? Violet said with a smile. She didn't deny it. That's right. But I think something important must have happened to this girl. She rushed all the way to the behemoth forest to look for us. That's why she fainted due to exhaustion. Everyone present shuddered at the thought of this. Lulu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moaned. Her eyelids trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Lulu, Wu Yan and the others were overjoyed. They rushed forward. Lulu also saw Wu Yan and company. Her eyes, which were still a bit unfocused, focused and then they turned red. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she stood up and threw herself at Wu Yan. Yan, what's wrong? Wu Yan and the others were shocked. What happened? Yan. Lulu hugged Wu Yan tightly. She cried as if she was hugging a life-saving straw. She shouted at the top of her lungs. The Ailu Empire is about to be destroyed. Chapter 1877. Time returned to the morning. In the Spalier world, there was an academy. It was the only academy in the Spalier world. It was founded by the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires. Since the academy was established by the three empires, it was located in the middle of the three empires. It was close to the giant beast forest, which occupied a corner of the three empires' borders. This academy was called the Spalier World Academy. Every youngster in the Spalier world yearned to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. It wasn't just because Silveria World Institute was the only institute in the entire Silveria world, nor was it because it was founded by the three empires. It was because the geniuses from all over the world were gathered in this institute, and they grew together. In other words, as long as you entered the Spalier World Academy, you would be hailed as a genius no matter where you went. Even if you were just a normal student. Everyone in the Spalier world knew that no matter if you were born in one of the three empires or one of the 9 great houses, you couldn't be called a true genius no matter how talented you were. Only the students of the Spalier World Academy could be called a true genius. In addition, the Spalier World Academy was provided with cultivation resources by the three empires. It was the cradle of geniuses in the world. It was a holy land for cultivation. No one didn't yearn to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Unfortunately, only the true geniuses could enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Mediocre people didn't even have the right to step through the gates. Looking down from the sky, the Spalier World Academy looked like a city. It was surrounded by tall walls. The entire Spalier World Academy was surrounded. At the center of the academy, the arena tower towered into the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. In the academy, the students were only responsible for cultivation. The teachers were responsible for teaching and cooperating with the academy's enforcement team. They were responsible for the safety and management of the academy. For a place as important as the Spalier World Academy, naturally, there was no lack of guards at the door. If one looked closely, they would notice. On the surrounding walls of the academy, there would be a small hall located at every set distance. Those were the resting places of the academy's guards. At this moment, the guards were armed with their own armors and were fully equipped with equipment. Some of the warriors were even wearing armor. They were patrolling the perimeter wall with solemn expressions. Especially on the perimeter wall where the main gate of the academy was located, there were the most number of guards patrolling the perimeter wall. They were also the strongest. Every single one of them was at least at the beginning of the 7th stage. There were at least 100 of them. 100 7th stage powerhouses guarding the academy. With such a level of defense, even if any of the 9 super clans were to launch an attack, they would also be sent away in disgrace, right? In fact, no one had ever dared to attack the Spalier World Academy. After all, it was an academy created by the 3 great empires. The 3 great empires were the 3 powers that occupied the Spalier world. Unless they were tired of living, who would dare to attack? Even if they succeeded, the invaders wouldn't even have a place to stay. Unless they went out to sea, they wouldn't be able to survive in the world of Silveria. They would be nothing more than rats on the streets. Because of this, many guards on the wall seemed to be patrolling solemnly, but in fact, they were not nervous at all. Some of them even secretly yawned, looking bored. It could not be said that they were not relaxed. At a certain moment, one of the guards who was looking into the distance was startled. He rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Far away from Silveria World Institute, the guards could see a cloud of dust rising from the horizon. It was slowly rising into the sky. The guard wasn't the only one who discovered this phenomenon. The other guards gradually discovered it as well. What is that? Is it fog? That's not fog, right? Could it be a sandstorm? How can there be a sandstorm in the Ailu Empire? Only the Baruba Empire has deserts. The guards on the walls started to clamor. Not long later, all of the guards gathered and looked at the dust rising from the horizon. After a long time, the sharp-eyed guards suddenly widened their eyes. They saw it. Below the cloud of dust, a large group of black figures was running madly. They were like cows running in the wild, kicking up clouds of dust. Roar! Elyo! Woo. Not long after, the roars of wild beasts began to reverberate in the air, causing the atmosphere to be filled with the atmosphere of a storm. Only then did the guards reveal a look of horror. Rumble. The ground was already trembling, proving that the troops formed by the black shadows were not illusions, but real. Roar. Ewo. Woo. The roar of the wild beast finally became clear. Not only did it reverberate into the ears of the guards, even some of the students in the academy could hear it. At the same time, the shadows also revealed their true faces. They were actually demonic beasts. Impossible. The guards cried out in unison. Demonic beasts only appear in the behemoth forest. They only move around in the behemoth forest. Why would they appear outside the behemoth forest? Why would they come to the Spalier World Academy? This was absolutely impossible. Even if the demonic beasts rushed out of the behemoth forest like the time when the Beast King was born, there were still camps set up by the three empires outside the behemoth forest. The elite members of the three empires and the 9 great families were there. It was impossible for the demonic beasts to rush out. However, the tremors on the ground, the tension in the air, and the magical beast army that was getting closer and closer, to the point where they could even feel their auras, told the guards that something was wrong. Everything in front of them was real. Quick! One of the guards roared. Inform the higher-ups of the academy and the elders of the academy council. It was a pity. It was too late. Or? Ewo. Woo. Amidst the roars of the demonic beasts, the demonic beast army came into contact with the walls of the academy. Boom. An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the sky of the academy, causing the ground and buildings of the entire academy to tremble. What? What happened? In a villa of a special student, there was a rare moment of excitement. Lulu, who was about to cultivate, was shocked by the sudden loud sound and vibration. She quickly rushed out of the villa. However, the scene that appeared in front of Lulu made Lulu completely stunned. It was as if the end of the world. It was a scene of despair. Roar. Ewo. Woo. Numerous gigantic magical beasts were swarming over from all directions. They roared and destroyed the buildings in the academy. Help. No. Some of the weaker students were running for their lives. The lucky ones were still running for their lives. The unlucky ones were already caught by the demonic beasts. Go. Kill them. The rather powerful students had already gathered together and formed a battle line. Amidst the angry shouts, they fought against the magical beasts one after another. However, there were too many demonic beasts. There were so many of them that the students in the academy could not compete with them. Even if they formed a battle line, the battle line was constantly shrinking and retreating. For a moment, the roars of the demonic beasts, the screams of the students, and the angry shouts of the people who were fighting against the demonic beasts echoed in the academy. What? What happened? Lulu's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face was pale. What happened? What happened? Wasn't it obvious? The demonic beasts attacked the academy, but it was such an obvious fact, because it was too surreal, not to mention Lulu. Even those who were fighting the demonic beasts could not accept it. Lilu. At this moment Feifei, who was holding her beloved sword, appeared beside Lulu and grabbed her hand. Are you okay? Feifei. Lulu looked like she was saved. She grabbed Feifei's hand tightly, her voice trembling. What's going on? Feifei opened her mouth to say something, but before she could say anything, a figure flashed through the air and landed in front of them. Grandfather, old clan leader. It was the Lightning King. Let's cut the crap. The Thunder Sovereign's expression was rather unsightly as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. No one knows the real reason, but I must tell you that not only this academy, every city in the Ailu Empire is being invaded by demonic beasts. If this continues, the Ailu Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Feifei and Lulu's expressions changed. Right now we have to deal with the enemy in front of us. Feifei, come with me. The Lightning King shouted without turning his head. Lulu, hurry to the behemoth forest and find that little guy. We need his strength. Grandfather. Go. In the next moment, the Lightning King, Fei, and Lulu's voices were drowned out by the demonic beast's roars. Chapter 1878. Silence, an indescribable silence, a deathly stillness seemed to have merged with the air, filling every corner of the room, making it difficult to breathe. In the entire room, only Lulu's sobbing could be heard. She had just explained the whole thing from beginning to end. Other than Lulu, everyone else was silent. Now Lulu had brought 3 pieces of information to everyone. 1. Due to unknown reasons, demonic beasts attacked the Spalier World Academy. 2. Due to the demonic beast's attack, Lei Wang, Fei, and the Academy's students were fighting back. Their current situation is unknown. 3. The demonic beasts didn't just attack the Spalier World Academy. From Lei Wang's words, every city in Ailu Empire was attacked by demonic beasts. Based on these 3 pieces of information, many guesses began to surface. First of all, even though they didn't know the current situation, they could guess. Even if the situation wasn't that bad, it was at least an emergency. Otherwise, Lei Wang wouldn't have sent Lulu alone into the demonic beast space to search for Wu Yan and the others. Secondly, since the demonic beasts had rushed out of the Behemoth Forest and attacked the cities in Ailu Empire, then the Behemoth Forest space must be in a bad situation. After all, the Behemoth Forest space was built right outside the Behemoth Forest. If the demonic beasts wanted to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, they would have to rush out of the Behemoth Forest and pass through the Behemoth Forest space to enter Ailu Empire's borders. Now that the demonic beasts had started to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, it was obvious that the Behemoth Forest space was in danger. Even the supply town might have been destroyed. No matter how one looked at it, the situation had reached a critical point. But soon more and more questions appeared in everyone's mind. Why did the demonic beasts rush out of the Behemoth Forest? Why did they attack Ailu Empire? Of course, it was just a question. However, he believed that many people who were in the know could guess the answer to this question. Is it the Beast King? Chuju took a deep breath. One could even faintly hear the sound of him gnashing his teeth. Other than the Beast King, no one can break the rules of the magical beasts and make them rush out of their own territory. In other words, the Beast King, who had been hiding in the Behemoth Forest to recuperate, has fully recovered from his injuries? Mikoto clenched her fist and said angrily. Could it be that he wants to take revenge for what happened before? Then why didn't they come to us? Ever since the Beast King had become a demigod, he had only appeared twice. The first time, it was Violet who had severely injured him. The second time, it was Wu Yan who had used Violet's ruby mode to almost kill the Beast King. If the Beast King had to say who he hated the most, it wouldn't be the humans of the Spalier world who treated the magical beasts as prey, but Wu Yan and Violet. Since the Beast King had attacked Ailu Empire, there was no way he wouldn't go after Wu Yan's group. Compared to the outside world of the Behemoth Forest, the Behemoth Forest's capital of Otherworld should be the first to be attacked by the Beast King and his magical beasts. No matter what, the capital of Otherworld is located in the Behemoth Forest, in the enemy's main camp. I'm afraid it's not that the Beast King doesn't want to bother us, it's just that he hasn't found us yet. Wu Yan's tone was unexpectedly calm. Even if it's him, he wouldn't be able to guess that we're in his territory and have set up a base. Violet's barrier also provides us with concealment. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect the capital of Otherworld from the outside. That's why the Beast King didn't attack us first. A blind spot? Mikoto agreed with Kiran's statement. She seemed a little frustrated. If I knew this would happen, I would have left a way to communicate with the outside world. When the capital of Otherworld was built, Wu Yan's group didn't want to have anything to do with the camp. They didn't want to cause too much trouble. That's why they only told Sylph, Fei, Lulu and a few others about the location of the capital of Otherworld. They cut off all contact with the outside world. Originally, this consideration was not without reason. In the entire Silveria world, within the 3 empires and the 9 great clans, there were only a dozen or so Type 9 powerhouses. As for the demigod realm, there were only 5 of them. On Wu Yan's side, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are all Tier 9 powerhouses. Ikaros and Astria, who can use Pandora mode, are considered rare even among Tier 9 powerhouses. Wu Yan, who's at the pinnacle of Tier 9, and Violet, who's at the demigod level. They have enough power to rival any of the 3 empires. Not to mention the 20,000 Masaka sisters who are at least Tier 7. And the girls who are still in the process of transforming. If Wu Yan wants to gain a foothold in the Spalier world, they're more than enough. It's a pity that Wu Yan doesn't have the ambition to conquer the world. He just wants to live a peaceful life with his summons. Even the capital of Otherworldly was built to give his sisters a place to settle down. Even if Wu Yan doesn't have any ambition, there are bound to be people in the Spalier world who are on tenterhooks because of Wu Yan's group. In order to avoid causing too much trouble and disputes, it wasn't entirely unnecessary for them to conceal themselves. But now, there's a drawback. It's hard for news from the outside world to reach the capital of Otherworldly. Otherwise, there's no way Wu Yan's group wouldn't be in the dark. Yan, what should we do now? Lulu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Grandpa and Feifei are fighting against the demonic beasts at the academy. I don't know how Dad is doing. Everyone must be in danger. We have to save them. There's no need to call for help anymore. Violet shook her head and said. According to what you said, the demonic beasts' attack started in the morning. You only arrived at the behemoth forest at night. In addition to the time you were unconscious, it's almost dawn now. One whole day is enough for them to successfully resist the demonic beasts, retreat, or die. In other words, the Thunderlord and Feifei have either repelled the demonic beasts and are safe and sound, or they were defeated by the demonic beasts and have retreated. Otherwise, they died in the academy. No matter how you look at it, there's no need to rescue them now. Then what should we do? Lulu waved her hands helplessly. Grandpa said that he needs your strength now. Lulu, calm down first. Wu Yan patted Lulu's shoulder and looked at Violet. Violet, what do you think we should do? You should be asking, what do you think we should do? Yukari asked Wu Yan back with a question. The behemoth forest is in the middle of the 3 empires. If the demonic beasts attacked the Ailu Empire, the Baruba Empire and Fea Empire would be attacked as well. In other words, the entire world is under attack by the demonic beasts. Do you only want to save the people you know? Or save the entire Ailu Empire? Or save the entire Spalier world? Wu Yan was speechless. He admitted that he wasn't so noble as to save the entire world. However, he still wanted to save the people he knew. However, the people Wu Yan wanted to save would definitely not allow the Spalier world to fall into the hands of the demonic beasts. They would definitely fight back. When that happens, Wu Yan's group would be dragged into the mess. That's why Violet was asking Wu Yan if he wanted to be dragged into this mess, or take the initiative to solve this crisis. Or, he could just stay out of this mess. The girls seemed to understand Violet's meaning. They all looked at Wu Yan. Other than Lulu, who was looking forward to it, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria all expressed one thing. That is, no matter what Wu Yan chooses, the girls will stay by his side. Wu Yan felt warmth in his heart. He looked at Violet. When Wu Yan was about to make a decision, Violet's calm expression froze for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. It seems like they don't intend to give us a choice. Chapter 1879. At the same time, in one of the open spaces in the behemoth forest, a scene like this was playing out. Around this desolate open space, in the trees and bushes, pairs of scarlet and green eyes suddenly flashed one after another. They were like wild wolves lying in ambush in the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to strike, causing the air to be filled with a dangerous aura. Hoo-hoo, in the sky, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Along with the sound of the wind, it reverberated in the area. Following that, huge black shadows approached from all directions, as if they were surrounding something. They gradually attacked the empty space. Looking carefully, it was actually a huge wild bird flying in the sky. Birds with the appearance of dragons and birds, giant pythons with wings, fluffy lions with eagle wings, and lone wolves without wings, etc., etc. All of them were magical beasts that could fly. The entire open space was filled with these huge flying magical beasts, slowly surrounding the entire open space, causing shadows to appear in the sky and on the ground. Almost at the same time when the flying magical beasts surrounded this open space, in the trees and bushes around the open space, the owners of the scarlet and green eyes slowly revealed their true forms. Of course, they were all magical beasts. These magical beasts did not have a fixed group, and their appearances were all different, almost all of them. Their numbers were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, they seemed to have locked onto some sort of prey. They did not roar or charge forward, but were slowly surrounding the empty space. Just looking at this scene would cause one to be terrified. If it was just this, then it would be fine, but the most frightening thing was, the size of these magical beasts could only be described as covering the sky and the sun. Their height was comparable to a building, and with the densely packed numbers and various appearances, anyone who saw it would tremble. After all, among these magical beasts, there were also some dragons. Of course, these were not real dragons, but magical beasts that only had the appearance of dragons. These magical beasts that had the appearance of dragons were mainly divided into two types. One type was dragons with wings, like the Western lizard dragon. Their colors were green, red, silver, black, and even gold. Together with other magical beasts, they surrounded the open space in the sky. The other type was naturally the wingless dragons. They had the appearance of dinosaurs, stegosauruses, tyrannosauruses, and other dragon-shaped magical beasts. Together with the magical beasts that couldn't fly, they surrounded the open space on the ground. If someone were to identify these magical beasts, they would be horrified to find out. Among the magical beasts that surrounded this open space, regardless of whether it was the flying magical beasts in the sky or on the ground, the weakest one was a rank 7 magical beast. In other words, there were at least 10,000 rank 7 magical beasts here. As for the rank 8 magical beasts, if there were not 1,000 of them, there were at least hundreds of them. 10,000 rank 7 magical beasts. Hundreds of them 8 magical beasts. Who could stop such a magical beast army? Even if the Ailu Empire's strongest knight regiment came, their chances of victory wouldn't be higher than 30%. However, the most terrifying of all were the dozen or so magical beasts that occupied the front of the magical beast army, as if they were the leaders of the magical beasts. These magical beasts were all rank 9 magical beasts. Under the lead of the dozen or so class 9 magical beasts, this terrifying army of magical beasts slowly surrounded the empty space. They only stopped when they were 100 meters away from the empty space. Then the magical beasts that surrounded the open space suddenly parted to form a path. A figure slowly emerged from the path and walked to the front of the magical beast army. It was a person, a man in his 20s with a devilish appearance. His body was wrapped in clothes made of animal skin, his entire body exuding a murderous aura that made people tremble. The moment the devilish man appeared, the magical beasts in the sky and on the ground lowered their heads, as if they were worshipping him. However, the devilish man did not even spare them a glance. A pair of beast-like eyes stared at the open space below. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Hiding here? After finishing his sentence, a violent magical power surged from the devilish man's body. However, this magical power seemed to be possessed by a vengeful spirit. It was like a black fog that seemed to contain a demon's roar. It gave off a feeling of ruthlessness and negative emotions when one looked at it. The magical beasts that were closer to the devilish man began to let out low growls of fear. The devilish man ignored them completely. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the open space below. They don't intend to give us a choice? As soon as Purple said this, everyone present was stunned. Boom. Before they could react, a terrifying force suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the enchanted field that enveloped the capital of a different era. The enchanted field of the capital of a different era emerged abruptly and flickered with a rich radiance. The Masaka sisters who were doing their own things on the street all raised their heads expressionlessly and looked at the thin film-like barrier that appeared above them. What's going on? Wu Yan and the others who were still in the room were shocked. Violet closed her paper fan and looked out of the window. Boom. Another terrifying force descended and slammed into the barrier of the capital of a different era. This time, the entire barrier trembled as if it could not bear the burden. A part of it even cracked, allowing the residual force that surged in through the cracks to take effect. The entire capital of a different era trembled violently as if it was hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ah! Lulu screamed and almost fell to the ground. Ikaros stepped forward and caught Lulu in time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Astria was a little flustered. Barrier. Hanagiku, Mikoto, and Yukari raised their heads and looked outside the window. When they saw the cracked barrier, they froze on the spot. The enchanted field cracked? Wu Yan didn't look out of the window, but his expression turned ugly. Someone's attacking this place. Boom. Just as his voice fell, the third attack also arrived. Compared to the previous two attacks, this attack was even more terrifying and heavily fell on the cracked barrier, causing the barrier to shake violently. Kacha. Kacha kacha. Finally on the barrier, such a voice could not help but reverberate. The barrier couldn't withstand the third attack. It couldn't withstand it any longer. Boom. Amidst the sound of glass shattering, the barrier that covered the entire capital of a different era completely crumbled and shattered. Everyone in the capital of a different era, including the Misaka sisters, finally saw what happened. The sky above the capital of a different era was filled with an army of demonic beasts. They roared at the ground. Roar! 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 The roars of the demonic beasts reverberated throughout the capital of a different era. Wu Yan and the 20,000 Misaka sisters knew what kind of enemy they were facing. Through the window, Hanagiku and Lulu's expressions changed drastically as they saw the army of flying magical beasts covering the sky. Mikoto even cried out in fear. Not good. Sisters. No. It's not just the sisters. Everyone here, no matter if they're in the buildings or on the streets, is within the attack range of the flying demonic beasts. As long as the flying demonic beasts release a long-range attack, the capital of a different era will definitely be destroyed, and the Misaka sisters won't be able to escape unscathed. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria. Wu Yan suppressed his anger and yelled at the four girls. Go and gather all the sisters. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria knew that this wasn't the time to hesitate. They rushed out of the room without any hesitation. Ikaros even brought along Lulu. At this moment, a loud voice echoed in the sky above the capital of a different era. Wu Yan, Yakumo Yukari, come out. Chapter 1880. Wu Yan, Yakumo Yukari, come out. Her voice reverberated through the air. Not only did it reach Wu Yan and Yukari's ears, it also reached Hanagiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and Lulu, who rushed into the street to gather the Misaka sisters. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria have heard this voice before. It's the Beast King's voice. I knew it. Chuju gritted her teeth. It's the Beast King. He's looking for Master and Yukari Nei-san? Astria started to get anxious. Chuju Nei-san, Mikoto Nei-san, Ikaros-senpai, shouldn't we go help Master and Yukari? Wait. Wait a little longer. Mikoto's face was full of struggle, but in the end she still chose to look at the bigger picture. Let's gather the sisters first. This way, we'll have an advantage whether we fight or retreat. With Yukari and Yan's ruby mode, we'll be fine. Chuju and Astria hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lulu couldn't make the decision, so she followed the girls. Only Ikaros turned her head and looked at the sky. Master. On the other side, Wu Yan and Yukari, who are still in the room, also recognized the owner of this voice. They exchanged glances with each other. Be careful. Yukari nodded as if she knew what Wu Yan was thinking. If the Beast King dares to come looking for us, he must have the confidence to defeat us. Since we don't know what the Beast King has up his sleeves, we need to buy as much time as we can. Wu Yan nodded. He looked at the sky filled with flying demonic beasts. A golden light flashed in his eyes. In the sky, all kinds of flying magical beasts flapped their wings as they let out low roars. There were at least hundreds and thousands of magical beasts densely packed in the sky. It was truly a scene that made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Outside the fortress-like sturdy walls of the capital of alternate generations, there were a shocking number of various magical beasts on the ground. In front of the capital of alternate generations, there are more than a dozen gigantic demonic beasts. These demonic beasts are all rank 9 demonic beasts that have lived for God knows how long. In front of this group of demonic beasts, there's a human standing in the air. It's a demonic man. A dark golden fur robe made of beast skin fluttered in the wind. His body emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The bewitching man coldly looked down at the Masaka sisters who were methodically gathering in one place. He didn't make a move and just quietly floated in the air. Not long after, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared not far from the bewitching man. Wu Yan and Yukari walked out from the crack, and they were surrounded by the flying demonic beasts in the sky. Roar, roar, roar! The army of flying demonic beasts that surrounded Wu Yan and Yukari let out roars that were strong enough to form airwaves. However, Wu Yan and Yukari ignored these demonic beasts that were bluffing. They shifted their gazes to the demonic man opposite them. At the same time, a stream of light flashed in their eyes from the system's perception. Beast King. When the system sent this message to Wu Yan and Yukari, they were stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that the Beast King's strength has broken through to the point where even the system can't sense it? Wu Yan aside, even Yukari couldn't come up with an answer to this question. She didn't have the time to find out. This was because when the Beast King saw the two of them appear at the same time, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes and he sneered. We finally meet again. The two of you. I wonder if the gifts I gave you are to your liking? Gifts? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Gifts? Yukari smiled. Even in the face of tens of thousands of flying demonic beasts, her expression remained unchanged. Are you referring to the entire world being attacked by you? Or are you referring to breaking a barrier here? All of these are just the prelude. The Beast King looked directly at the young lady who had defeated him effortlessly. Since I have shown myself once again, the entire world should be under my control. The beast race should be spread across every corner of this world. Humans are nothing but food for us demonic beasts. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. His laugh was filled with disdain. Do you think you have the humans under your control? Why can't I think so? The Beast King waved his hand. The demonic beasts behind him all roared in unison, their voices deafening to the ears. Compared to us demonic beasts, how are the humans superior? Humans have 9th grade demonic beasts, but so do we. The humans have Class 8 powerhouses, but the beasts also have Class 8 magical beasts, and they have far more than the humans. In terms of numbers, we demonic beasts may have been holed up in this forest for a long time, but our reproductive ability is strong and our numbers are no less than that of humans. In terms of strength, demonic beasts are born with strong physique and magic power. Compared to humans of the same level, demonic beasts have an absolute advantage. That is why I can attack all 3 empires of the Spalier world at the same time. In just one day, we demonic beasts have conquered a third of the Ailu Empire, a third of the Baruba Empire, and a third of the Fea Empire. It won't be long before the human world, the continent of Silveria, falls under the control of us magical beasts. The Beast King clenched his fist, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Tell me, why wouldn't I think I have the humans under my control? Yes. Demonic beasts are generally stronger than humans in terms of both numbers and strength. The 3 empires and the 9 great clans only have a dozen 9th grade demonic beasts. Even if the other 9th grade demonic beasts are included, the total number won't exceed 30. Demonic beasts have a long lifespan. Those that have lived for a very long time are all 9th grade demonic beasts. Disregarding the others, when the Beast King was born, there were a dozen 9th grade demonic beasts guarding him. In addition to the other demonic beasts scattered around, there are at least 50 9th grade demonic beasts. Demonic beasts can't even compare to 9th grade demonic beasts, let alone 7th and 8th grade demonic beasts. With their reproductive ability, There are definitely more demonic beasts than humans. As for the first, second, and third grade demonic beasts, there are so many of them that it's impossible to count them all. Thus, if one were to compare the demonic beasts with the humans, the demonic beasts would generally win. But you've forgotten, a true omnipotent can control everything. Wu Yan continued. Humans have 5 demigods, but the demonic beasts only have you. As long as you are defeated, no matter how much advantage the demonic beasts have, they will all be chased back to the behemoth forest. Hearing this, the Beast King lowered his head. Just when Wu Yan thought he was going to get angry, he laughed like a madman. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yan's expression turned cold. What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? The Beast King laughed heartily as he clapped his hands. I'm laughing at the fact that you're absolutely right. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King's aura suddenly surged like a violent volcano, stirring up a storm. Boom! The ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions, pushing the flying magical beasts around the Beast King a distance away. The flying magical beasts all bowed down to the Beast King as they let out low growls. Under that terrifying aura, the Beast King's aura continued to rise from the demigod rank. It easily surpassed the Beast King's previous strength and continued to climb. Wu Yan's expression changed. Even Violet's expression turned grave. There was no other reason. The Beast King's aura continued to surpass Violet's. In Wu Yan and Violet's senses, it even surpassed the strength of the delicate fragrance Feng Jian in their memories. Even so, the Beast King's aura did not stop. In the end, it surpassed the peak of the demigod rank and continued to climb. The terrifying aura that far surpassed the peak of the demigod rank caused the air to become chaotic. The space also trembled. Wu Yan and Violet felt as if their bodies were filled with lead. It was so heavy that they almost bent over. This fact made Wu Yan and Violet hold their breath. Surpassed the peak of the demigod rank? Then wouldn't that be? You're right. A true powerhouse can control everything. The Beast King's voice reverberated in the sky. And I, who have become a god-rank powerhouse, will be the only powerhouse in this world. Chapter 1881. Just like the calm before the storm, the Beast King's terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption, and the magical beasts all let out excited and fearful roars. Wu Yan and Yukari, who didn't show any change in expression when facing such a terrifying demonic beast army, now not only did their expressions change, even their hearts started to churn like raging waves. Divine-level fighter? The Beast King has become a divine-level fighter? Is that possible? Wu Yan did not want to believe this possibility. After all, if one wanted to become a divine-level expert, one must first reach the peak of the demigod realm. Secondly, one must find divine energy, absorb it, and borrow the divine energy to transform. Only then could one become a true divine-level expert. The Beast King had just broken through the demigod realm and became a newbie among the demigods. Now, it had only been half a year since the Beast King was born and met Wu Yan in the behemoth forest. In half a year, the Beast King rose from the demigod realm to the peak of the demigod realm? That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, even if the Beast King had used some shortcut to reach the peak of the demigod realm, it was impossible for him to become a divine-level fighter. The divine power that could allow a peak demigod fighter to reach the divine level had disappeared along with the disappearance of the only mythical armament in the Spalier world. Because of this, the Spalier world had never produced a fifth divine-level fighter other than Silveria, Ailu, Balba, and Phil. Without the divine power, how could the Beast King become a divine-level fighter? However, the Beast King's aura had surpassed the peak of the demigod realm and reached a level that was impossible for a demigod realm fighter. Feeling the Beast King's aura that was as strong as a mountain, Wu Yan's heart sank. At this moment, Purple spoke with a serious expression. You should know just how many impossible elements were involved in what he said. I know. You won't believe me. The Beast King didn't retract his aura and smiled calmly. It can't be helped. Only after reaching the peak of the demigod level can a life form begin to contain the power of divinity. By absorbing the power of the gods, together with his body began to change. the barrier to the demigod realm would begin to melt, and at that time, peak demigod powerhouses could attempt to break through. Once you succeed, you can become a god. As for me, since I'm not at the peak of the demigod stage, it's impossible for me to possess the divine power that has already disappeared. In that case, I definitely can't advance to the divine level. If I hadn't found some other substitutes. Substitute? Wu Yan and Yukari were shocked. They stared at the Beast King. Since you two defeated me mercilessly, I'll tell you. The Beast King glanced at Wu Yan and Yukari. A secret belonging to the deities. The Beast King slowly retracted his aura, so that Wu Yan and Yukari were no longer suppressed. However, their hearts were still heavy. Under such circumstances, the Beast King spoke. You should know why the power of divinity disappeared, right? Because of the War of the Gods. Wu Yan replied. Yukari hadn't heard of the secrets of the deities with him. The power of divinity was born from the only mythical armament in this world. The mythical armament could bring an unimaginable increase in power to the deities. Therefore, in order to fight for the mythical armament and the power of divinity, the four deities fought a war. In the end, the mythical armament disappeared along with it. That's right. The Beast King's tone didn't contain any praise. Then why did the mythical armament disappear? Wu Yan was stunned. He really hadn't considered this question seriously. Who knew how many years ago this matter wasn't even recorded in history? How could Wu Yan know? Perhaps seeing through Wu Yan's thoughts, the Beast King curled his lips and smiled. Then let's change the question. How did the four deities die? Wu Yan and Yukari exchanged a glance. With just a glance, they understood each other's meaning. Wu Yan was talking to the Beast King while Yukari tried to find some flaws in the conversation. Wu Yan retracted his gaze and answered as if nothing had happened. Wasn't it because they perished together in the process of fighting? Indeed, that's the most likely reason. Although he said so, the Beast King shook his head. But unfortunately, I want to tell you that the deities didn't die in the battle. They died in their own hands. Died in their own hands? Yukari narrowed her eyes. Died in their own hands? Wu Yan frowned tightly. What's going on? The Beast King sneered as if he didn't care about the four deities. He slowly revealed a secret that no one in the Spalier world knew. There was no limit to human greed. The battle of the gods between the four divine-level experts had started because of greed. Since the power of God could allow experts at the peak of the demigod level to obtain the opportunity to break through to the divine level, one of the four divine spirits became greedy and attempted to seize the power of God to cultivate a divine-level expert for his own faction. Because of this, the other three deities couldn't stand by and watch all the deities being born in other factions. Naturally, they couldn't avoid conflict. In the end, the conflict even involved the only deity without a faction. In order to fight for the ownership of the divine power, the four deities broke out into a battle. Thus, the existence and secret of the mythical armament were dug out. From Kite, Wu Yan learned that the battle lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, after it ended, all four deities fell, and the only mythical armament disappeared. However, how did they fall and how did they disappear? Even the five demigods didn't know, let alone Kite. However, at this moment, the Beast King revealed this secret. Actually, in that War of the Gods, the only mythical armament was destroyed during the chaotic battle of the four gods. Destroyed? Yukari was stunned. Wu Yan was even more shocked. The mythical armament was destroyed? Is it strange? The Beast King sneered. After all, the mythical armament is just a natural weapon. If it was attacked by four deities at the same time, it's not impossible for it to be destroyed, right? How could the four deities fall? Wu Yan refuted. If the source of the dispute, the mythical armament, was destroyed, then the four deities didn't have to continue fighting, right? That's why I said that the four deities didn't die in the battle at all. The Beast King threw out such a sentence impatiently. However, humans are indeed despicable creatures, and so are the deities. Their crazy ambition is the reason for the fall of the four deities. Ambition. That's right. That's right. The Beast King sneered. Unwilling to accept the destruction of the mythical armament, unwilling to accept the disappearance of the power of God, and the fact that Silveria could no longer produce a divine-level expert. The four gods brought back the fragments of the destroyed mythical armament in an attempt to research the power of God and the manufacturing method of the mythical armament. In the end, the Beast King smiled disdainfully. It's this kind of ambition that brought them to the end of the mythical armament. You mean? Wu Yan said uncertainly. They failed. No. No, to a certain extent they succeeded. The Beast King denied it. However, what they studied was not the divine power and the manufacturing method of the mythical armament. Instead, it was a byproduct that could help people break through the current level and improve their strength by chance. It's also because of this byproduct. The Beast King slowly raised his hand. That's why I am now. As these words came out of the Beast King's mouth, an indescribable aura suddenly rose from the Beast King's body. What kind of aura was that? Cold. Decay. Insidious. Corrosion. All the negative words that could be used to describe bad things could be used to describe it. Under the influence of this dark aura, the Beast King slowly raised his hand, and a black clump-like object actually rose up into the air. It was a black fog. And in the black fog, there were traces of disgusting black light that looked like rotten insects twisting their bodies. Looking at the black fog and black light, Wu Yan and Yukari's face suddenly changed. Weren't the black fog and black light the things that could turn people into monsters? Chapter 1882. Once upon a time, Marcus from the second family of the Saito family had absorbed a strange black light. Although he borrowed the power of the black light to reach the Type 9 Divine Warrior realm, his appearance had turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. The black light that escaped from Marcus' body returned to the Saito family's base. It possessed the second young master of the Saito family, Bing Mian. In the end, Wu Yan chased the Saito family's base and destroyed both the black light and Bing Mian. Not only that, but the strange black light also appeared in large numbers and wreaked havoc in the giant beast's forest. Many people died in the giant beast's forest camp, and many magic beasts were also affected. In the end, many of them died with grievances. Wu Yan had Ikaros and Astrea investigate the behemoth forest. In the end, he released cannon to eliminate the black light that wreaked havoc in the behemoth forest. How could Wu Yan not recognize the black light that can increase the power of the possessor, but at the same time turn the possessor into a monster? Yukari was the same. Don't forget that Violet personally came to the giant beast's forest to search for this black light. She even met up with 5 demigods from Silveria. It's impossible for her not to recognize this black light. I thought you two forgot about this. The Beast King revealed a sinister smile when he saw Wu Yan and Yukari's expressions change. You forgot about the power of a false god. False god? Wu Yan's expression darkened. Disgusting thing. Is this the power of a god created by the 4 great gods by researching the fragments of mythical armaments? Is this the substitute you speak of? That's right. The Beast King fiercely clenched his fist, and the black light and black fog were immediately absorbed into the Beast King's body. This is the byproduct of the power of divinity that the 4 great gods developed by chance. I think all of you have already seen its effects. This pseudo-god power can unconditionally increase the power of the user, and its effects are even more pleasing than the power of divinity that can only give a peak demigod a chance to advance to the divine level. Better? Unconditionally? Wu Yan couldn't help but mock him. Indeed, it can increase the power of the possessed. However, it can also turn the possessed into a monster. From the looks of it, it can also affect the possessed's emotions. You call this unconditionally? Compared to the increase in power, what's the big deal about the body turning into a monster? The Beast King laughed mockingly. Let's talk about it later. Demonic beasts are monsters in your hearts as well. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. The Beast King was right. For humans, this was the case. Demonic beasts are monsters. However, compared to the monsters possessed by the black light, demonic beasts are more adorable. You reach the celestial rank by absorbing this so-called power of a false god. Yukari looked at the Beast King and finally spoke. Is this so-called power of a false god really that powerful? Could it allow someone who had just entered the demigod level to skip a level and directly advance to the divine level? 1 or 2 is naturally impossible. The Beast King laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with madness. But I absorbed hundreds of billions of rays of the power of a false god. I finally achieved this impossible miracle and became a celestial. Go. Wu Yan inhaled a breath of cold air. Hundreds of billions of rays of black light? To be more precise, it's all the power of a false god created by the 4 great gods. The Beast King did not hide his joy. You don't know this, but back then, as soon as the power of the false gods was created, the 4 gods used it on a group of people. As a result, those people all turned into monsters. Some of them even lost their minds and attacked their own people. When the 4 gods discovered this drawback, more than half of the people in the 3 forces established by the 3 gods, which are the 3 empires today, had already been devoured by the black light of the fake god's power, turning them into complete monsters that only know how to kill. The 4 great gods realized that if this continued, let alone the 3 great empires, even the entire Spalier world would be harmed by the power of a false god. It would become a world of monsters. Therefore, the 4 great gods could only kill those who had become monsters. In order to prevent the power of a false god from harming the entire Spalier world, the 4 great gods chose to seal all the power of a false god into their own bodies. They used their own divine power to suppress the power of a false god. At this point, the Beast King's tone became regretful. In the end, the bodies of the 4 great gods were corroded by the false god's power, and their vitality was completely devoured. The god-level powerhouses who should have lived as long as heaven and earth died, because of the disaster and ambition that they created. They used up their last bit of strength and turned their bodies into a seal, suppressing the false god's power in their bodies in a sealed place. And the place where the power of a false god was sealed is the behemoth forest. The Beast King spread his hands, as if he was very lucky. Very lucky. I found a small part of the power of a false god in the bodies of some of my kin who had turned into monsters. By absorbing the power of a false god, I was able to obtain this secret memory. From there, I found the place where the power of a false god was sealed. I absorbed all the power of a false god, and became a celestial. Listening to the Beast King's loud shout, as if he was announcing his own birth to the entire world, Wu Yan and Yukari both fell silent. Wu Yan finally understood why the Ailu Empire's god left behind an image in the land of gods that said he was the cause of the calamity. He also understood why the god said he was lying to himself and the people around him. It was because the power of a false god that caused the disaster was created by the 4 great gods themselves. In other words, it was the 4 great gods who brought the disaster to the entire Spalier world. They were unwilling to accept the disappearance of the mythical armament, unwilling to accept the disappearance of the power of a celestial, unwilling to accept the fact that a celestial could never be born again, unwilling to accept the fact that they had fought until the end and gained nothing. In the end, the 4 great gods could only use their own lives to make up for the disaster they brought upon themselves. They also left behind a seed of disaster for their descendants. It was really sad. Yukari also seemed to be a little sad that the 4 great gods of the Spalier world had disappeared in this way. She shook her head. Since the 4 great gods used their lives to create the seal, why did the power of a false god break out of the seal? Although there is no record of this secret in history, the power of a false god did endanger the entire Spalier world. It almost caused the destruction of the entire Spalier world. Even if the 4 great gods tried to hide the truth, it was impossible for them to hide everything. The Beast King sneered. Back then, some of the survivors of the disaster tried their best to find the truth. Finally, they found a clue and found the location of the seal. They spent a lot of effort and energy to find a way to tear a hole in the seal. I don't know why, but Marcus managed to get his hands on this method. The Beast King laughed joyfully. What happened next, you should have guessed. Guessed. Of course. With Marcus' sinister personality, he must have used this method to tear open the seal and obtain the power of a false god in order to take revenge on Wu Yan. As a result, the power of a false god leaked out and was obtained by the Beast King. The Beast King, who obtained this secret memory from the power of the false god, found the place where it was sealed. He completely shattered the seal that had been torn apart and absorbed all the power of the false god. With the endless power of the false god, he broke through the level of his own power. In the end, the Beast King became a god. To you, the power of the false god is a disaster, but to me, the power of the false god is the best tonic. The Beast King laughed out loud again. When magical beasts advance to demigod Beast King, they will shed their original body and take on human form. When they advance to deity Beast God, they will also get a chance to transform their body. Therefore, I abandoned the body that had absorbed the power of a false god and turned into a monster. It was not affected in the slightest. Now I am no longer the Beast King of the past. The former king of beasts declared loudly. I am the new beast god of the Beast Clan. Chapter 1883. Beast God. That was a title only beasts who had ascended to the celestial rank. In the past, there had been a demigod beast king in the behemoth forest who had obtained the power of a god and broken through to become a beast god. However, because the beast god had ruled over the beasts to resist the humans, the human gods had joined forces to kill the beast god and beast king who had the power to rule over the beasts. Since then, the behemoth forest had never given birth to another beast king or beast god. It was only now that the beast king, a demigod, had been born. Now this newly born beast king had become the new beast deity? In terms of numbers, we beasts outnumber the humans by leaps and bounds. In terms of strength, none of us beasts lose to the humans. Now in terms of combat power, we have me. The beast king's eyes burned with a cruel light. In front of me, who has become the beast god. Even if all 5 of the human demigods were to stand in front of me, it would not take much effort to kill them. This world is destined to fall into my hands. The Beast King raised his eyes and looked at Wu Yan and Violet who were floating in front of him. He extended his hand to them. So, do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Wu Yan and Violet were stunned. Together? Wu Yan looked at the Beast King in shock. Are you trying to recruit us? Don't doubt it. The Beast King's tone was neither sincere nor fake. It was completely calm. Both of you defeated me effortlessly. I can honestly say that among the 5 demigod rank powerhouses in the human world, not a single one of them could do that, but both of you did. No one knows your abilities better than I do. The Beast King's lips slowly curved into a smile. Of course, the most important thing is that neither of you are human, right? Hearing this, Wu Yan and Violet finally understood. The Beast King was recruiting them not because he cherished talent, but because they were not human. Other than the humans and beasts, they were the third force. And now that the Beast King was planning to wage an all-out war with the humans, in order to not increase the strength of the humans, the Beast King wanted to recruit them as a third force. One had to admit that the Beast King was not only very thoughtful, but also very rational. After all, Wu Yan and Violet had almost sent the Beast King to hell. Now, the Beast King chose to give up on revenge for the sake of the big picture, as expected of the king of the beasts. However, the Beast King had obviously overlooked a problem. Violet aside, Wu Yan was not as magnanimous as the Beast King had imagined. Recruit? Wu Yan sighed and cast his cold eyes on the Beast King. You surrounded my capital of alternate generations with your magical beast army, and even brazenly attacked the barrier, almost injuring my people. Now you actually want to recruit me. You also know that my magical beast army has surrounded your so-called capital of a different era? The Beast King's expression remained unchanged as he continued to extend his arm. Then, you should also know that if you refuse to stand on the same side as me, I won't mind letting them attack directly, right? Coercion and bribery. Wu Yan let out a sarcastic laugh. Unfortunately, I can't stand being threatened. The Beast King fell silent. I see. The Beast King retracted his arm and nodded. In that case, I don't need to keep you any longer. However, as soon as the Beast King finished his sentence and before he could make his next move, a pitch-black crack filled with eyeballs appeared behind him. Swish. Immediately afterwards, An extremely dense beam of black light shot out from the pitch-black cracks that were filled with eyeballs. It tore through the air and viciously struck the Beast King's back. The Beast King didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to attack in this situation, and was momentarily sluggish. It was during this moment of sluggishness that the beam of black light shot out from the pitch-black crack filled with eyeballs and landed heavily on the Beast King's back. Boom! With a loud muffled sound, the huge impact exploded on the Beast King's back, causing it to let out a muffled groan. Light smoke rose from its back, and a trace of blood could be faintly seen dripping down from its back. Looking at this scene, the Beast Kings who were about to attack the capital of alternate generations at any time felt as though their roars were choked and stuck in their throats. On the other side, Wu Yan also didn't expect this development. He turned to Purple, who extended her paper fan toward the Beast King. Purple? That's right. The attack just now was launched by Purple on his own initiative. The Beast King slowly raised his head as wisps of smoke rose from his back. Drops of dark red blood dripped from his body as he stared fixedly at Z. His voice was extremely gloomy, as if it had come from the depths of the abyss. It seems like you're tired of living. Along with this sentence, a terrifying aura erupted from the Beast King's body. Violent murderous aura spread all of a sudden, shrouding the entire place and locking onto Purple. However, under the lock of the aura that even a peak demigod could not compare to, not only did Purple not reveal the slightest bit of panic, but she even smiled very happily. You're injured, and a ruthless glint flashed in the Beast King's eyes. Do you think this little injury can do anything to me? No, I'm praising you. I used all my strength in that attack just now. Coupled with a sneak attack, you only suffered a little injury, as expected of someone who surpassed the peak of the demigod realm. Purple's gaze seemed to be able to see through all disguises and fixed on the Beast King. But I'm finally certain that you're definitely not a god-level expert, Beast King. When these words came out of Purple's mouth, all the sounds in the world disappeared. Not a god-level expert? Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Violet said this, it wasn't impossible since Violet said so. Ha 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 ha. The Beast King's lips curled into a smile, and it grew bigger and bigger until it was so big that it made him laugh wildly. I thought you were going to say something. Is this all you want to say? That's right. In the face of the Beast King's terrifying laughter, Purple's expression was surprisingly calm. I'm thinking, if a god-level expert were to receive an all-out attack from me, would he be injured? The Beast King's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and his expression darkened. Just because I was injured by your attack, I'm not a god-level expert? You don't have to continue bluffing. Purple ignored the Beast King's gloomy expression, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. To tell you the truth, both Little Yen and I have an ability that allows us to sense the strength of others. The ability to sense the strength of others? Purple must be talking about the system's perception, right? This perception ability can determine a person's current strength in detail, and it can differentiate them by 10 levels per level. Purple met the Beast King's gaze. Level 0 to 9 is the first level, level 10 to 19 is the second level, level 20 to 29 is the third level, and so on. Level 80 to 89 is the ninth level, level 90 to 99 is the demigod realm, and level 100 is the demigod realm. But with this perception ability, your level is a series of question marks, and you don't even have a specific level. Don't you think that's strange? Purple raised the paper fan in his hand and pointed it at the Beast King. After all, if you were a divine level expert, then my sensory ability should have shown your level, which is level 100, but the result was a series of question marks. Then, you claimed that you were a divine level expert, so from then on, I started to suspect that you weren't a divine level expert. Hearing Purple's words, Wu Yan came to a realization. Isn't that right? Since the Beast King is a god-level expert, then the system's perception should show him a level of 100. Why is there a series of question marks? You said that the four gods used the fragments of the mythical armament to research and create a substitute for the power of the gods, which is the black light, the power of the false gods. Purple smiled confidently. So, I wondered if you're actually a false divine, surpassing the peak of demigod, but not a god-level expert. Chapter 1884. He surpassed the peak of demigod but failed to reach celestial rank. That's why he's a false god. That's why the system perception displayed a series of question marks. If the Beast King is really a fake god, then everything makes sense. The Beast King's expression turned uglier every time Violet mentioned her conjecture. When she mentioned the fake god, the Beast King's expression turned uglier. Yukari's smile widened when she saw the Beast King's ugly expression. Looks like I was right, Wu Yan smiled. How strong is a celestial rank? Currently, no one should be able to answer this question. However, the difference between the ranks was huge, and the higher the rank, the greater the difference between the ranks. As the pinnacle of level 100 god tier, it's easy to imagine how much stronger it is compared to a demigod. At the very least, Wu Yan doesn't think he and Yukari, who aren't even at the pinnacle of demigods, can challenge a pinnacle god tier. That's why Wu Yan decided to stall for time with Yukari. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others will retreat with the girls and Misaka sisters. He and Yukari will think of a way to escape. If the Beast King isn't a celestial rank but a false god, they might be able to find an opening and defeat the Beast King. It's a pity that Wu Yan's hopes are a little too high. The Beast King took a deep breath. His ugly expression slowly returned to normal. It didn't take long for him to return to his initial indifference. I have to say, Yakumo Yukari, you really are an outstanding fighter in all aspects. You're right, I haven't reached celestial rank yet. The Beast King said coldly. That's just a byproduct of coincidental research. Even if it can increase the user's power, it can't break through the limits of life and reach celestial rank. No matter how much I absorb, I can only surpass the peak of demigod rank. I can't reach celestial rank. In your words, I should be a false god. The Beast King sneered. But so what? Don't tell me that the two of you, who aren't even demigods, can defeat me, who has surpassed demigods. Impossible with just the two of us? Violet smiled calmly. What if it's not just the two of us? The Beast King was slightly taken aback. Wu Yan was also a little surprised that Violet would say such a thing. Could it be that there was another demigod on his side? Little Yan. Violet whispered to Wu Yan before the Beast King could say anything. Do you still remember the 5 gems I gave you when you summoned me? I went to the Behemoth Forest to investigate the power of the false gods. Wu Yan paused for a moment before he remembered. With a flip of his hand, 5 gems of different colors appeared in his palm. They were the gems that Violet gave to Wu Yan the day after he summoned her to the Spalier world. The next day, Violet went to the Behemoth Forest to investigate the ominous aura she sensed. She ended up encountering the power of the false gods. After explaining the situation to Violet, she tossed the gems to Wu Yan. At that time, Violet even told him that if he couldn't defeat his opponent in a fight, he could show off the gems. Perhaps he could scare his opponent away. However, Violet's expression was too casual at that time. It was as if she didn't care about the gems at all. Wu Yan didn't see anything special about the gems and gradually forgot about them. Violet didn't bother explaining to Wu Yan. With a wave of her hand, the gems in Wu Yan's palm exploded into powder with a bang. Buzz! Just as the 5 different colored gems exploded into powder, 5 ripples of the same color as the gems spread out in the sky like a door. The door gradually solidified, like a reflection in a lake, swaying in an illusory manner. At a certain moment, with a crack, it opened at the same time like a real door. Then, 5 figures slowly descended from the 5 doors. They were an old man in a gray robe, a man in a white robe with a thunderbolt pattern on his chest, an old man in a black robe, a gorgeous woman, and a beautiful girl in a blue gauze dress. The 5 figures emerged from the doors in the sky and slowly descended. They didn't stop until they reached Violet's side and raised their heads. Looking at the 5 figures descending from the sky, the Beast King's face broke into a terrifying smile. Helpers! Wu Yan cried out in surprise. 3 guardian deities? Among the 5 people that appeared out of nowhere, there was an old man in a gray robe, a man in a white robe with a lightning emblem, and a beautiful woman. They were the 3 guardians of the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya. Not only Garen, Magnubi, and Linya, Wu Yan also had an impression of the old man in the black robe. One can imagine the shock on his face. Isn't he the owner of the magic crystal shop in the academy? This is the fourth demigod of Silveria, Mula. He met Wu Yanzi in the academy once before, the fourth demigod of Silveria. As for the beautiful girl, Wu Yan didn't recognize her, but he was also surprised. She looks like she's only 20 years old. She's just too young. This young girl is the fifth demigod in the Spalier world, Cynthia. At this moment, the 5 demigods in the Spalier world are gathered in one place. As soon as they appeared, apart from the young girl named Cynthia, the other 4 demigod rank powerhouses all turned their gazes towards the Beast King, their eyes releasing shocking anger and killing intent. You're the Beast King, right? Jarlin suppressed his anger as his voice echoed. You're the one who ordered the demonic beasts to attack my Ailu Empire? You're the one who caused my Ailu Empire to fall into an abyss of suffering? So the Ailu Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts? Magnubi clenched his fists. His voice was filled with anger. My Baruba Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts. Even the Imperial Palace has collapsed. It's not just the Ailu and Baruba empires. Linya's expression was cold. The Fea Empire was also attacked by demonic beasts. Even the Emperor is leading his men to fight. Is it you? Mu La roared as a terrifying fighting chi burst out from his body. Are you the one who ordered the beasts to attack the Spalier World Academy and almost destroyed it? Cynthia wasn't as furious as the other 4 demigods, but her eyes were cold as she looked at the Beast King. Ha 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 ha. The Beast King was neither afraid nor panicked in the face of the 5 demigods attacking him at the same time. Instead, he burst into unbridled laughter. 5 human demigod rank powerhouses, you've come at the right time. Saves me the trouble of finding you all personally and killing all of you. What did you say? Not to mention the 4 demigod rank experts. Even Cynthia had a trace of anger on her face when she heard that. Dealing with 5 demigod rank powerhouses? Alone? No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was spouting nonsense. However, Violet knew that the Beast King wasn't just boasting. All of you better be careful, Violet said calmly. He's no longer the Beast King who just entered demigod rank. He's now beyond peak demigod rank and has touched the divine rank. He's an unprecedented false god rank powerhouse. False god rank powerhouse? Even the 5 demigods hadn't heard of this term before. Of course, not knowing what a false god rank powerhouse was didn't mean that they didn't know what it meant to surpass peak demigod rank. The 5 demigods sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Surpass peak demigod rank? Cynthia looked at the Beast King in shock. He surpassed peak demigod rank? Impossible, Mula exclaimed. He was just a demigod rank Beast King not long ago. How can he surpass peak demigod rank now? But Linya looked at the Beast King with a serious expression. His aura has indeed surpassed peak demigod rank. False god rank? Magnubi's face was filled with bewilderment. What rank is that? Does such a rank exist? Everyone in the Spalier world knew that beyond peak demigod rank was the divine rank. There was no such thing as a false god rank powerhouse. If the Beast King didn't use the power of a false god, the false god rank wouldn't have appeared. Therefore, the Beast King was the only one who had reached the false god realm since ancient times. It was no wonder that the 5 demigod powerhouses were so surprised and bewildered. It's a bit troublesome to explain it. I'll explain it to you later. Violet looked at the 5 demigods. The 5 of you, do you still remember our agreement? Of course, Jarlin nodded. That time in the Behemoth Forest, we promised that as long as you give us the black light, we'll do one thing for you as long as it's within our power. We'll use the gemstone that can summon us from a distance as proof. All right, Violet said loudly. Then the 5 of you, join forces with me to fight the Beast King. Hearing this, the 5 demigods nodded without hesitation. Fight the Beast King? Even without the agreement with Violet, the 5 demigods wouldn't let the Beast King go. R1152. Chapter 1885. Level 96. level 95. Level 95. Mura, level 94. Cynthia, level 94. Wu Yan looked at the 5 demigods who were standing in a row against the Beast King. He exhaled a breath of hot air. Why was the boss of the magic crystal shop in the Spalier World Academy a demigod? How could a young girl who looked less than 20 years old be a demigod rank expert? Why did Yukari know these 5 demigods? Why would a special tool that could summon 5 demigod powerhouses be in Violet's hands, and through Violet's hands, it was given to him? Wu Yan had so many questions, but he couldn't ask them. It wasn't the right time. However, with the help of the 5 demigods from the Spalier world, Wu Yan's situation was much better. Yukari, who was hovering beside Wu Yan, lowered her voice and spoke again. Little Yan, you should have some kind of telepathy magic that can allow the 7 of us to communicate telepathically, right? Wu Yan paused for a moment. He nodded. It's not difficult to converse with one's mind, and it's quite simple to use. It doesn't even take much time. I can cast it now. Very good. Yukari raised her head and looked at the Beast King. Little Yan, help us to communicate telepathically. I have a plan. After a while, under the Beast King's gaze, Wu Yan turned around and landed in the capital of alternate generations. Seeing this, the Beast King frowned. The 5 demigods from the Spalier world didn't know that Wu Yan could use the power of a demigod. However, the Beast King knew. In the Beast King's opinion, the other party should have gathered the power of all the demigods to deal with him. With 7 demigods working together, the chances of winning would be much higher. If there was one less demigod, if that happened, their chances of winning would drop by a few percentage points. Now, why did you ask one of them to leave? While the Beast King frowned in confusion, Wu Yan stopped above the capital of a different era, and didn't continue to descend. However, they didn't charge forward. Instead, they remained where they were, surveying the surrounding flying magical beasts. Seeing this, the Beast King understood. It turned out that those demigod powerhouses were worried that the surrounding magical beasts would suddenly launch a sneak attack while they were fighting, which would affect the battle. That was why they had one of them stay on guard at the side. Are you worried that I'll let the magical beasts around me attack you? The Beast King smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, I alone am enough to deal with all of you. Upon hearing the Beast King's words, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world didn't respond. Instead, they gazed at the Beast King coldly. Dense battle aura and magical powers rose from their bodies, stirring up turbulent winds that swept in all directions. The disdain on the Beast King's face intensified. Around him, twisted magical powers that were violent, cold, and filled with rich negative energy surged wildly like a rotten aura. Upon sensing the dark and powerful magical powers from the Beast King, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world grimaced. Then they exchanged looks and nodded in unison. Swish. At the next moment, apart from Z, Linya, and Cynthia, Garen, Magnubi, and Mora transformed into razor-sharp arrows that shot toward the Beast King at their maximum speed. The Beast King swept a glance at the 3 demigod powerhouses from the corner of his eyes, and let out a sneer. He extended his palm gradually, and the dark magical powers around him gathered, and coalesced into an enormous black blade. The Beast King suddenly opened his eyes as he gripped the black blade. A vicious look that only magical beasts would possess flashed through his eyes. Soon after, the black blade in the Beast King's hand turned into a black blur. With a sonic boom, it cut through the air like a black windmill. With the Beast King as the center, it viciously slashed through the surroundings. Almost at the same time, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura, who were charging towards the Beast King, suddenly sped up and rushed in front of the Beast King. However, before they could attack, they were met with a windmill slash. Immediately Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were shocked. The Beast King had actually seen through the trio's intention to speed up midway, and had taken the initiative to attack them. In this situation, it seemed as though Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were the ones who collided with the Beast King's attack. How could they not be astonished? But now wasn't the time to be astonished. Sensing the powerful wind coming towards them, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura hurriedly raised their hands. An ancient knight sword appeared in Garen's hand. A pair of razor-sharp claws appeared in Magnubi's hand, and a pitch-black stick appeared in Mura's hand. The three unknown weapons stood before Garen, Magnubi, and Mura and welcomed the Beast King's attack. Clink! The black blade that the Beast King had turned into a black windmill swung in front of the Beast King. Wherever it passed, sparks flew in all directions like fireworks, and a crisp sound of collision rang out. Garen, Magnubi, and Mura felt a great, violent force coming from their weapons, which hurt their perlicues and almost knocked their weapons out of their hands. However, before Garen, Magnubi, and Mura could heave a sigh of relief, the Beast King sneered again. The black blade that he had just swung was pulled back according to the trajectory of the swing. Once again, the windwheel spun in the opposite direction and slashed the weapons in Garen, Magnubi, and Mura's hands. Clang! Garen, Magnubi, and Mura groaned in pain as they were sent flying with their weapons at an even faster speed than when they came in. Buzz! Garen, Magnubi, and Mula were just sent flying. Before they were 3 meters away from the Orc King, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared between the Orc King and Garen, Magnubi, and Mula, who were sent flying. In the dark crevice, Z was like a loaded arrow. Demonic power that the Beast King could not identify surged around him. He flew out of the dark crevice and his body turned into a blurry shadow. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Beast King. This time, it was the Beast King's turn to be astonished. If the Beast King had predicted that Garen, Magnubi, and Mura would speed up and rush to his front and launched an attack in advance, it would look like that Garen, Magnubi, and Mura had bumped into him. Wasn't the current situation the same? Purple seemed to have predicted that the Beast King would send Garen, Magnubi, and Mura flying. Almost at the instant when Garen, Magnubi, and Mura were sent flying, she opened up a gap between the Beast King, Garen, Magnubi, and Mura. In the end, it was as though the Beast King had sent Garen, Magnubi, and Mura flying in order for Purple to appear here. Of course, even though he was astonished, the Beast King's expression turned cold at the sight of Purple dashing toward him. He brandished the black blade in his hand and couldn't retract it. All he could do was to raise his massive fist and clench it tightly. Twisting his elbow, the Beast King's dark mana rapidly gathered on his fist. Just like that, the Beast King viciously smashed his fist towards Violet, who was charging towards him at lightning speed. Z's expression didn't change. He suddenly stretched out his hand. Above his hand, a majestic demonic energy rapidly spread out and collided with the Beast King's fist. Boom! In the instant that a low muffled sound rang out, an inexplicable wave surged from Yukari's hand, disintegrating the chi and dark magic on the Beast King's fist. Such a familiar, domineering, and almost unreasonable method of disintegrating without the Beast King's consent reminded him of this move that made him suffer greatly in the past. That was the realm of being and non-being. You're indeed full of strange tricks. The power of your realm is really strong. Yakumo Z, I'm looking forward to seeing more of you. The Beast King snorted. However, such a small trick is no longer of much practical use to the current me. Show me what you're really capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark magic surging on the Beast King's body suddenly twisted and formed a black fog. It descended and enveloped Violet's body. Chapter 1886. Whoosh! The black fog that suddenly descended from the sky caused Z to be slightly surprised. She lifted her head, and soon after, the thick black fog was like a gust of wind that rapidly magnified in Z's gem-like eyes. The black mist carried an extremely gloomy aura, and the curse-like power made Violet, who was used to seeing all kinds of powers, frown. She staggered, tapped her foot, and retreated like a bolt of lightning. Swish! However, just as Purple's figure turned, the thick black fog was like a sharp arrow that instantly flashed and arrived before him. Seeing that the black fog that contained a dark aura was about to hit Purple like a tide, Purple's face turned solemn. He forcefully pointed the paper fan in his hand forward, and a crack suddenly appeared in front of Purple. It stood in front of Purple like a shield. The black mist containing a gloomy aura rushed into the gap, without slowing down. It was unknown where it was transferred to, but it disappeared in front of Violet's eyes. However, the solemn expression on Violet's face didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became more intense. That was because Violet clearly felt it. Amidst an extremely soft sound of something breaking through the air, a figure silently appeared behind her. "Didn't I tell you?" Staring at Violet's slender and tall figure, the Beast King raised one of his hands. Above his palm, a poisonous black mist condensed and covered the Beast King's palm. "Show me what you're capable of." As these words were spoken, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The Beast King's palm, which was shrouded in black mist, viciously smashed towards Zi's back. Looking at the violent vibrations in the air, even if it was Z, he would definitely be gravely injured by such an attack. Swish! Just as the Beast King's palm, which was covered in black fog, was about to smash down on Violet, a faint sound of impact suddenly rang out. Buzz! Purple, whose back was facing the Beast King, suddenly trembled slightly. His figure actually trembled after this tremble. After the trembling, her figure became illusory. Boom! The Beast King's violent blow landed solidly on Violet's back. However, this blow was like hitting a rock. It penetrated Violet's body without a single drop of blood. Then, his body was like a shattered piece of glass. Slowly it shattered. Moreover, there were still ice shards falling from the sky. That figure was just a block of ice. Ice. The Beast King was slightly startled. Then, as if sensing something, he forcefully turned his head to look behind him. There, a beautiful girl in a blue gauze dress was holding up a staff that was blooming with rich magic power, and an icy blue mist was surging around her. Cynthia. That piece of ice was made by Cynthia. That girl may be very young, but she has a very unique magic. A cold voice echoed in front of the Beast King. As long as she can create ice, that girl can teleport the ice she creates to any place in an instant. If necessary, she can even swap places with other things, even if that thing is a human. The moment he finished speaking, a burly figure appeared in front of the Beast King. Taking a closer look, this burly figure had rushed out from the gap that Violet had left behind to divert the black fog. Roar! Then a huge beast shadow appeared behind the burly figure. Its entire body was wrapped in lightning, and it roared towards the sky. It was a beast battle technique unique to the Baruba Empire. As for Magnubi's beast battle skill, it was even more special. It was a beast battle skill that contained the power of lightning. Magnubi rushed to the front of the Beast King and bent one of his hands into the shape of a claw. The claw-like armament in his hand surged with a majestic aura. Magnubi fiercely swung the claw and compressed the air in front of him into a ball, blasting the Beast King. Boom! Amidst the low muffled explosion, the ripples of air waves rapidly spread out, causing the space to tremble slightly. However, such a violent attack did not directly land on the Beast King. Instead, it smashed into a bone wall that had appeared in front of the Beast King out of nowhere, and smashed the bone wall into pieces. Playing tricks all you want. Behind the bone wall, the Beast King shook his palm abruptly. In an instant, black fog surged out and transformed into 3 arm-thick black snakes. They circled around the bone wall and darted out abruptly. Their hideous mouths snarled silently, filling the air with a foul stench. The black snake instantly shot forward and circled around the bone wall. It rushed towards Magnubi, who had clawed at the bone wall, from the top, left and right, and surrounded him. Magnubi's expression became incomparably solemn when he sensed the faint dark demonic energy being transmitted from the 3 black snakes. He slowly spread out his claws and violently swung them at the black snakes that were shooting over. Roar! As Magnubi swung his claws, the beast shadow behind Magnubi roared violently. It raised its huge claws and crushed the space in front of it as if it was squeezing it into a ball, then smashed it down heavily. Boom! Just as he passed by, the 3 black snakes that were circling around him were immediately crushed into a cloud of black mist under this earth-shattering claw, just like the space around him. Buzz! At the same time, after Magnubi dealt with the 3 black snakes, the space around the Beast King trembled abruptly. 2 gaps split open and spat out 2 figures as though something was being spat out. Hiya! Garen and Mura darted to the sides of the Beast King like loaded bullets. They brandished their simple, unadorned knight sword and pitch-black long stick in a crescent arc and smashed at the Beast King's head. Imph! Facing the merciless attack, the Beast King snorted in disdain. With a move of his palm, A surge of black mist gushed out from his body. After a wave of rolling, it actually condensed into a sticky barrier around the Beast King like a swamp. Boom! Garen's slash and Mura's blunt blow smashed into the thick, viscous protective barrier in a deep explosion. Two ripples spread across the pitch-black, viscous protective barrier. The two armaments that were considered top-notch even among gold-grade armaments contained a terrifying force. The knight's sword and staff smashed a dent into the viscous black barrier. However, they were unable to break through this layer of defense. They stopped half a meter away from the Beast King's head. The strength and combat aura of the two armaments were completely dissolved by the mysterious power of the viscous barrier. Boom! Immediately after, the viscous barrier that had two dents on it fiercely bounced back and knocked away the armaments in Garland and Mura's hands. Roar! As if it had been planned, when Jarlin and Mura were sent flying, Magnubi bypassed the bone wall with his beast shadow. He flashed into the arms of the Beast King and waved his sharp claws. Streaks of claw shadows appeared and smashed towards the chest of the Beast King with violent electric arcs. Facing this attack, the Beast King remained disdainful, but he didn't completely ignore it. Got to say, the strength of lightning was indeed a kind of strength that contained righteousness, and had a certain restraining effect on some evil beings. Coincidentally, the pseudo-god's strength in the Beast King's body was one of such evil beings. Therefore, the Beast King couldn't ignore the claws that were wrapped in electric arcs. Bone armor. Immediately after, the dark magic power around the Beast Monarch surged like lightning. As the black chi surged, the Beast Monarch's body also trembled, and a suit of armor completely made of bones was formed around the Beast Monarch's body. Clang, clang, clang. The claw shadows that carried traces of electric arcs all smashed onto the thick and heavy bone armor. Waves of metal clashing sounds reverberated in the air like vibrating ripples. The defensive power of the bone armor was obviously very strong as well. Under Magnubi's full power and storm-like attacks, there wasn't even the slightest crack on it. Of course, there wasn't a single crack on the bone armor. However, even though the bone armor had absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force from Magnubi's claws still forced the Beast King back. As a result, everyone could see that the Beast King's body was pushed back by the force exerted by Magnubi's claw attack. Clang, clang, clang. On the other hand, Magnubi continued to drive the Do Chi in his body. Along with the huge beast shadow, he continuously swung his claws, causing the clear sound of metal clashing to reverberate in the sky. Chapter 1887. Clang. Another claw attack that contained the power of thunder and lightning smashed heavily on the Beast King's bone armor. Gotcha! Finally, after blocking an unknown number of claws, the Beast King's bone armor finally cracked with a crisp cracking sound. A huge crack appeared on the surface of the armor. Originally, the Beast King had only used this bone armor because he thought that his power of the pseudo-god would be slightly restrained by the power of the lightning. However, one must not forget that the lightning power contained in Magnubi's beast battle skill was just a bonus. After all, it was a beast battle skill that was famous for its strength. After receiving so many attacks, even if the Beast King was a pseudo-god who had surpassed the peak of the demigod stage, it was impossible for his bone armor to not shatter. Judging from this situation, the bone armor would shatter completely after another 2 or 3 claw attacks. But it was a pity that even if Magnubi was aware of this, as the creator of the bone armor, the Beast King would definitely be aware of it. Boom! Before Magnubi could rejoice over the cracking of the bone armor, a surge of dense, dark magical power erupted from the Beast King's body. The dark magical power erupted like a violent storm, and instantly transformed into a substantial impact that forced Magnubi back a few steps. Go to hell! Before Magnubi could react, the Beast King's deep and cold voice rang in his ears. His body was sent flying backward, and before he could react, the Beast King's cold voice rang in his ears. The instant the Beast King's voice sounded, Magnubi sensed it too. Above his head, a terrifying force was forming. Magnubi immediately lifted his head and looked above him. When he saw the scene above him clearly, his expression changed. Not far above Magnubi's head, a huge bone spear that was as long as 10 meters and as thick as a pillar appeared abruptly. Amidst the chaotic hissing sound in the air, It landed heavily on the ground. Wind of dissolution. Just as the huge bone spear descended from the sky and was about to land on Magnubi's body, a clear and delicate shout rang out. Swish. A sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed abruptly, accompanied by a violent, sharp tornado that swept across the sky. It shot into the sky. It crashed heavily into the huge bone spear that was descending from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The surging wind spread out like an impact, and the huge bone spear was directly entangled by the sharp tornado. Then, as if it had melted, it was broken down into magic residue and dissipated into the air. The Beast King was slightly taken aback when he saw that his attack was so easily neutralized. Then he saw it. Next to Cynthia, who had been holding her staff, Linya was also floating in the air. She was also holding a staff in her hand. Not only was the staff wrapped in magic power, but there were also traces of golden wind swirling around it. Dissolving wind. Only the direct descendants of the Fea Empire's royal family could learn this inherited magic. It had the effect of nullifying all energy attacks, including the bone spear made of magic. In order to deal with this move, one had to attack with pure physical strength. Otherwise, no matter if it was combat aura, magic power, or battle techniques and spells made of combat aura and magic power, they would all be melted. Back then, Prince Kaya of the Fea Empire used this move against Wu Yen in the academy. Got to say, this was indeed a magical spell. If Linya cast it, even the Beast King's attack would be nullified. Of course, Cynthia had a spell that could move ice to any position, and even exchange it with others. Linya had a spell that could dissolve any energy attacks. Magnubi also had a beast battle technique that contained the power of lightning. The other two demigod stage beings also had equally powerful trump cards. However, compared to Cynthia, Linya, and Magnubi, Garen and Mura's trump cards didn't have any magical effects. They only had pure offensive strength. Raging Wave Sword Dance. Black Flame Duel. Two silhouettes suddenly flashed to the sides of the Beast King. The Night Sword and the long staff in their hands were wrapped in a dense fog of fighting aura. In the blink of an eye, the Night Sword in Jarlin's hand was surrounded by rolling combat chi. The combat chi combined with the sword's body, and turned into a powerful sword mark. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards the Beast King. At the same time, the staff burned with pitch-black flames that made it look even darker. Mura hurled the staff, and it streaked across the air toward the Beast King. In the face of such a powerful sneak attack, the Beast King's face also showed traces of anger. Its body trembled, and an overwhelming amount of black fog immediately surged out from its body. It was like a pool of sewage, covering the Beast King's body. The sword marks and pitch-black staff penetrated the black mist around the Beast King like a hot knife through butter. The power contained in the sword marks caused the black mist to fluctuate violently like layers of clouds. Not bad. The Beast King let out a sneer. But not good enough. The black mist surging from the Beast King's body immediately boiled like boiling water. It suddenly expanded, causing the sword marks and pitch-black fire sticks that were about to pass through the black mist and shoot towards the Beast King's body to be locked in place. They directly froze and solidified within the black mist. Jaren and Mula's expressions changed drastically when they saw that their most powerful attack was easily neutralized by the Beast King. However, Garen and Mura weren't even in the peak demigod stage. The gap between them and the Beast King, who had entered the pseudo-god stage, was too huge. Swish. Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a wild gust of wind was emitted from the black fog while Jaren and Mu-La's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the edge of the black fog surged and directly charged out. It heavily collided with Jaren and Mula, who were unable to dodge in time. Boom. Jarlin and Mula let out a muffled groan as their bodies were sent flying backward at the same time. Die. The Beast King didn't show any mercy at all. Ignoring the fact that Jaren and Mura were still flying backward, he formed two pitch-black bone spears with his dark magic power, and shot them toward Jaren and Mura. The bone spears were terrifyingly fast. Garen and Mura had just been struck, and they could only watch helplessly as the bone spears flew toward them. Wind of dissolution. Heavenly chill. At this moment, Two similarly cold and crisp cries resounded. As the two bone spears were about to hit Garen and Mura, a rotating tornado and a faint, invisible impact swept across from afar. One of the tornadoes wrapped around the bone spear that was launched at Garen while the other struck Mura. Then, in the sound of something being corroded, the bone spear that was wrapped around by the tornado melted instantly. On the other hand, Mura, who was struck by the invisible impact, vanished and was replaced by a huge block of dry ice. Boom! The remaining bone spear directly smashed the huge dry ice into pieces, exploding into ice shards that filled the sky. On the other hand, Mura appeared beside the Beast King abruptly. She disregarded the pain in her body and grabbed one of the Beast King's hands. "Caught you!" Hearing this, the Beast King did not have time to react. Garland, who had stopped his flying backwards, dashed to the other side of the Beast King and reached out his hand, grabbing the other hand of the Beast King tightly. "I caught you too. You're asking for it." The Beast King was infuriated. Just as he was about to deal a heavy blow to Garen and Mura, another burly figure appeared behind him along with an enormous beast shadow. It was none other than Magnubi. Roar! The beast shadow behind Magnubi roared as it directly stretched out its two huge palms and tightly grasped the Beast King, Jarlin and Mura in its illusory palms. Under the restraint of the beast shadow, the Beast King, who couldn't move his hands earlier, couldn't even move his body anymore. At this moment, the corners of Magnubi's mouth curled up. "I caught you too, human." The Beast King finally revealed an unconcealable rage and murderous aura. The dark magical powers around him surged. At the same time, the familiar, mysterious tornado descended from the sky, passed through the Beast Shadow's palm, and drilled into it like a viscous liquid, covering the Beast King's body. In an instant, the dark magical powers around the Beast King dissolved entirely. Chapter 1888. Tske. Amidst the sizzling noises, the magic power on the Beast King's body was completely melted by the wind of dissolution, and dissipated into nothingness. In order to deal with the wind of dissolution, one had to resist it with pure physical strength. However, the Beast King's body was also restrained by Garen, Mura, and Magnubi. In other words, in this state, the Beast King could not move at all, and there was nothing he could do. However, the Beast King wasn't worried at all. Comparing physical strength, magical beasts were stronger than humans, not to mention the Beast King. Even if he was bound by Garen, Mula, and Magnubi, he would definitely be able to break free if he put in some effort. When that happened, the Beast King could also dissolve the wind of dissolution on him. Garen, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi's joint restraint only brought some trouble to the Beast King, and wasn't a threat to him at all. At this thought, the Beast King forgot about it. Garen, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi weren't the only ones present. In the distance, Linya nodded to Cynthia as she watched the Beast King's hands being tightly grabbed by Garen and Mula. His body was also bound by Magnubi's beast shadow, and surrounded by a tornado that was dissolving magic power. Cynthia responded instantly and raised her staff. At the next moment, everyone on the scene, including the Beast King, was replaced by blocks of ice and vanished from the scene. The Beast King felt his vision blurring. When his vision recovered, the scene that appeared before him left him dumbfounded. This was a platform at the edge of the capital of alternate generations. Above the platform stood an ancient tree that was 10 meters tall, and had an extremely thick canopy that covered the entire platform. It emanated an aura of vicissitudes and emanated a gentle, green radiance all over its body. If the guardians of the Emperor Island were here, they would definitely be astonished to see this ancient tree. This was because apart from its size, this ancient tree was identical to the guardian tree on the Emperor Island. Not only that, but its aura, energy waves, and appearance were also exactly the same. It was none other than the sapling of the guardian divine tree that Wu Yen had brought back from the land of God. Next to the guardian tree's sapling, Wu Yen placed his hand on it and injected traces of mana into it. Seeing Wu Yen here, the Beast King's expression changed slightly. Wasn't Wu Yen on guard against his magical beast army? Why was he here? Of course, There wasn't enough time to answer the Beast King's question. Under the infusion of Wu Yan's mana, the guardian tree sapling kept blooming with a soft green light. The green light distorted the space in front of the guardian tree sapling and tore it apart, forming a huge spatial vortex. Looking at the spatial vortex, the Beast King was shocked. Opening up space. Yes. The sapling of the guardian tree itself had the ability to open up space. And now, Wu Yan was using this ability of the guardian tree to open up a huge space. However, as the guardian tree was still young and not as powerful as the guardian tree on the Emperor Island, it could only open up a small space the size of a room. However, this space was more than enough for him. Huh! Magnubi yelled. The beast figure behind him roared and lifted the Beast King's hand above its head. Then, it threw the Beast King forcefully into the huge space opened up by the guardian tree sapling. Immediately, the Beast King, Jarlin, and Mura were thrown into the space vortex in front of the sapling as if they were pebbles. Subconsciously, the Beast King had an ominous premonition, which made him want to get away from the space vortex. However, before the Beast King could move, Jaren and Mura, who were holding the Beast King tightly, suddenly kicked the Beast King's back heavily as if they had planned it beforehand. Boom! To the Beast King, this kick was no different from not being kicked at all. It did not cause any damage to the Beast King. However, the Beast King was kicked into the spatial whirlpool, while Garen and Mura used the Beast King's back as a springboard to jump out of the spatial whirlpool. Linya and Cynthia yelled at Wu Yan when they saw Jaren and Mila jumping out of the vortex. Now, Wu Yan loosened his grip on the guardian tree sapling without hesitation. Buzz. After the supply of mana was cut off, the sapling of the guardian divine tree trembled, and the gentle green light that it was emitting gradually dimmed. At the same time, the spatial vortex that had been opened up gradually closed. The Beast King finally understood what was going on. You're trying to lock me up in this huge space? The Beast King sneered. Do you think that a tiny space can trap me? After saying that, the Beast King raised his fist, intending to shatter the space. It wasn't difficult for the Beast King to do so with his current strength. The instant the Beast King raised his fist, Wu Yan's indifferent voice sounded in his ears from outside the spatial vortex. Of course a tiny space can't trap you. But not only do we want to lock you up, but we also want to seal you up. As soon as he said that, a power that didn't belong to the Beast King's body started to take effect. Buzz. With the sound of space trembling, the Beast King's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, causing the Beast King's fist to stop in its tracks. Then 5 translucent, crystal-like beads the size of a palm flew out from the Beast King's body. They emitted a strong light as they circled around the Beast King, circling it. What's that? The Beast King's pupils shrunk. Why are these things on me? Huh. Perhaps in response to the Beast King's words, the radiance emanating from the 5 translucent beads intensified until it fluctuated all of a sudden. Clink. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, 5 translucent white chains suddenly shot out from the 5 translucent beads at an extremely fast speed, so fast that even the Beast King could not react in time. In addition to the fact that the distance between them was extremely close, the 5 translucent white chains suddenly wound around the Beast King's body, then contracted and tightly bound the Beast King. No, they didn't just bind him. The Beast King could clearly feel that when the 5 chains bound him, the power of the false god in his body was like an extinguished flame, like stagnant water that had lost its vitality. There was no way for it to circulate anymore. Impossible. The Beast King couldn't help but yell. How can there be something in this world that can completely silence the pseudo-god powers? Nothing is impossible. Outside the space vortex, Wu Yan smiled. That's because the 5 beads were created by the 4 gods to deal with the so-called power of the fake gods. They were left for us to seal the power of the fake gods again. Impossible. The Beast King yelled again. Ordinary means can't seal the pseudo-god powers at all. Otherwise, the 4 gods wouldn't have had to use their own bodies to seal the pseudo-god powers. In the end, they turned their bodies into seals to suppress the pseudo-god powers. You're right. The pseudo-god powers can't be sealed by ordinary means. Violet walked out of a crack in the air and came to Wu Yan's side. She raised her eyes and looked at the Beast King. When I first heard that these 5 beads could seal the power of the false god, I had my suspicions. But now, it seems that these 5 beads can indeed suppress the power of the false god. So, I guess that these 5 beads should be made from the fragments of the mythical armament. After hearing Violet's explanation, the Beast King understood. The mythical armament was a divine object that could create the power of divinity on its own. It could also store the power of divinity. Therefore, if these 5 beads were made from the fragments of the mythical armament, it would not be strange for them to be able to suppress the power of false gods. It was precisely because of these tools that the Beast King could miraculously do what he thought was impossible. Realizing this, the Beast King finally understood something. He glared at Wu Yan, Violet, and the 5 demigods of the spalier world outside the space vortex and roared for the first time since he appeared. You tricked me. R1152. Chapter 1889. A scheme? That's right. This was a scheme. From the looks of it, only the Beast King, who had obtained this secret memory from the pseudo-god's power, knew the secrets of the pseudo-god's power. However, back then, the 4 deities had also realized that the seal they had formed with their bodies could be broken. Therefore, they had formulated a precautionary measure before they died. In order to prevent the false god's power from turning the spalier world into a world of monsters, the 4 gods could only seal the false god's power in their bodies. Then, before their life force was completely devoured by the false god's power, they used all their strength to make 5 pearls from the fragments of the mythical armament. These 5 pearls made from the fragments of the mythical armament had the effect of sealing the false god's power. The 4 gods gave these pearls to Ailu, who locked them in the Ring of Power. He also left the key to unlock the Ring of Power, the sapling of the guardian tree, in the land of gods, leaving a clue for future generations. Then, together with the other 3 gods, he sealed the false god's power in his body in the behemoth forest. Wu Yan and the others didn't know this secret, but since they already knew that the false god's power was the so-called disaster, they naturally knew that the 5 pearls they got from the Ring of Power were tools that could deal with the false god's power. That was why Amethyst thought of this. She asked Wu Yan to open the telepathic dialogue, and ask Garen for the 5 pearls in the Ring of Power. During the telepathic dialogue, Garen, who had the 5 pearls, was honest. After his research, the 5 pearls seemed to have some kind of sealing effect. After knowing this, Amethyst asked about the abilities of the 5 demigods in the spalier world, and before the battle with the Beast King, she formulated this plan. First, she asked Wu Yan to retreat to the side. She pretended to be on guard against the Beast King's army, and then let Amethyst and the 5 gods of the spalier world restrain the Beast King, to distract the Beast King. When that happened, Wu Yan would have to seize the opportunity when the Beast King's attention was diverted to quietly retreat from the battlefield with the few pieces of ice that Cynthia had secretly created, and head to the guardian tree's sapling. Using the sapling of the guardian divine tree, he opened up a sealed space. The rest was up to Yukari and the 5 gods of the spalier world. They had to think of a way to capture the Beast King and restrain it. Cynthia would then use her unique heavenly frost magic to switch everyone's positions with the ice that Wu Yan had created. At that time, things would be much simpler. After locking the Beast King in the space created by the guardian tree sapling, the sealing effect of the 5 beads was triggered. The 5 beads were specially made to seal the power of the false god. Once they sensed the power of the false god in the Beast King's body, they would activate the seal. Previously, there were 5 beads that were specially used to seal the power of false gods. The Beast King's power of the false god would no longer be able to be used. Even if the Beast King's body was filled with the power of the false god, and could still move, there was still the space created by the guardian tree. Without the power of the false god, the Beast King would not be able to escape. In other words, the Beast King had fallen into Amethyst's trap from the very beginning. Speak! The Beast King growled angrily at Amethyst, who was outside the space vortex. How did you transfer these 5 beads to me? If Amethyst had transferred something that did not belong to the Beast King to the Beast King should have noticed it. Besides, When did Amethyst transfer the 5 beads to the Beast King's body? That's right. Even the Beast King himself did not know. From the beginning, Amethyst saw through the Beast King's thoughts, and there was a flash of wisdom in her eyes. Have you forgotten? When we first fought, I had direct physical contact with you. Indeed. Not long after the battle began, Amethyst rushed to the Beast King and exchanged blows with him. At that time, Amethyst used the realm of being and non-being to neutralize the Beast King's attack, and transferred the 5 beads to the Beast King's body. Why didn't I notice it? The Beast King couldn't believe his eyes. It's so obvious. There's no way I didn't notice it. You won't notice it. Amethyst blurted out. I buried the 5 beads in your body. Impossible. The Beast King wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. If that's the case, there's no way I didn't notice it. Who wouldn't notice that there were 5 extra beads in his body? At the very least, he should have noticed something was amiss, right? Despite knowing this, Amethyst still smiled leisurely. No, you won't notice it. I buried them in your back. Back. The Beast King was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. The Beast King remembered. Before the battle began, Violet had sneakily attacked him and injured his back. It wasn't a big deal for the Beast King, but the pain was unbearable. Did Amethyst use the pain from the injury on his back to bury the 5 beads in his back? Did she use the pain to cover up the feeling of the beads being buried in his body? But at that time, the 5 gods of the Spalier world hadn't shown up yet. Amethyst didn't know that the 5 beads that the gods left behind to deal with the cataclysm were the 5 beads that could seal the power of the gods. In other words, there were only 2 possibilities for Amethyst to take advantage of the injury. 1. Amethyst only thought of using the injury on the Beast King's back after knowing everything. 2. Amethyst didn't know the effects of the beads, but she knew about their existence. For the sake of her plan, she ambushed the Beast King and left the injury. In other words, Amethyst didn't know the specific effects of the 5 beads, but she was planning to use the items left behind by the gods to deal with the cataclysm. That was why she ambushed the Beast King. If it was the former, it proved that Amethyst was very good at strategizing. But if it was the latter, Amethyst sensed the Beast King's trembling. As if she wanted to stab him in the back, a faint smile appeared on her face. There's no need to doubt me. I've been planning to summon the 5 demigods to help me and use the items left behind by the gods to deal with you. That's why I left that injury on your back. The Beast King's heart turned cold. Amethyst's ability to plot to such an extent was beyond that of a normal person. Only a monster could do that. The Beast King didn't know that Amethyst was a monster, a real monster. She was also a sage of monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Her intelligence had long turned into that of a monster. The Beast King could only blame himself for seeing Amethyst's strength, but not her intelligence. As a result, even if the Beast King had the power of a demigod, he still fell into Amethyst's trap. Do you think you can seal me like this? The Beast King roared. I won't let you get away with it. As the furious roar rang out, the veins on the Beast King's forehead bulged in the distorted space. It struggled madly as a violent energy erupted like a volcano. It squirmed wildly and surged out of the Beast King's body, rushing in all directions. Under the effect of that terrifying power, the spatial vortex that was about to close trembled, as if it was being expanded. Even the white chains on the Beast King's body began to emit cracking sounds, as if they could not bear the weight of the pressure. Even Wu Yan and Amethyst's expressions changed when they saw this, let alone the 5 demigods from the Spalier world. He still has this kind of power. Under the pressure of the 5 pearls, the Beast King couldn't use his power of a demigod. Coupled with the suppression of the space vortex created by the guardian tree's sapling, the Beast King felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. But even so, the Beast King still had some strength left. Not only did he manage to open the entrance of the sealed space, but even the white chains that had the effect of sealing the power of the false god were trembling along with the body of the bead, as if they could break free at any time. It was only now that everyone realized what was going on. The Beast King hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle. So what if these 5 pearls conceal the demigod's power? The Beast King's low roar echoed throughout the space vortex. My demigod's power alone might not be able to escape the seal of these 5 pearls, but did the 4 demigods expect me to absorb all the demigod's power? With me as the vessel for the demigod's power, it won't be easy to seal me as long as I have the strength to do so. Chapter 1890. Hum, hum, hum. As the Beast King struggled violently, an invisible force kept attacking the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. The space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling trembled, and the spatial vortex at the entrance kept expanding. Everyone finally realized what was going on. The item left behind by the 4 gods was indeed used to seal the pseudo-god's power. Although it had the ability to suppress the pseudo-god's power, the pseudo-god's power wasn't just moving around. It already had a carrier. For example, it was like an item that could dispel spirits and souls. This item naturally had these effects, but the human body had souls to begin with. Could it be that this item could dispel the spirits and souls of people who were still alive? By the same logic, the pseudo-god's power was now like a soul that had a body. With a carrier, the effect was obviously much weaker. This was also the reason why Wu Yin didn't call for Canon to purify the pseudo-god's power when facing the Beast King. With Canon's omnipotent purification ability, she could purify the pseudo-god's power in a matter of minutes. However, the pseudo-god's power already had the Beast King as its carrier. Even Canon couldn't use her purification ability on the Beast King's body. Of course, these weren't the most important reasons. The most important reason was that the Beast King's power was beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, it made sense if one thought about it. Even Fengjian Fragrance, a super powerhouse who hadn't reached demigod pinnacle, could use pure strength to disperse the realm's power. How could the Beast King, who had surpassed demigod pinnacle and reached the pseudo-god realm, be affected by Violet's realm's power? Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Fengjian delicate fragrance was invincible in close combat, but the Beast King was the strongest among the magical beasts. Naturally, its physical ability was not bad, and its close combat ability was also the same. If it wanted to deal with the current Beast King, it would be difficult. If he could defeat the Beast King now, it would be easy. The Beast King could only blame himself for not expecting to fall into Violet's trap. In the end, Violet and the 5 demigods from the Spalier world found a flaw in his plan. Now the Beast King's pseudo-god's power was suppressed, and his strength was reduced by at least 70%. However, if he used his full strength, he was actually able to shake the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. To even be able to shake the seal, it had to be said that the Beast King's strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone could imagine. If the Beast King were to break out of its seal, what kind of disaster would it bring? Facing the enraged Beast King, even if there were 7 demigods present, they were still no match for the Beast King. Once all the demigods were wiped out by the Beast King, the Spalier world would truly become a world of demonic beasts. Humans would also become demonic beasts' food. This was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. You want to break the seal? Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi seemed to have reached a consensus. They flashed and stood at the 5 corners of the turbulent space, surrounding the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree. You should be the one who won't succeed. As the 5 demigods from the Spalier world spoke, Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi, who had surrounded the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree, took out an armament each. Compared to the armaments used by Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi in the battle against the Orc King, the 5 armaments looked much more profound. In Jaren's hand was a huge sword with a twisted blade. The blade wasn't sharp, and the hilt was extremely dim. It looked like a twisted ruler was pieced together with the hilt. It had a very strange shape. In Linya's hand was a strange root-shaped object that looked like a stick. It was extremely slender, but there was a pearl inlaid at the tip. It looked like a magic staff. In Mula's hand was a black stick that resembled a pillar, and seemed as though it would shatter at any moment. It was as big as a smaller pillar. In Magnubi's hand was a pair of gauntlets that seemed to have been chopped off from a wild beast. Even though there wasn't any blood, The gauntlets were covered in fur. As for Cynthia's hand, it was a piece of ice. It was translucent and sharp like a spike. There was a glittering ice crystal at the tip. The 5 armaments were strangely shaped, their uses were unknown, and one could barely tell what type of weapon they were. However, the moment they appeared, they exuded an ancient, profound, mysterious, and powerful aura. Shockingly, they were all legendary armaments. 5 legendary armaments. Holding the 5 oddly shaped legendary armors, Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi simultaneously poured all of their warrior power and magic power into the armors, as if they didn't cost any money. Buzz. At the next moment, a majestic, turbulent wave surged from the 5 armaments, forming a colorful light curtain above the distorted space vortex that enveloped the entire space vortex. Boom! The violent energy from the Beast King collided with the light screen. Both sides shook violently, and ripples of energy that could kill a Type 8 powerhouse spread out. Finally, they turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions, smashing onto the platform and slowly dissipating. Under the impact of the Beast King's strength, the surface of the light curtain rippled like water waves. It seemed as though it was about to crumble, but it didn't turn into nothingness. In an instant, it reached a stalemate with the Beast King's strength and reached a balance. The Beast King, who was trapped in the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling, felt as if his body was being pressed down by dozens of mountains. He sank heavily, and the white chains around his body also stabilized with the help of this force. In other words, the Beast King was truly confined in the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling. Despicable humans! The Beast King was furious. You actually used the strength of external objects to strengthen the seal. That's right. Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Magnubi had used the strength of the 5 legendary armaments to strengthen the seal on the Beast King, and the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling. External objects? A mocking smile appeared on Cynthia's face. Her body was surging with icy blue magic power, and she was holding a legendary weapon that was inlaid with ice crystals. Didn't you also use the strength of external objects to reach the pseudo-god realm that no one can reach? Do you think you can seal me like this? The Beast King's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He sneered. Right now, the 5 of you can't move at all in order to strengthen the seal in space. I still have thousands of my kind outside. When they rush in, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan sneered as if to strike a blow to the Beast King. What do you think Violet has been doing after burying the 5 beads in your body? Hearing this, the Beast King felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Roar! 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 On the other hand, the countless flying beasts in the sky above the capital of alternate generations snarled furiously, as soon as they witnessed the scene of the Beast King being captured by the 5 demigod stage powerhouses of the Spalier world, and being replaced by 5 blocks of ice. Roar! 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 Driven by rage, every flying demon bellowed. Even the demons outside the capital of otherworlds that could not fly and were surrounding the empty ground were spurred on, bellowing in rage, their frenzied beastly cries echoing across the skies. Without the slightest hesitation, all the beasts were on the move. The beasts in the sky descended from the sky like sharp arrows, swooping down toward the capital of alternate generations from all directions. The beasts on the ground were like cannonballs that broke through bamboo, charging toward the capital of alternate generations with great momentum. In an instant, the sky roared and the ground trembled. One by one, the beasts rushed toward the fragile city, intending to flatten it. And yet, just as the magical beasts were about to charge into the capital of alternate generations, all of them vanished amidst a formless ripple as if they had sunk into water. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.